Bound to the Beast King. A royal shifter romance of ancient curses and destined queens. Mia Blackwood. Chapter 1. The Ritual Chamber. The ancient stone whispered secrets I couldn't understand. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness of the hidden chamber, illuminating walls covered in symbols that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. 3 weeks of careful excavation beneath the ruins of Castelul Negru had led to this moment, the discovery that would make my career and finally prove to the academic world that Dr. Elena Vasquez was more than just another graduate student chasing impossible theories. If only I'd known it would destroy my life in the process. This can't be right, I breathed, stepping deeper into the circular chamber that shouldn't exist. According to the castle's historical records, these ruins dated back to the 14th century. But the symbols carved into these walls, they were older. Much older. Ancient. Primal. Calling to something deep in my bones that I didn't want to acknowledge. The air down here tasted different. Thick with something that made my skin prickle and my pulse quicken. Like standing in the eye of a storm that hadn't broken yet. Like breathing in raw power that had been sleeping for centuries, waiting for someone stupid enough to wake it up. I ran my fingers along the smooth stone, marveling at the craftsmanship. No tool marks. No signs of wear despite the centuries that should have weathered these walls to dust. The carvings looked like they'd been made yesterday, carved by hands that knew secrets the modern world had forgotten. My archaeological training screamed that this was impossible. But standing here, surrounded by perfection that defied explanation, I couldn't deny what my eyes were telling me. Magic. Real, honest-to-God magic. Wolves. That's what the symbols depicted. Wolves in various forms, some realistic enough to leap from the stone, others stylized into geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly. But always wolves. Running through carved forests. Hunting beneath stone moons. Howling their grief to stars that would never answer. And at the center of it all, carved into a raised dais that dominated the chamber's heart, was the largest wolf I'd ever seen rendered in stone. Its eyes were inlaid with some kind of crystalline material that caught my flashlight beam and threw it back in golden fragments that made my breath catch. Beautiful. Terrifying. Watching me with an intensity that made my skin burn. Elena. Dr. Sarah Chen's voice echoed down from the excavation site above, shattering the spell that had been weaving itself around me. Find anything interesting? Interesting. That was one word for it. Life-altering. Career-ending. Sanity-destroying. Those were a few others. Still cataloging. I called back, my voice bouncing off the curved walls like a whispered prayer. I didn't want to share this discovery until I understood what I was looking at. 3 years of graduate school had taught me that extraordinary claims required extraordinary evidence, and this felt extraordinary in ways that made my hands shake and my heart race. I pulled out my camera and began documenting everything methodically, the way Dr. Chen had taught me. The symbols first, photographing each section of wall with clinical precision even as my skin prickled with awareness. The curved architecture that shouldn't have been possible with medieval engineering. The perfect preservation that defied every law of entropy I'd ever studied. With each flash, shadows danced across the walls, making the carved wolves seem alive. Watching. Waiting. The last photo I took was of the central wolf statue, and that's when I noticed the depression at its base. Perfectly round, about the size of a human handprint. Smooth stone worn to silk by countless touches over the centuries. Without thinking, I reached out and pressed my palm against the carved indentation. The world exploded. Light erupted from every symbol simultaneously, flooding the chamber with brilliant silver radiance that had me stumbling backward, temporarily blinded. The stone beneath my palm grew warm, then hot, then almost unbearably so, but I couldn't pull my hand away. Something held it there, some force I couldn't see or understand or fight. Power rushed through me like lightning in reverse, flowing from the stone into my skin, racing up my arm and straight to my heart. It felt like drowning in electricity, like being turned inside out and reassembled as something fundamentally different. Every nerve ending in my body came alive with sensation that bordered on pain. And then I felt it. Him. A presence, ancient and wild and utterly male, suddenly aware of me as I was becoming aware of him. Hunger slammed into my consciousness, not for food, but for something infinitely more primal. Images flashed behind my eyelids, golden eyes in darkness, massive paws patting across stone floors, the sensation of being hunted by something that moved like shadow and struck like lightning. Finally. The word whispered through my mind, in a voice that definitely wasn't mine. Deep. Rough. Edged with a longing so profound, it brought tears to my eyes and made my knees weak with want I didn't understand. My mate. My queen. Come to me. The endearments hit me like physical blows, awakening something in my chest that I'd never felt before. Something that recognized those words, that yearned toward the voice speaking them with desperate hunger. No, I gasped, finally managing to wrench my hand away from the stone. The light died instantly, plunging the chamber back into ordinary darkness broken only by my flashlight beam. My hand burned where it had touched the stone, marked by heat that would probably scar. I scrambled for my flashlight with shaking hands, desperate to restore some sense of normalcy to a situation that had careened completely out of control. The metal felt cold and real against my palms, a lifeline to the rational world I understood. The world where stones didn't light up, and voices didn't whisper impossible things through your mind. But when I directed the beam back toward the dais, my blood turned to ice. The wolf statue was no longer stone. Golden eyes stared back at me from a massive head that moved with predatory grace. Real fur, dark as midnight, covered muscles that bunched and shifted as the creature, because it was definitely a creature now, alive and breathing and watching me with intelligence that was unmistakably human, rose to its feet on the ancient dais. It was easily the size of a small horse, with fangs that gleamed white in my flashlight beam, and claws that scraped against stone as it stepped down from its perch. Power radiated from every line of its impossible body, the kind of raw strength that could tear through steel like paper. But it was the eyes that held me frozen. Golden eyes that looked at me like I was everything they'd been searching for. Like I was salvation and damnation wrapped up in one terrified package. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't move. Could only watch as the most beautiful and terrifying thing I'd ever seen stalked toward me with purpose that made my skin burn with awareness I didn't want to examine. Don't run, that voice whispered through my mind again, gentle despite the predator approaching me with liquid grace. I won't hurt you. I could never hurt you. But every instinct I possessed screamed at me to get out of this chamber, out of this castle, out of Romania entirely. I stumbled backward, never taking my eyes off the wolf, until my shoulders hit the stone wall. Trapped. The creature stopped just out of arm's reach, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from its massive body. Its golden eyes held intelligence that was unmistakably human, and something else that made my heart race for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. Recognition. Like looking into a mirror and seeing the other half of your soul staring back. Like finding something you'd been searching for your entire life without knowing you were lost. This isn't real, I whispered, more to convince myself than anything else. My voice came out breathy, affected by proximity to something so fundamentally other that my body didn't know how to process it. Wolves don't turn from stone. Ancient chambers don't light up like Christmas trees. And they definitely don't create psychic connections with graduate students who should know better than to go around touching mysterious artifacts. The wolf's massive head tilted to one side, and I swear I saw amusement flicker in those golden depths. Then it began to change. The transformation was like watching time-lapse photography of evolution in reverse. Fur receded, revealing golden skin stretched over muscles that belonged on a Renaissance sculpture. Limbs elongated and reformed with wet sounds that should have been horrifying, but somehow weren't. The muzzle shortened and reshaped into features that were aggressively masculine and absolutely perfect. Within moments, a man knelt where the wolf had been. A naked man. A naked man with shoulder-length dark hair that caught the light like silk, a body that could have been carved by Michelangelo if the master sculptor had been having particularly erotic dreams, and the same golden eyes that had stared into my soul from the wolf's face. Scars crisscrossed his chest and arms, pale lines that spoke of battles fought and won, of violence survived and enemies conquered. Power radiated from every inch of him, even in his vulnerable position on the stone floor. Especially in his vulnerable position, as if he could be naked and kneeling, and still be the most dangerous thing in any room. He was the most magnificent thing I'd ever seen. He was also completely impossible. "You're not real," I said again, but my voice lacked conviction. Everything about him felt real. The way he moved with unconscious grace, like every gesture was a work of art. The way his scent reached me even from several feet away, something wild and clean that made my body respond in ways I definitely didn't want to think about. The way his presence filled the chamber until there was no room for anything else, until the air itself seemed charged with his existence. "Real enough," he said, and his voice was exactly what I'd heard in my mind. Rough velvet wrapped around steel, with an accent I couldn't place that spoke of old places and older power. Though I must admit, this isn't how I imagined our first meeting would go. He rose to his feet in one fluid motion that showcased every perfect line of muscle, and I forced myself to keep my eyes on his face. Mostly. It wasn't easy when every feminine cell in my body was cataloging exactly how well-built he was, and exactly how much I wanted to run my hands over all that golden skin just to see if it was as warm as it looked. The thought terrified me almost as much as his impossible transformation. "Our first meeting," I repeated slowly, my academic mind latching onto the phrase like a lifeline. "You talk like you were expecting me." "For 300 years, he said simply, as if mentioning centuries was as normal as discussing the weather. "Give or take a decade." 300 years. Right. Of course. Because apparently, my life wasn't surreal enough already. "I need to leave," I said, pushing away from the wall and edging toward what I hoped was the passage that led back to the main excavation site. Back to the world that made sense, where men didn't turn into wolves, and ancient magic didn't reach out to claim unsuspecting graduate students. I need to get out of here and figure out what kind of hallucination I'm having, and probably check myself into a psychiatric facility, and pain lanced through my skull like someone had driven a spike between my eyes. I gasped and stumbled, my vision graying at the edges as agony unlike anything I'd ever experienced tore through my head. The flashlight slipped from nerveless fingers and clattered across the stone floor, its beam spinning wildly before settling on the wall. Strong arms caught me before I could fall, pulling me against a chest that radiated heat like a furnace. The pain in my head receded instantly, replaced by a sensation of rightness so profound it made me want to weep. Like coming home after years of wandering. Like finding the missing piece of a puzzle you didn't know was incomplete. "Easy," he murmured against my hair, his voice a rumble that I felt in my bones. "The bond isn't used to separation. It will hurt until you stop fighting it." His skin was exactly as warm as it looked, and being pressed against his naked body was making coherent thought nearly impossible. He smelled like winter forests and lightning storms, like danger and safety all wrapped up in one impossible package. Like something I wanted to breathe in, until it became part of me. "Bond?" I managed to ask, though my voice came out more breathless than I would have liked. "The mating bond," he said, as if that explained everything. As if those two words didn't just turn my entire understanding of reality upside down. "Created when you activated the binding ritual. We're connected now, you and I permanently." The words hit me like a slap of cold water. I pushed against his chest, putting distance between us that my body immediately protested with a low ache that settled deep in my bones. Every inch of separation felt wrong, like tearing something vital that was never meant to be severed. "Connected? What do you mean, connected?" My voice rose with each word, panic bleeding through despite my attempts to stay calm. I didn't agree to be connected to anyone, especially not some. "Cursed Beast King?" he suggested, one corner of his mouth quirking up in what might have been amusement. There was sadness there too, old pain that spoke of centuries of loneliness. "That's what I am, among other things." "Cursed." I latched onto the word like a lifeline. Curses could be broken. Curses weren't permanent. You're cursed. That means this can be undone. Something flickered in his golden eyes. Pain, maybe. Or longing so deep it hurt to look at. Not undone, no. But it doesn't have to be completed either. You can choose to walk away, though it will be uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? The word came out sharper than I intended, edged with the hysteria I was trying to keep at bay. The bond will always be there, pulling you back to me, he said, and his voice grew rougher with each word, like the admission was being torn from somewhere deep in his chest. You'll dream of me. Think of me at inappropriate times. Feel empty in ways you can't explain. He paused, his golden eyes holding mine with intensity that made my breath catch. And I'll know exactly where you are, every moment of every day, until one of us dies. Horror washed over me in cold waves. You're talking about stalking. I'm talking about biological imperative, he corrected, but there was gentleness in his voice that took the sting out of the words. I have no more choice in this than you do. Less, actually, since you hold all the power. I hold the power? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Only the high, thin sound of someone whose world had just been turned completely upside down. You're the one who can turn into a wolf. You're the one with supernatural strength and 300 years of experience. How exactly do I hold any power here? Because the choice is yours, he said simply, and the quiet certainty in his voice made something clench in my chest. Accept the bond completely and become my mate in truth. Or reject it and condemn us both to 3 centuries of longing for something we can never have. 3 centuries. The casual way he mentioned time spans that dwarfed human lifetimes drove home exactly how far out of my depth I was. I was a graduate student from a middle-class family in San Diego. I researched dead civilizations and wrote papers about pottery shards, and spent my free time reading romance novels where supernatural creatures swept ordinary women off their feet. This was supposed to be fiction. I need to think, I said, backing toward the passage again. Every step away from him felt like swimming upstream against a current that wanted to drag me back to his side. I need time to process this. The pain hit me again the moment I was more than arm's length away from him, but I gritted my teeth and pushed through it. Sharp agony that started in my skull and radiated down my spine, like my nervous system was protesting the separation. Whatever this connection was, I wouldn't let it control me. I'd built my entire life around independence, around never needing anyone the way my mother had needed my father before he walked out on us. I wasn't about to throw that away for some supernatural destiny I hadn't asked for. Even if every cell in my body was screaming at me to stay. Elena. The way he said my name made my knees weak. Like a prayer. Like a promise. Like something sacred that shouldn't be spoken aloud. Be careful. Activating the ritual will have consequences beyond just our bond. There are others who have been waiting for this moment. Others. Fear shot through me like ice water, temporarily overwhelming the pain of separation. Those who benefit from keeping me cursed, he said, and now his voice carried an edge of something darker. Something that spoke of violence and old grudges and enemies who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. They'll come for you. Tonight. My hands started shaking. Come for me. Why? Because you're the key to breaking the curse entirely, he said, his golden eyes burning with intensity that made me want to step closer despite the fear clawing at my throat. And there are those who would kill to prevent that. I stared at him, this impossible man who claimed to be bound to me by magic and destiny. Every rational part of my mind insisted this was all an elaborate delusion, brought on by too much stress and too little sleep. Hallucinations brought on by spending too much time alone in ancient ruins, breathing in dust and dreaming of discoveries that would change everything. But the part of me that had always known there was more to the world than what textbooks contained, the part that had driven me to study the mysteries of the past in search of something I couldn't name, recognized truth when I heard it. I was in danger. We were in danger. And for the first time in my carefully ordered life, I had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Elena. Dr. Chen's voice echoed down from above again, more insistent this time. Everything all right down there? I looked back at the man who claimed to be my mate, memorizing features that were already burned into my memory like brands. The strong line of his jaw, the way his dark hair fell across his forehead, the scars that spoke of battles I couldn't imagine, the golden eyes that looked at me like I was everything he'd ever wanted, and the one thing he couldn't have. "What's your name?" I asked, though I'm not sure why it mattered. Why I needed to put a name to the face that would haunt my dreams. "Kieran," he said, and even that single word sounded like music in his accent. "Kieran Blackthorne, King of the Northern Territories. At least I was before the curse." King. Of course he was royalty. Because apparently, my life wasn't complicated enough already. "Elena." Dr. Chen called again, worry creeping into her voice. "I have to go," I said, though every step away from him felt like tearing something vital inside my chest. The pain was getting worse with distance, a constant throb that made my vision blur at the edges. This, whatever this is. I need time. "Time is the one thing we don't have," Kieran said, but he made no move to stop me. His hands remained at his sides, even though I could see the tension in his muscles, the way he fought not to reach for me. "They'll come for you tonight. When they do, find me. The bond will guide you." I nodded and stumbled toward the passage, my flashlight beam wavering as my hands shook. Behind me, I heard the soft whisper of transformation, bones reshaping, muscles reforming, the ancient magic that turned man into beast. When I glanced back, the golden-eyed wolf sat on the dais exactly where the statue had been, watching me leave with eyes that held too much knowledge and too much sorrow. I climbed the rough stone steps toward the surface, toward the ordinary world of archaeological digs and rational explanations. But with each step, the certainty grew in my chest like a cold weight. My ordinary life was over. And the terrifying part wasn't that I'd been bound to a cursed beast king. It was that some traitorous part of me didn't want to break free. Chapter 2. Beast in the Shadows. She was leaving. I felt it like a blade between my ribs, the physical distance tearing at the bond we'd forged. Each step she took up those ancient stairs sent another wave of agony through my system, the mating connection protesting her retreat with a violence that left me gasping. 3 centuries. 300 years of waiting, hoping, dreaming of this moment, and she was walking away. "Let her go," my human side whispered, the voice of reason that had kept me sane through the endless years of imprisonment. "She didn't ask for this. She doesn't deserve to be trapped by your curse." But my beast side roared in protest, every instinct screaming at me to follow her, to drag her back to this chamber and never let her leave again. To claim what was mine by right of magic and blood and destiny. Mine. The word echoed through my skull like a war cry, drowning out reason and 3 centuries of hard-won self-control. The beast that lived beneath my skin stretched and tested its bonds, wanting to hunt. To possess. To take what belonged to it, and never let go. I forced myself to remain still on the dais, claws digging gouges in stone that had withstood the test of ages. The transformation from man to wolf and back again had left me shaking with need and fury, my control hanging by threads that grew thinner with each beat of my heart. She was beautiful. More beautiful than my dreams had promised, than my desperate imaginings had conjured during the darkest hours of my imprisonment. Dark hair that caught the light like silk. Eyes the color of storm clouds, filled with intelligence and fire, and a strength that called to everything wild in my nature. And she was terrified of me. The fear in her scent had been almost overwhelming, sharp and acidic and completely at odds with the way the bonds sang between us. She'd felt it too, the connection that bound us soul to soul. I'd seen it in her eyes, the recognition that went deeper than thought or reason. But she'd chosen to run anyway. Because she's smart, I reminded myself, though the words tasted bitter as ashes. Because she understands exactly how dangerous you are. And I was dangerous. 3 centuries of being trapped in beast form for half my life had taken their toll, wearing away at the civilized man I'd once been, until only the most primal parts remained. The curse had been designed to drive me mad, to strip away everything human until only the monster was left. Some days, I wondered if it had already succeeded. The bond pulled at me now, an invisible chain that connected my heart to hers no matter how far she ran. I could feel her moving through the castle above, her pulse rapid with fear and confusion. Could sense the way her skin burned where I'd touched her, the way her body craved more contact, even as her mind rejected everything about our connection. Mate. The word whispered through my consciousness like a prayer, like a promise, like a curse. After 300 years of solitude, the universe had finally given me the one thing that could break the spell binding me. And she wanted nothing to do with me. The bitter irony would have been amusing if it hadn't been destroying me from the inside out. I closed my eyes and let my enhanced senses reach out through the night, tracking her progress as she emerged from the ruins into the cool Romanian air. Her scent still clung to my skin, wild roses and vanilla, with an underlying note of steel that spoke to her inner strength. Even afraid, even confused, she'd stood her ground and demanded answers. Strong. My mate was strong. The thought sent a surge of pride through me that had nothing to do with possession and everything to do with recognition. She would need that strength for what was coming. The activation of the binding ritual would have sent ripples through the supernatural world, alerting every enemy I'd made to my location and hers. They would come for her tonight. The thought sent my beast nature into overdrive, every protective instinct I possessed flaring to life with violent intensity. I would kill anyone who tried to harm her. Tear them apart with claws and fangs, and the kind of savagery that had made me a legend among my kind. But first, I had to find her. I shifted back to wolf form in a rush of heat and power, my human consciousness subsuming into the beast that understood only simple truths: protect the mate, eliminate threats, claim what was mine. The wolf's enhanced senses painted the world in rich detail, every scent, every sound, every vibration in the earth that spoke of life and movement. There. Her trail led away from the castle, back toward the small village where the archaeological team had set up their base camp. Even now, I could smell her unique signature on the wind, calling to me like a beacon in the darkness. I padded silently through the ruins, keeping to the shadows as I tracked her path. Centuries of hunting had taught me patience, had shown me the value of observation over action. But everything in my nature wanted to throw caution aside and run to her, to plant myself at her side, and dare the world to try taking her from me. The village was small, maybe 24 buildings clustered around a central square that had probably looked the same for hundreds of years. Quaint. Peaceful. The kind of place where tourists came to experience authentic European charm without understanding the darker realities that lived in the shadows. Her scent led to a small inn on the village's outskirts, a building that had been converted from a medieval manor house with modern amenities grafted onto ancient bones. Light spilled from several windows on the second floor, and I could hear voices, her voice, speaking in rapid English to someone I couldn't identify. The archaeological team. Of course. She would run to the familiar, to the rational world that made sense to her academic mind. Would try to explain away what had happened, in terms that didn't require her to accept the existence of magic and monsters and ancient curses. I settled into the shadows of the forest that bordered the inn's grounds, close enough to keep watch, but far enough away to avoid detection. The wolf in me wanted to scale the walls and break down her door, to claim her properly and end this agony of separation. But the man I still was, buried deep beneath centuries of curse and solitude, understood that patience was required here. She needed time to accept what she was. What we were. Time I might not have. Even as I watched, other scents began to drift on the night wind. Predators. Ancient and hungry, and closing in on the inn like a pack drawn to wounded prey. My lips pulled back from my fangs in a silent snarl as I recognized the distinctive musk of Lydia's creatures, wolves twisted by dark magic into something that barely remembered their original nature. Shadow wolves. Soulless things that served my former betrothed with the loyalty of the damned. They were coming for Elena. Every protective instinct I possessed roared to life. the beast and the man finally in perfect agreement. I might be cursed, I might be broken, I might be everything she feared, but she was mine. And I would die before I let Lydia's monsters touch her. I launched myself from the shadows, racing across the open ground toward the inn with speed that blurred the landscape around me. Above, I could hear Elena's voice rising in distress, could smell the sudden spike of her fear as she sensed the approach of something wrong. Too late. I was going to be too late. Glass shattered somewhere above as dark shapes poured through her window like living shadows, their howls of triumph echoing through the night. Elena's scream cut through the air like a blade, raw terror and defiance mixed in equal measure. I hit the inn's wall at full speed, claws finding purchase in the ancient stone as I scrambled up toward her window. Behind me, more shadow wolves emerged from the forest, their red eyes fixed on the building that held my mate. The window of her room hung in shattered fragments, night air pouring through the opening along with the sounds of struggle. I hauled myself through the gap, landing in a crouch that had me immediately assessing threats and calculating attack vectors. Elena stood pressed against the far wall, a broken lamp clutched in her hands as she faced down 3 shadow wolves that had backed her into the corner. Her face was pale but determined, storm-gray eyes blazing with fury rather than fear. "Stay back," she warned them, raising the improvised weapon like she actually believed it would do some good against creatures that could shrug off bullets. "I don't know what you are, but I'm not going down without a fight." Magnificent. Even terrified and outnumbered, she refused to surrender. The largest of the shadow wolves turned toward me as I straightened to my full height, its red eyes narrowing as it recognized the alpha that had haunted their mistress's nightmares for 3 centuries. Dark magic rolled off its form in waves, the corruption that bound it to Lydia's will visible as a sickly aura around its edges. "Blackthorne." The thing's voice was like grinding stone, barely recognizable as language. "At last. Our mistress has waited so long to finish what she started." "Tell your mistress," I growled, power gathering around me like a storm about to break, "that she should have killed me when she had the chance." The shadow wolf laughed, a sound like breaking glass that made Elena flinch. "You are already dead, cursed one. You simply haven't stopped breathing yet." It lunged for her. I moved faster than thought, my beast form exploding into action with violence that shattered the remaining furniture in the room. Claws met shadow flesh in a spray of ichor that stank like sulfur and decay. The creature's howl of pain and rage shook the windows in their frames, as I tore through its defenses like they were made of paper. But there were 3 of them, and they'd been created for one purpose: to overwhelm through numbers and savagery. The other 2 attacked simultaneously, one going for my throat while the other circled toward Elena. Never. The thought blazed through my consciousness with the force of divine writ. I caught the first attacker's jaw in my own, feeling bone crunch between my fangs as I used its momentum to slam it into the wall hard enough to crack the stone. The second I met with a backhand swipe that sent it crashing through the already damaged window. The largest shadow wolf struggled in my grip, its own claws raking across my ribs in desperate gouges that painted the floor with my blood. But pain was an old friend, and I'd learned long ago how to function through agony that would cripple lesser creatures. I finished it with a twist of my head that separated spine from skull, then turned to face Elena with blood dripping from my muzzle and murder still singing in my veins. She stared at me with wide eyes, the broken lamp forgotten in her hands as she processed what she'd just witnessed. The violence. The casual brutality with which I'd destroyed creatures that most humans couldn't even see, let alone fight. "They were going to kill you," I said, shifting back to human form despite the way the transformation left me naked and bleeding in her destroyed hotel room. "Lydia's creatures. They've been hunting you since the moment you activated the ritual." "Lydia." Elena's voice came out breathless, shocked. "Who is Lydia?" "My former betrothed," I said, the words tasting like poison. "The one who cursed me when I refused to marry her 3 centuries ago. She's been waiting for this moment for my mate to finally appear, so she could destroy the one thing that might break her spell." Elena's face went even paler, if that was possible. "Former betrothed. Right. Of course you have an evil ex-girlfriend with a grudge." Despite everything, the blood, the destruction, the very real danger we still faced, I found myself almost smiling at her tone. Dry. Sarcastic. Completely unimpressed by supernatural drama that should have sent her running. It's complicated, I said. Everything about you is complicated. She looked around the destroyed room, taking in the shadow wolf's dissolving corpse and the blood splattered across every surface. I suppose I should thank you for saving my life. You don't owe me anything, I said, though every instinct I possessed wanted to demand her gratitude, her submission, her complete surrender to the bond between us. But you can't stay here. They'll send more, and next time I might not arrive in time. Elena nodded slowly, her academic mind already working through the implications. So what do you suggest? I can't exactly go back to my normal life, with supernatural assassins hunting me. Come with me, I said, the words carrying more weight than I'd intended. Let me protect you while we figure out how to break Lydia's hold. She was quiet for a long moment, studying my face like she was trying to read my soul. Looking for deception, maybe. Or promises I couldn't keep. If I come with you, she said finally, what happens to my life? My research? My future? The questions hit me like physical blows, because I didn't have good answers. Accepting the bond would change everything for her, would drag her into a world of violence and politics and dangers she couldn't imagine. But rejecting it would condemn us both to centuries of longing, and her to a lifetime of running from enemies she couldn't fight alone. I don't know, I admitted, the honesty scraping my throat raw. But I know that staying here will get you killed. Elena closed her eyes, and I felt her internal struggle through the bond that connected us. Fear warring with pragmatism. Independence, battling against the growing awareness that she needed help she couldn't provide for herself. When she opened her eyes again, storm-gray depths held resolution that made my heart skip. All right, she said. I'll come with you. But I want answers, Kieran. All of them. No more mysterious half-truths about curses and ancient enemies. You'll have them, I promised, relief flooding through me so powerfully it left me lightheaded. Everything you want to know. She grabbed a small bag from the destroyed dresser, stuffing clothes and necessities into it with efficient movements that spoke of someone accustomed to travel. When she was finished, she turned back to me with an expression that was part determination and part terror. Just so we're clear, she said, this doesn't mean I'm accepting your whole mate bond thing. This is a temporary alliance. Mutual protection, until we can figure out how to break whatever spell is connecting us. The words stung, but I nodded anyway. She wasn't ready to hear that the bond couldn't be broken, only completed or rejected. That choice would come later, when she understood what we could be together. If I could keep her alive long enough. Understood, I said. Temporary allies. She slung the bag over her shoulder and looked around the destroyed room one last time. My advisor is going to have so many questions about what happened here. Tell her there was a gas leak, I suggested. An explosion. The human mind will accept almost any rational explanation rather than consider supernatural alternatives. Elena nodded and headed toward the door, pausing only to grab her research notebook from the debris. Even fleeing for her life, she couldn't leave behind her work. The dedication would have been admirable if it weren't so dangerous. Elena, I called as she reached for the door handle. She turned back, eyebrows raised in question. Whatever happens, I said, whatever you learn about me or my world or the things I've done to survive, know that I will never hurt you. The bond won't let me. My nature won't let me. Something softened in her expression, the first crack in the walls she'd built against me. Why does that matter to you? That I trust you? Because you're my mate. Because you're the other half of my soul. Because 3 centuries of loneliness have taught me the value of connection, and losing you would be worse than any curse Lydia could devise. Because, I said instead, you deserve better than fear. Elena stared at me for a moment longer, then nodded and opened the door. Come on then, she said. Let's go find out just how deep this rabbit hole goes. I followed her into the hallway, hyper-aware of every shadow that might hide enemies, every scent that could signal danger. The bond hummed between us, no longer fighting our proximity but settling into something that felt almost comfortable. Almost right. But as we made our way through the inn toward whatever safety I could provide, I couldn't shake the certainty that this was only the beginning. Lydia had waited 3 centuries for this opportunity. She wouldn't give up after one failed attempt. The real war was just starting. And my mate, stubborn, brilliant, beautiful Elena, was walking straight into the crossfire. Chapter 3. First Contact. The motorcycle was a bad idea. I realized this the moment Kieran swung his leg over the ancient machine and gestured for me to climb on behind him. The bike looked like it had been forged in the depths of hell itself, all black metal and chrome edges that gleamed with malevolent beauty in the moonlight. But it was the thought of wrapping my arms around his waist, of pressing myself against his back, that made my pulse stutter and my mouth go dry. "Problem?" he asked, one dark eyebrow arching as he watched me hesitate beside the machine. Problem. Right. Just the small matter of being supernaturally attracted to a man who turned into a wolf and claimed to be my destined mate. Just the tiny issue of every cell in my body screaming at me to close the distance between us, while my rational mind catalogued all the reasons that was a terrible idea. "No problem," I lied, swinging my leg over the bike before I could change my mind. The moment my body settled against his, the bond between us flared to life like a struck match. Heat blazed along every point of contact, my thighs against his, my chest pressed to his broad back, my arms encircling his waist. He went rigid beneath my touch, a low sound escaping his throat that was part growl, part prayer. "Elena." My name came out rough, strained. "You need to hold on tight." I tightened my grip around his waist, my fingers spreading across the ridged muscles of his abdomen. Even through his shirt I could feel the heat of his skin, the way his breathing hitched when I touched him. The bond hummed between us, sending little shocks of awareness racing through my nervous system. This was torture. Sweet, exquisite torture that made me want to forget every rational thought I'd ever had, and just lose myself in the sensation of being close to him. The engine roared to life beneath us, the sound echoing off the village buildings like thunder. Kieran guided the bike through the narrow streets with expert precision, taking turns that should have terrified me, but somehow felt perfectly safe. Maybe it was the bond. Maybe it was the way he held himself, radiating competence and control even in motion. Or maybe I was just going insane. We rode in silence through the Romanian countryside, the landscape blurring past in shades of silver and shadow. The wind whipped my hair back from my face, carrying scents that spoke of ancient forests and hidden mysteries. With every mile we put between ourselves and the village, I felt something loosening in my chest. Relief, maybe. Or resignation. There was no going back now. After what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, Kieran turned the bike down a narrow dirt road that climbed into the mountains. Pine trees closed in around us, their branches forming a canopy that blocked out most of the moonlight. The air grew colder, thinner, carrying hints of snow and wildness that made my skin prickle with awareness. We were entering his territory now. I could feel it in the way the very air seemed to change, becoming charged with power that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. This was a place where civilization's rules didn't apply, where older laws held sway. The road ended at a massive iron gate that looked like it belonged guarding the entrance to hell itself. Twisted metal formed patterns that hurt to look at directly, and the whole structure radiated menace that made my stomach clench with unease. But when Kieran approached, the gates swung open silently, recognizing their master's presence. Beyond lay a castle. Not the romantic fairy tale kind, but something that belonged in a nightmare. Black stone rose against the star-filled sky, all sharp angles and defensive positions that spoke of violence and siege. Towers reached toward the heavens like accusing fingers, and windows glowed with warm light that should have been welcoming but somehow felt predatory. Beautiful. Terrifying. Completely impossible. "Home sweet home," Kieran said, bringing the bike to a stop in the courtyard. His voice carried dark amusement, as if he were perfectly aware of how his ancestral seat looked to modern eyes. I climbed off the motorcycle on unsteady legs, my body immediately protesting the loss of contact with his. The bond pulled at me, wanting me to close the distance between us, to touch him again and restore that perfect sense of rightness. Instead, I stepped back and tilted my head to take in the full scope of the castle looming above us. You live here? For the past 3 centuries, yes. Kieran dismounted with fluid grace, his golden eyes tracking my every movement. It's been in my family for longer than that. Built to withstand both human armies and supernatural threats. And which category do I fall into? The question slipped out before I could stop it, carrying more vulnerability than I'd intended. But something about this place, about him, stripped away my carefully constructed defenses. Made me feel exposed in ways that had nothing to do with the cold mountain air. Kieran went very still, his gaze sharpening with intensity that made my breath catch. Neither, he said, his voice soft but carrying absolute conviction. You're not a threat to be defended against, Elena. You're the one thing I would defend with my last breath. The words hit me like a physical blow, warming me from the inside out despite the chill in the air. Part of me wanted to reject the claim, to insist that I didn't need his protection, that I could take care of myself. But standing here in his domain, surrounded by reminders of exactly how dangerous his world was, I couldn't quite make myself say the words. Come, he said, starting toward the castle's main entrance. You're cold, and we have much to discuss. He was right about the cold. The mountain air cut through my jacket like it wasn't there, and I was grateful when he led me through massive oak doors into the castle's interior. Warmth enveloped me immediately, along with scents that spoke of wood smoke and old books, and something indefinably masculine that made my pulse quicken. The entrance hall was enormous, with a vaulted ceiling that disappeared into shadows above. Tapestries covered the walls, ancient things that depicted battles between creatures I hoped were mythological. A fire crackled in a hearth large enough to roast an entire ox, casting dancing light across stone floors that had been worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic. Impressive, I managed, though the word felt inadequate. This wasn't just a home, it was a fortress, a seat of power that had stood against the test of time. It suits its purpose, Kieran said with characteristic understatement. He gestured toward a corridor that led deeper into the castle's heart. My study is more comfortable for conversation. I followed him through hallways lined with portraits of stern-faced men and women who shared his aristocratic features. Kings and queens, all of them, wearing crowns and expressions that spoke of absolute authority. At the end of the gallery hung a portrait that made me stop in my tracks. It was Kieran, but not as I'd seen him. This version wore elaborate medieval clothing, and a crown that caught the light like captured starfire. His golden eyes stared out from the canvas with the same intensity I recognized, but there was something else there too. Loneliness. The kind of bone-deep isolation that came from standing apart from everyone else. How long have you been king? I asked, unable to look away from the painted face that knew too much about solitude. Since I was 25, he said, pausing beside me. My father died in battle, against a rival pack. The crown passed to me along with all its burdens. 25. The same age I was now. I tried to imagine having that kind of responsibility thrust upon me, tried to picture making life and death decisions for hundreds of people while barely out of college myself. That's young to rule a kingdom. Young for a human, perhaps. His mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. But shifter royalty matured differently. We're born understanding duty, bred to carry the weight of leadership. Though I'll admit, nothing prepared me for the isolation that comes with the crown. There it was again, that thread of loneliness that seemed to run through everything he said. It called to something in my chest, made me want to comfort him in ways I didn't fully understand. Dangerous thinking. He was dangerous enough without adding sympathy to the attraction already threatening to overwhelm my common sense. We continued down the corridor until Kieran pushed open a heavy wooden door, revealing a study that looked like something out of an academic's dreams. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, filled with volumes that ranged from ancient leather-bound tomes to modern academic texts. A fire burned low in another massive hearth, casting warm light across comfortable leather furniture and Persian rugs that probably cost more than my entire education. Sit, Kieran said, gesturing toward a chair positioned near the fire. You're still cold. He was right, though I hadn't realized how chilled I was until the warmth started seeping into my bones. I settled into the offered chair, grateful for both the heat and the chance to put some distance between us. Being close to him made thinking difficult, made me too aware of the way he moved, the way he smelled, the way his presence filled every corner of the room. Kieran took the chair across from me, close enough to maintain eye contact, but far enough away that I didn't have to fight the urge to reach for him. Thoughtful of him. Or maybe he was struggling with the same awareness that made my skin feel too tight and my pulse too rapid. Questions, he said simply. You wanted answers. Ask whatever you need to know. Where to start? My academic mind cataloged dozens of inquiries about supernatural society, about the mechanics of shifting, about the political structures that governed his world. But the words that came out were more personal, more raw than I'd intended. Why me? Kieran's golden eyes softened with something that might have been understanding. You mean, why were you chosen as my mate? I mean, why am I connected to any of this? The words tumbled out, carrying frustration and confusion in equal measure. I'm nobody special. Just a graduate student from San Diego who studies dead civilizations. I don't have any supernatural heritage, any special powers, any reason to be tangled up in ancient curses and magical bonds. Don't you? The question was asked softly, but it carried weight that made my stomach clench with sudden unease. What do you mean? Elena, your bloodline isn't as ordinary as you think. Kieran leaned forward, his intense gaze holding mine. Has anyone ever told you about your father's family? Your paternal grandmother's maiden name? My mouth went dry. Silverton. But I never knew much about that side of the family. My father left when I was 7, and my mother didn't like talking about his relatives. Silverton. Kieran nodded, as if that confirmed something. An anglicization of the original surname. Your great-great-grandmother was Elena Silvermoon, one of the last of the ancient bloodlines that served as bridges between the human and supernatural worlds. The name hit me like a physical blow, awakening something deep in my genetic memory that I'd never known existed. Images flashed behind my eyes, women with my face standing beside powerful supernatural beings, channeling energy that blazed like captured lightning. That's impossible, I whispered, though even as I said it, I knew it wasn't. Too many things suddenly made sense. The way I'd always been drawn to ancient mysteries. The dreams I'd had throughout childhood, of running through moonlit forests on 4 legs. The inexplicable knowledge that had guided me to the ritual chamber. Your bloodline carries the genetic markers that make bonding with supernatural royalty possible, Kieran continued, his voice gentle despite the earth-shattering nature of his words. More than possible, inevitable. You were born to be my mate, Elena. The magic that binds us has been written in your DNA for generations. Born to be your mate. I laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. So, I never had a choice at all. My entire life has been leading to this moment, to becoming some supernatural king's destined partner, whether I wanted it or not. You always have a choice, Kieran said firmly. The bloodline makes the connection possible, but it doesn't compel acceptance. You can still walk away. And spend the rest of my life feeling like half of me is missing? I shook my head. You said the bond would always be there, always pulling me back to you. That doesn't sound like much of a choice. It's the only choice I can give you. Pain flickered in his golden eyes, quickly suppressed, but not before I caught it. I won't force you into a life you don't want, Elena. Even if it destroys us both. The honesty in his voice broke something open in my chest. Here was a man, a king, who had the power to simply take what he wanted, to use the bond between us to compel my compliance. But instead, he was offering me the freedom to destroy him. To walk away and leave him cursed alone, condemned to 3 more centuries of isolation. Tell me about the curse, I said, changing the subject before I could do something stupid like reach for his hand. How does it work? What would breaking it require? Relief flickered across Kieran's features, as if he were grateful for the shift to safer ground. Lydia cast it the night I refused her proposal. She'd expected me to marry her for political reasons, uniting our territories, strengthening both our bloodlines. When I told her I preferred to wait for my true mate, she didn't take it well. Hell hath no fury, I murmured. Indeed. She bound me to beast form during daylight hours, slowly weakening my human side until eventually, the wolf would be all that remained. Mad. Feral. A cautionary tale about rejecting the wrong woman. His jaw tightened with old anger. She expected me to come crawling back within a decade, begging her to break the spell in exchange for marriage. But you didn't. No. I'd rather be a beast than bound to someone who would use magic to force my compliance. His golden eyes met mine, burning with intensity that stole my breath. Love should be freely given, Elena. Chosen. Not compelled by spells or curses or supernatural bonds. The irony wasn't lost on me. He was saying these words while sitting across from a woman who was connected to him by exactly the kind of supernatural bond he claimed to despise. But I could see the sincerity in his face, hear the conviction in his voice. Whatever the connection between us was, he genuinely wanted me to choose it rather than simply accept it as inevitable. How long do you have? I asked. Before the curse takes your humanity completely? Kieran was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was carefully controlled. Months. Maybe less. The bond with you has stabilized things temporarily, but without complete acceptance, without the mating ceremony, the deterioration will continue. Mating ceremony. Of course, there was a ceremony. Because supernatural bonds couldn't just be simple psychological connections. They had to involve ancient rituals and formal declarations, and probably a dozen other complications I hadn't thought of yet. What does the ceremony involve? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. A formal claiming, Kieran said, his voice dropping to a rough whisper that made heat pool low in my belly. Physical and emotional bonding that completes the connection between us. After that, we would be true mates in every sense, linked permanently, sharing power and life force. And if I refuse? Then I die as I lived. Alone. The simple words hit me like a physical blow, carrying weight that made my chest tight with sudden pain. The thought of this proud, powerful man dying in isolation, consumed by a curse cast in jealous rage, was unbearable. But the thought of binding myself permanently to someone I barely knew, of surrendering the independence I'd fought so hard to build, was equally terrifying. I need time, I said, the words scraping my throat raw. To think. To process all of this. Time is something we may not have, Kieran replied gently. Lydia knows you've awakened. She'll come for you again, and next time she won't send mere shadow wolves. What will she send? Herself. The word carried such dark promise that my blood turned to ice. She's had 3 centuries to perfect her magic, to gather allies and resources. When she comes, it will be with everything she has. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly cold despite the fire's warmth. So my choices are to accept a permanent supernatural bond with a man I just met, or face down an immortal sorceress who wants me dead. Fantastic. Elena. Kieran's voice was soft, understanding. I know this is overwhelming. I know it's not the life you planned. But whatever you decide, I'll stand with you. Protect you. Even if you choose to reject the bond, I won't let Lydia hurt you. The promise in his voice undid something in my chest, warming me from the inside out. Here was a man offering to protect me, even if I destroyed his only chance at breaking the curse that was slowly killing him. Either he was the most selfless person I'd ever met, or the most skilled manipulator. Looking into his golden eyes, seeing the sincerity and pain and desperate hope he couldn't quite hide, I was betting on selfless. Can I see the rest of the castle? I asked, needing to move, to think, to do something other than sit here drowning in the intensity of his regard. Of course. Kieran rose smoothly, extending his hand to help me up. Though I should warn you, my home isn't exactly designed for comfort. It was built for war. I took his offered hand, immediately regretting the decision when electricity shot up my arm at the contact. His skin was warm, slightly rough with calluses that spoke of weapon use and physical labor. Strong. Safe. Exactly the kind of touch I'd always secretly craved and never allowed myself to want. "Everything about you is designed for war," I said, letting him pull me to my feet but stepping back as soon as I was standing. The loss of contact made me ache, but staying close was too dangerous for my peace of mind. "Not everything," Kieran said softly, his golden eyes holding mine with heat that made my knees weak. "Some parts of me remember how to be gentle." The words hung between us, loaded with promise and possibility that made my heart race. I could imagine those strong hands being gentle. Could picture him touching me with reverence instead of conquest, worship instead of possession. Dangerous thoughts. Thoughts that led down a path I wasn't ready to walk. "Show me the castle," I said, my voice breathier than I would have liked. "All of it." Kieran's smile was pure sin, all white teeth, and masculine satisfaction that suggested he knew exactly what kind of effect he was having on me. "As you wish, Elena. But remember, some doors, once opened, can never be closed again." The warning should have made me reconsider. Should have sent me running back to the safety of academic life and rational explanations. Instead, it made me follow him deeper into his domain, toward whatever revelations waited in the shadows of his ancient home. Because deep down, in a place I didn't want to examine too closely, I was beginning to suspect that some doors were meant to be opened, even if walking through them changed everything. Chapter 4. Bound by Magic. Sleep was impossible. I lay in the guest room Kieran had given me, staring at a ceiling painted with stars that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. Everything about this place defied logic. Ancient tapestries that whispered secrets in languages I didn't recognize. Windows that showed views of landscapes that couldn't possibly exist beyond their glass. A bed that molded itself to my body like it was alive. Magic. Real, undeniable magic that made my skin crawl and my pulse race in equal measure. But it wasn't the supernatural elements of the castle keeping me awake. It was the man sleeping somewhere in this impossible fortress. The man whose presence I could feel, even through walls of stone that had stood for centuries. The bond between us hummed like a live wire, sending little pulses of awareness through my nervous system. I knew exactly where he was, 3 floors up in what had to be the master suite. I could sense his restlessness, could feel the way he moved through his room like a caged predator. He wasn't sleeping either. The knowledge shouldn't have mattered. Shouldn't have made me want to leave this bed and go to him, to offer whatever comfort I could provide. But the connection between us didn't care about logic or self-preservation or the fact that we'd known each other for less than 12 hours. It only cared that he was suffering, and I was the only one who could ease his pain. Dangerous thinking. I rolled over, burying my face in pillows that smelled like winter forests and masculine heat. Like him. Of course, the entire castle would carry his scent, would be marked by centuries of his presence. But knowing that didn't make breathing easier, didn't stop my body from responding to even the faintest trace of his essence. This was insane. I was a rational person. A scientist. I believed in evidence and proof, and logical explanations for natural phenomena. I didn't believe in destined mates, and supernatural bonds and men who could turn into wolves. Except that I'd seen him transform with my own eyes. Felt the magic crackling through that ancient chamber. Experienced the way my soul recognized his, the moment our connection snapped into place. Reality, it seemed, was far stranger than anything I'd studied in textbooks. A sound from somewhere deep in the castle made me freeze. Footsteps. Heavy. Moving with purpose through corridors that knew their weight well. Coming closer. Kieran. I knew it was him before his scent reached me, before his presence registered on the bond that connected us. My body recognized its mate, approaching with an awareness that went deeper than conscious thought. Heat pooled low in my belly, and I had to bite back a sound that was part anticipation, part terror. The footsteps stopped outside my door. For a long moment, neither of us moved. I could feel him on the other side of the thick wood, could sense his internal struggle between want and restraint. The bond pulled at both of us, urging closer contact, demanding we ease the ache of separation. But he didn't knock, didn't try the handle. Just stood there, wrestling with the same desperate need that was tearing me apart from the inside. Then so quietly I almost missed it, Elena. My name, spoken like a prayer, like a plea, like something precious he didn't dare touch but couldn't stop wanting. "I know you're awake," he said, his voice carrying through the door despite its whispered volume. "I can feel it. Feel you." I sat up in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Kieran, may I come in? There's something you need to see." The request was formal, careful, giving me every opportunity to refuse. But the strain in his voice betrayed him, revealed the cost of holding himself back when every instinct demanded he claim what belonged to him. "Yes," I said, before I could think better of it. The door opened silently, and he stepped into the room like liquid shadow given form. He'd changed since I'd last seen him, trading the modern clothes for something that belonged to an earlier century. Black leather pants that clung to his powerful thighs. A white shirt left partially unlaced at the throat, revealing the strong column of his neck and a hint of the scars that marked his chest. He looked like a king from the age of legends. Dangerous. Beautiful. Completely out of reach. "What did you want to show me?" I asked, though my voice came out breathier than I'd intended. "This." He held up an ancient book, its leather binding cracked with age and power. "Your bloodline's history. The truth about what you are." I wrapped the castle's silk robe more tightly around myself, acutely aware that I was wearing nothing but a thin nightgown beneath it. Not that it mattered. The way Kieran looked at me, like he could see straight through fabric and flesh to the soul beneath, made clothing feel irrelevant. "What am I?" I asked, settling cross-legged on the bed, and trying to ignore the way his golden eyes tracked every movement. "Something miraculous." He moved to the chair by the window, close enough for conversation, but far enough away to maintain what little sanity we both had left. "Maya." I nodded, and he opened the book with reverent care. The pages within glowed with soft light, covered in symbols that seemed to shift and dance when I looked at them directly. "This is written in the old tongue," Kieran explained, his voice taking on the cadence of someone translating ancient text. "The language of power that predates human civilization. It tells the story of the Silver Moon line and their sacred purpose." He began to read, and even filtered through translation, the words carried weight that made my skin prickle with recognition. In the time before memory, when the barriers between worlds were thin, the goddess Luna chose certain bloodlines to serve as bridges. These women would bond with the supernatural royalty, anchoring their power and channeling it for the protection of both human and otherworld realms. A bridge. The metaphor resonated in my bones, awakening memories that weren't quite memories. Images of women who shared my features, standing beside powerful supernatural beings, their combined strength holding back darkness that would have consumed everything. "They were called lunar anchors," Kieran continued. "Born with the ability to ground and amplify supernatural power through sacred bonding. The connection made both partners stronger, more stable, better able to protect their people." "Sacred bonding," I repeated. "You mean mating?" "I mean partnership in its truest form." His golden eyes met mine, burning with intensity that stole my breath. "The bond isn't about possession, Elena. It's about becoming something greater than either partner could be alone." The words awakened something deep in my chest, a longing I'd carried my entire life without understanding its source. I'd always felt like I was missing something, like I was incomplete in ways I couldn't define. Every relationship I'd ever attempted had felt hollow, lacking some essential element that would make me whole. Now I knew why. "The last lunar anchor died over a century ago," Kieran said softly. We thought the bloodline was extinct, that the age of true supernatural partnerships was over. But it's not. No. The word carried such profound relief that my chest tightened in sympathy. You're the first in 5 generations, Elena. The first woman, born with the ability to form a complete bond with supernatural royalty. I stared at the glowing pages, trying to process the magnitude of what he was telling me. So my entire life, everything I've done, every choice I've made, has been leading you to this moment. Kieran's voice was gentle, understanding. I know how that sounds. I know it feels like your free will has been stolen. But the book also says something else. He turned several pages, finding a passage that made the symbols pulse with brighter light. The goddess respects free will above all else. No lunar anchor can be compelled to bond. The choice must be made freely, with full knowledge of its consequences. And once made, it cannot be undone. What are the consequences? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Complete integration of life forces. Shared power, shared emotions, shared lifespan. Kieran's eyes never left mine as he spoke. You would become immortal, Elena. Tied to my existence for as long as either of us chooses to live. Immortal. The word hit me like a physical blow, rewriting everything I thought I knew about my future. No more aging. No more death. Centuries of existence stretching out before me, filled with power and purpose I couldn't imagine. And tied to a man I barely knew. What if I choose not to complete the bond? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Pain flickered across Kieran's features, quickly suppressed, but not before I caught it through our connection. Then you remain mortal, and I die when the curse consumes me. But you would carry the incomplete bond for the rest of your natural life, always feeling like something was missing. And if I do complete it, then you become my mate in truth. My partner in ruling the Northern Territories. My equal in power and authority. His voice dropped to a rough whisper that made heat race through my veins. My other half in every way that matters. The offer hung between us, loaded with possibility and terror in equal measure. Everything I'd built my life around, independence, rational thought, careful planning, would disappear. But in its place would be power beyond imagination, purpose that went deeper than academic pursuits, and a connection to another soul that promised to be more fulfilling than anything I'd ever dreamed. If I was brave enough to take it, how long do I have to decide? I asked. The new moon is in 3 days. Kieran closed the book with careful precision, as if handling something infinitely precious. According to tradition, that's when the bonding ceremony must take place, or the window closes for another lunar cycle. 3 days. 72 hours to decide whether to fundamentally alter the course of my existence. Kieran, I said, my voice barely steady. What do you want? Not what duty demands or what the curse requires. What do you personally want from me? He went very still, and I could feel his internal struggle through the bond that connected us. When he finally spoke, his words came out raw, honest, edged with the kind of vulnerability that must have cost him everything. I want you to choose me, he said. Not because magic compels you, not because my life depends on it, not because ancient prophecies say we're destined. I want you to look at me, really look at me, see all my flaws and failures and the monster I've become, and choose me anyway. The admission broke something open in my chest, flooding me with warmth that had nothing to do with supernatural bonds and everything to do with recognition. Here was a man offering me his heart, alongside the supernatural destiny, asking for love rather than duty. I'm scared, I whispered, the confession slipping out before I could stop it. Of me? Of losing myself. I wrapped my arms around my knees, suddenly feeling very young and very lost. My whole life, I've prided myself on being independent. On not needing anyone the way my mother needed my father. And now you're asking me to bind my soul to yours permanently. I'm not asking you to lose yourself, Elena. Kieran leaned forward, his golden eyes burning with sincerity. I'm asking you to become more than you ever imagined possible. The bond doesn't diminish either partner. It amplifies everything good about both. How can you be sure? Because I've seen what we could be together. His voice dropped to a whisper that made my pulse stutter. In the moments when you've touched me, when the bond has flared between us, I've felt more human than I have in 3 centuries. You don't complete me, Elena. You make me better than I am alone. The words hit me like lightning, illuminating truths I'd been too afraid to acknowledge. In the brief moments when we'd been in physical contact, I'd felt the same thing, not completion but elevation. Like I was becoming the best possible version of myself. But was that enough to justify binding my life to his forever? I need time to think, I said finally. Of course. Kieran rose smoothly, moving toward the door with the fluid grace that marked all his movements. But Elena, there's something else you should know. What? Lydia isn't just coming for you to prevent the bond. She wants your power for herself. His golden eyes grew dark with old fury. If she can corrupt a lunar anchor's abilities, she could use them to control every supernatural being in existence. The threat isn't just to us. It's to the balance between all worlds. The weight of responsibility settled on my shoulders like lead. Not just my happiness at stake then. Not just Kieran's life. But the safety of countless others who didn't even know I existed. No pressure, I said with bitter humor. I'm sorry. Kieran's voice carried genuine regret. I wish I could give you a simple choice. Wish this was just about 2 people finding love, instead of ancient prophecies and cosmic responsibility. But it's not. No. It's not. We stared at each other across the space of the room, the bond humming between us with increasing intensity. I could feel his need, his longing, his desperate hope that I would choose him despite everything. And underneath it all, the bone-deep certainty that whatever I decided would change the course of history itself. 3 days, I said finally. 3 days, he agreed, and moved toward the door. Kieran. He paused at the threshold, looking back with an expression that was part hope, part resignation. Thank you. For giving me the choice. Thank you, he said softly, for not running the moment you learned what I was. After he left, I lay back down in the impossible bed and stared at the moving stars on the ceiling. 3 days to decide whether to become something more than human. 3 days to choose between the life I'd planned and a destiny I'd never imagined. 3 days to decide if love was worth the risk of losing everything I thought I was. Outside, thunder rumbled across the mountains, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the storm approaching had nothing to do with weather. And everything to do with the choice I was about to make. Chapter 5. Enemies in the Night. The attack came at the darkest hour before dawn, when even the mountains held their breath. I woke to the sound of glass shattering somewhere deep in the castle, the noise cutting through my restless dreams like a blade. For a moment I lay frozen in the enormous bed, my heart hammering against my ribs as my sleep-fogged mind struggled to process what I'd heard. Then the bond between Kieran and me exploded with alarm. Danger. Threat. Enemies at the gates. The emotions slammed into me through our connection, raw and primitive and utterly terrifying. I could feel his fury building like a storm, could sense him moving through the castle with predatory grace as he responded to whatever had breached his domain. I threw off the covers and stumbled toward the window, pressing my face against the cold glass to peer out at the courtyard below. What I saw made my blood turn to ice. They moved like living shadows across the ancient stones, creatures that barely held humanoid form, their bodies shifting between wolf and something far worse. Red eyes gleamed in the darkness, and when they opened their mouths, I caught glimpses of fangs that were too long, too sharp, too hungry. Shadow wolves. Kieran's words from earlier echoed in my mind. Soulless things that served Lydia with the loyalty of the damned. And there were dozens of them. They flowed over the castle walls like a dark tide, their movements eerily silent despite their size. No howls of challenge. No sounds of battle. Just the methodical advance of creatures bred for one purpose: destruction. A scream tore from my throat as one of them looked up and met my gaze through the window. Its red eyes burned with malevolent intelligence, and its mouth curved in what might have been a smile if it had been remotely human. Then it began climbing the wall toward me. I stumbled backward from the window, my hands shaking as I searched for anything that might serve as a weapon. The ornate furniture that had seemed so beautiful hours ago now looked useless against supernatural predators. What was I supposed to do? Throw a Persian rug at creatures that could tear through steel with their claws? The sound of claws against stone grew louder, closer. The thing was almost at my window. Elena. Kieran's voice blazed through our bond, rough with fury and desperation. Where are you? My room, I managed to think back, praying the connection worked both ways. One of them is coming for me. Get to the corridor. Now. Don't let it trap you in there. I didn't need to be told twice. I grabbed the poker from the fireplace, inadequate but better than nothing, and ran for the door. Behind me, glass exploded inward as the shadow wolf finally reached my window. The creature that poured through the opening barely resembled the wolves I'd seen in nature documentaries. This thing was twisted, corrupted, wrong in ways that made my eyes water to look at directly. Its form kept shifting, as if it couldn't decide whether to be human or beast, settling instead for a nightmare hybrid of both. Little anchor, it hissed, its voice like grinding bone. So pretty. So pure. Our mistress will enjoy breaking you. I swung the poker with everything I had, catching it across what passed for its face. The metal passed through its form like it was made of smoke, doing no damage but buying me precious seconds to reach the door. The corridor beyond was chaos. More shadow wolves had infiltrated the castle, and I could hear the sounds of battle echoing from every direction. Roars of fury that could only belong to Kieran. The crash of furniture being destroyed. The wet sounds of claws meeting flesh. But I could also hear something else. Human voices, shouting orders in a language I didn't recognize. This wasn't just a random attack by mindless creatures. This was coordinated. Planned. The main hall, Kieran's mental voice was strained, distant. Can you reach the main hall? I looked down the corridor, weighing my options. To the left, led toward where I thought the main hall might be. To the right, led deeper into the castle's residential wing. Behind me, the shadow wolf from my room was beginning to give chase, its red eyes fixed on me with hungry intensity. Left it was. I ran. The castle's corridors had seemed elegant and welcoming when Kieran had shown me around earlier. Now they felt like a maze designed by someone with a cruel sense of humor. Every shadow could hide an enemy. Every turn could lead to a dead end. And behind me, the sound of pursuit grew steadily closer. I skidded around a corner and nearly collided with another shadow wolf. This one was larger than the first, its form more stable, more solidly real. When it smiled, revealing rows of serrated teeth, I knew I was looking at something far more dangerous than a mere scout. Nowhere to run, little anchor, it purred, stalking toward me with liquid grace. Nowhere to hide. You smell of fear. It's delicious. I smell of determination, I shot back, raising the poker even though we both knew it was useless. And if you think I'm going down without a fight, you're about to be very disappointed. The creature laughed, a sound like breaking glass that made me flinch. Fight by all means. It makes the hunt more interesting. It lunged. I dove to the side, hitting the stone floor hard enough to knock the breath from my lungs. The shadow wolf's claws raked the air where I'd been standing, close enough that I felt the wind of their passage. I rolled, trying to put distance between us, but the corridor was too narrow for any real maneuvering. The second swipe caught me across the shoulder, tearing through the silk nightgown like it was paper. Pain blazed along my skin, but somehow the injury felt distant, unimportant. Adrenaline, maybe. Or shock. Or the bond with Kieran, lending me strength I didn't know I possessed. Hold on, his voice whispered through my mind, strained with effort. I'm coming. The shadow wolf raised its claws for a killing blow. And then, Kieran was there. He moved like liquid death, flowing down the corridor with speed that blurred the edges of reality. His wolf form was magnificent and terrible, all golden eyes and midnight fur, and barely contained violence. When he hit the shadow wolf, the impact sent both creatures crashing into the stone wall, hard enough to crack the ancient stones. What followed wasn't really a fight. It was an execution. Kieran tore through the shadow wolf with a savagery that should have terrified me. Should have sent me running in the opposite direction, screaming about monsters and madmen and things that went bump in the night. Instead, I found myself mesmerized by the fluid grace of his movements, the precise brutality with which he defended what was his. Me. I was his. At least, according to the bond that sang between us. The shadow wolf dissolved into wisps of dark smoke, its red eyes flickering out like dying embers. Kieran shifted back to human form in a rush of heat and power, his naked body magnificent despite the blood that streaked his skin. "You're hurt," he said, moving toward me with hands that shook slightly. "It's nothing," I lied, though the scratches on my shoulder burned like acid. Kieran's golden eyes darkened as he saw the damage, his jaw clenching with barely contained fury. "They touched you." The words came out flat, emotionless, which somehow made them infinitely more threatening than any roar of rage would have been. "Kieran." I reached for him, needing the contact, needing to ground us both before his protective instincts drove him to do something reckless. "I'm okay. We're okay." His hands found my face, fingers trembling, as they traced my features like he was memorizing them. "I thought I'd lost you. When I felt them in the castle, smelled your fear. I thought I was too late." "You weren't," I said, leaning into his touch despite the chaos still raging around us. "You saved me." "I shouldn't have had to." His voice was rough with self-recrimination. "You shouldn't be in danger because of what I am, because of my past mistakes." Before I could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps made us both freeze. Multiple sets, moving with military precision through the corridors. Coming our way. "We need to move," Kieran said, his protective instincts overriding everything else. The shadow wolves were just the first wave. First wave of what? Lydia's real forces. He helped me to my feet, his touch careful despite the urgency of our situation. Human mercenaries. Supernatural bounty hunters. Everyone she's gathered over the past 3 centuries who has a grudge against my bloodline. The footsteps were getting closer. Along with them came voices, sharp commands in multiple languages. And underneath it all, a scent that made my nose wrinkle with instinctive disgust. Magic. Dark magic that felt oily and wrong, like it had been twisted into shapes it was never meant to hold. "How many?" I asked. "Too many." Kieran's expression was grim, as he pulled a tapestry aside to reveal a hidden passage. "But they made one mistake." "What's that?" His smile was all teeth and predatory satisfaction. "They attacked my home. My territory. Where I'm strongest." We slipped into the hidden passage, just as the first mercenaries rounded the corner. I caught a glimpse of military gear and weapons that definitely weren't standard issue before Kieran pulled me deeper into the darkness. The passage was narrow, clearly designed for emergencies like this one. It wound through the castle's interior walls, lit by crystals that glowed with the same soft light I'd seen in the ancient book. Magic, then. Everything in this place was touched by power that had been building for centuries. "Where does this lead?" I whispered. "The heart of the castle," Kieran replied, his voice barely audible. "Where I can access the defensive systems my ancestors built into the very stones." "Defensive systems?" "You'll see." We moved through the passage in tense silence, the sounds of battle growing more distant behind us. But I could still feel the presence of enemies through the bond, could sense their malevolent intent pressing against the edges of my consciousness like a physical weight. How many had Lydia sent? And more importantly, how long could Kieran hold them off? The passage opened into a circular chamber that took my breath away. The walls were covered in the same symbols I'd seen in the ritual chamber beneath the Romanian castle, but these pulsed with active power. Stronger, more focused. At the center of the room stood a pedestal holding what looked like a sphere of crystallized starlight. "The Heartstone," Kieran explained, moving toward the pedestal with reverent care. connected to every defensive ward in the castle. But it requires royal blood to activate. Royal blood. Of course. I watched as he pricked his finger with a claw, letting drops of crimson fall onto the crystal sphere. Is there anything in your world that doesn't require blood sacrifice? Very little, he admitted with dark humor. We're a dramatically inclined people. The moment his blood touched the crystal, the entire chamber erupted with light. Power flowed outward like ripples in a pond, racing through the walls, the floors, the very air itself. I could feel it washing over the castle, strengthening barriers that had stood for centuries, awakening defenses that most of the attackers probably didn't even know existed. But I could also feel something else. Resistance. Dark magic pushing back against Kieran's power, trying to corrupt the ancient protections. Lydia. She was here. Not just her forces, but the sorceress herself. Kieran, I said, my voice tight with sudden fear. She's coming. He nodded, his golden eyes grim with knowledge. I know. I can feel her. The question is whether the defenses will hold long enough. Long enough for what? For you to decide whether you trust me enough to complete the bond. I stared at him, my heart hammering as the implications hit me. You mean the mating ceremony? Now. The castle's defenses are powered by the strength of its ruler, Kieran explained, his voice urgent. Right now, I'm fighting with half my power because the bond between us is incomplete. If we finish what we started, we'd be strong enough to defeat her. We'd be strong enough to protect everyone who matters to us. The sounds of battle were getting closer again. Whatever defenses the Heartstone had activated, they weren't enough to stop Lydia's forces entirely. Just slow them down. Buy us time for a choice that would change everything. I looked at Kieran, magnificent, powerful, desperate Kieran, who was offering me a chance to save not just ourselves, but everyone caught in the crossfire of a war that had been building for centuries. A man who had respected my need for time and choice, even when it might cost him everything. A man I was already falling in love with, whether I wanted to admit it or not. What does the ceremony involve? I asked. Blood bond. Exchange of vows. Physical claiming. His eyes never left mine, burning with intensity that stole my breath. Once it's done, there's no going back. You'll be bound to me for as long as either of us lives. Eternity. He was asking me to choose eternity with a man I'd known for less than 2 days. But as the sounds of approaching enemies grew louder, as I felt the dark magic pressing against the castle's defenses like acid eating through steel, I realized that time was a luxury we didn't have. Elena. My name was a prayer on his lips. Whatever you decide, know that you are the most magnificent thing that has ever happened to me. In 3 centuries of existence, you are the only miracle I've witnessed. The words broke something open in my chest, flooding me with warmth that had nothing to do with supernatural bonds, and everything to do with the man standing before me. Flawed. Desperate. Honorable, despite the beast that lived beneath his skin. Perfect, in all the ways that mattered. The chamber door exploded inward, and dark figures poured through the opening. Mercenaries in tactical gear. Supernatural creatures with too many teeth and not enough humanity. And at their head, a woman who could only be Lydia Nightshade. She was beautiful in the way that poisonous flowers were beautiful. Lovely enough to draw you in, deadly enough to destroy you. Auburn hair flowed around a face that belonged on Renaissance paintings, and her green eyes held power that made the air itself shimmer with heat. When she smiled, I felt ice form in my veins. "Hello, darling," she purred, her voice carrying just enough accent to make it exotic. "Miss me?" Kieran shifted in front of me, every line of his body radiating protective fury. "Lydia." "Kieran, you look well for someone who should have died centuries ago." Her gaze moved to me, cataloging my disheveled appearance with predatory interest. "And you must be the little anchor. How quaint." "Let her go," Kieran said, power gathering around him like a visible aura. "Your quarrel is with me." "Oh, but that's where you're wrong," Lydia replied, stepping deeper into the chamber with liquid grace. My quarrel stopped being with you the moment she activated the bloodline. Now it's about so much more. She raised her hand, and dark magic coiled around her fingers like living smoke. You see, I've spent 3 centuries perfecting my understanding of power. And what I've learned is that a corrupted lunar anchor could give me dominion over every supernatural being in existence. The implications hit me like a physical blow. She didn't just want to stop the bonding ceremony. She wanted to turn me into a weapon against my own kind. Over my dead body, Kieran snarled. If necessary, Lydia agreed with cheerful malice. Though I do prefer my anchors alive. They're so much more useful that way. Magic erupted from her hands like black lightning, racing toward us with killing intent. Kieran threw up his own defenses, golden light meeting darkness in a clash that shook the ancient stones. But I could feel him weakening. Could sense the strain of fighting with an incomplete bond, with half his potential locked away by my indecision. Time was up. I stepped forward, placing my hand on Kieran's shoulder, and felt power flow between us like recognition. Like coming home. I choose you, I said, my voice carrying clearly over the sounds of magical battle. I choose us. The words hit Kieran like a physical blow. His golden eyes blazed with hope and disbelief in equal measure. Are you certain? He asked, even as Lydia's magic pressed closer, even as the defenses began to fail. Once we begin. I'm certain, I said, and meant it. Now stop asking questions and marry me before we all die. Kieran's smile was pure joy, bright enough to banish the darkness gathering around us. As my lady commands, he said, and began the ancient words that would bind us together forever. Chapter 6. Safe House Tensions. The ritual never finished. Kieran's ancient words had barely begun to weave their magic between us when Lydia's final assault shattered the heart chamber's defenses. Dark magic poured through the cracks like acid, and we'd been forced to run, half bonded, half wild, and completely vulnerable. Now I sat in what Kieran called a safe house, though nothing about this place felt safe. The abandoned monastery clung to the mountainside like a wounded bird, its ancient stones black with age and secrets. Centuries of prayers had soaked into the walls, creating a sanctuary that even Lydia's corrupted power couldn't easily breach. But the protection came with a price. The incomplete bond between us was tearing me apart from the inside. You need to eat, Kieran said, setting a bowl of soup in front of me with hands that shook slightly. Even he wasn't immune to what we'd started and couldn't finish. I stared at the steam rising from the bowl, my stomach clenching with hunger I couldn't feel past the ache in my chest. I can't. Elena. My name came out rough, edged with the same desperate need that was eating at both of us. It's been 12 hours since we fled the castle. You have to maintain your strength. 12 hours. It felt like 12 years. The partial bonding had awakened something primal in both of us, a connection that demanded completion, that pulled at every nerve ending until even breathing hurt. We were like two magnets forced apart, the space between us a constant source of agony. How long can we survive like this? I asked, finally meeting his golden eyes. Mistake. The moment our gazes locked, the bond flared with desperate hunger that left me gasping. I don't know. His honesty was brutal. There are no records of an interrupted royal bonding. We're in uncharted territory. Uncharted territory. The story of my life since walking into that ritual chamber in Romania. Every step forward led me deeper into a world I didn't understand, bound to a man I was falling for despite every rational reason to resist. Kieran moved to the window, putting distance between us that did nothing to ease the pull of the incomplete bond. His shoulders were rigid with tension, every line of his body screaming frustrated desire. The good news is that Lydia's forces pulled back when we escaped. She's regrouping, planning her next move. And the bad news? The bad news is that we're trapped here until the new moon passes. He turned back to me, and the raw need in his expression made my breath catch. The bonding ritual can only be completed during specific lunar phases. We missed our window. How long until the next one? 3 weeks. The words fell between us like stones. 3 weeks of this. Of fighting a connection that wants to consume us both. 3 weeks. I closed my eyes, trying to imagine surviving that long with the constant ache of separation, the desperate need that grew stronger every hour. Already, the urge to go to him, to press myself against his body and ease the terrible emptiness inside my chest was almost overwhelming. There's something else, Kieran said carefully. Something you need to understand about partial bonding. The tone of his voice made me look up sharply. What? The connection we've forged, it's not just emotional. It's affecting your biology. Changing you. His golden eyes held mine with gentle intensity. You're beginning the transformation from human to something more. My hands flew to my throat, feeling for changes I couldn't identify. What kind of transformation? Enhanced senses. Increased healing ability. Extended lifespan. He moved closer, drawn by the same magnetic pull that was driving me insane. The process usually happens all at once during the full bonding. But with the ritual interrupted, it's happening slowly. I could feel it now that he'd named it, a buzzing in my blood, a sharpening of perception that made every color more vivid, every sound more distinct. How slowly? Over the course of the next 3 weeks. And Elena. He stopped just out of arm's reach, close enough that I could smell his scent, feel the heat radiating from his skin. The process will make the bond hunger worse. Much worse. Worse. As if the current agony wasn't enough. As if the desperate need clawing at my insides could somehow intensify beyond what I was already struggling to survive. Is there any way to stop it? Pain flashed across his features. Rejection. Complete severing of the bond. But that would. He swallowed hard. That would likely kill us both at this stage. So my choices were, complete the bonding and lose my humanity or reject it and die. Fantastic. I should have let you finish the ritual, I said, staring down at my hands. In the heart chamber, when Lydia attacked, I should have told you to keep going. And let her corrupt the ceremony. Kieran's voice carried absolute conviction. Never. A bonding tainted by dark magic would have been worse than death for both of us. Would it? The question slipped out before I could stop it, carrying more desperation than I'd intended. Because this feels pretty close to torture. Kieran was beside me in an instant, dropping to his knees next to my chair with liquid grace. The sudden proximity sent shockwaves through the bond, and I had to bite back a moan at the relief of having him close. Look at me, he commanded softly. I met his eyes, and the intensity I found there stole my breath. Gold fire burning with need and tenderness and fierce protectiveness. This isn't forever, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. 3 weeks, and then I'll complete the bonding properly. With ceremony and celebration, and all the reverence you deserve. What if I can't wait 3 weeks? The admission came out broken, vulnerable. What if this need drives me insane before then? His hands found my face, framing it with fingers that trembled with restraint. Then we'll find ways to ease it. Temporary measures that won't interfere with the full bonding. What kind of temporary measures? Instead of answering, he leaned forward and pressed his forehead against mine. The contact sent pure relief flooding through my system, the ache in my chest receding for the first time in hours. I sighed and melted into the touch, craving more but knowing it was dangerous. Physical contact helps, he murmured, his breath warm against my skin. Not sexual contact, that would only make the hunger worse. But simple touching. Holding. Being close. Being close. It sounded like heaven and hell rolled into one irresistible package. That's going to be torture of a different kind, I pointed out. I know. His thumbs traced my cheekbones with reverent care. But it's better than the alternative. We sat like that for several minutes, forehead to forehead, breathing the same air, letting the bond settle into something manageable. I could feel his pulse through the connection, could sense his emotions layering beneath the desperate need. Protectiveness. Tenderness. Love so profound it took my breath away. He loved me. Really, truly loved me, not just wanted me because of supernatural destiny. The knowledge settled into my bones like warmth, easing fears I hadn't realized I was carrying. "Better?" he asked eventually. "Better," I agreed, though separating even those few inches made the ache return with vengeance. A sound from outside made us both freeze. Footsteps. Heavy boots on ancient stone, moving with military precision. Too deliberate to be random hikers. Too coordinated to be anything innocent. Kieran rose in one fluid motion, his body shifting into predator mode with terrifying ease. "Stay here," he commanded, moving toward the window. Like hell. I stood too, ignoring the way the movement made my head spin. The partial transformation was playing havoc with my balance, but I'd be damned if I cowered in a corner while he faced whatever was coming alone. "Elena. We're in this together," I said firmly. "Partners, remember? I'm not hiding while you fight my battles." Something flickered in his golden eyes, pride maybe, or admiration. "Partners," he agreed. "But if I tell you to run, you run. No arguments." I nodded, though we both knew I was lying. I wasn't leaving him again. Not when the bond between us made separation a special kind of agony. Kieran moved to the window with predatory grace, peering out at the mountain path that led to our temporary sanctuary. What he saw made his entire body go rigid with tension. "Mercenaries," he said grimly. "Human but well armed. They found us." "How?" "Blood magic, probably. Lydia's getting creative." He turned back to me, and his expression was grim. "There's a passage in the basement that leads to a cave system. If we move now, we can." The front door exploded inward. Armed figures poured through the opening like water through a broken dam, military gear gleaming in the afternoon light. I counted at least 6, all carrying weapons that definitely weren't standard issue. Silver bullets, probably. Maybe worse. "Well, well," said the leader, a woman with cold eyes and a smile like a blade. "The runaway king and his little pet. Lydia sends her regards." Kieran stepped in front of me, power gathering around him like a visible aura. "If you leave now, I might let you live." The woman laughed. "Tough talk for someone who's only half bonded to his anchor. We know what interrupted bonding does to your kind. Makes you weak. Vulnerable." She wasn't wrong. I could feel Kieran's power fluctuating, destabilized by our incomplete connection. The bond that should have made him stronger was instead making him more fragile. "Surrender the girl," the mercenary continued, "and we'll make your death quick." "Counteroffer," Kieran said, his voice dropping to the rough growl that meant his wolf was close to the surface. "I tear your throat out and use your corpse as a warning to the next group Lydia sends." The woman's smile widened. "I was hoping you'd say that." She raised her weapon, some kind of modified crossbow that hummed with electric energy, and fired. Kieran moved faster than human reflexes should have allowed, but the bolt still caught him in the shoulder, spinning him around with the impact. He hit the wall hard enough to crack the ancient stone, and I smelled the acrid scent of burning flesh. Silver. The bolt was silver, and it was poisoning him from the inside. Rage exploded through me like wildfire. Not just anger, fury so pure and primitive that it temporarily overwhelmed the bond hunger. These people had hurt my mate. My mate. The possessive thought should have terrified me. Instead, it unleashed something I didn't know I possessed. Power erupted from my hands like golden lightning, striking the nearest mercenary and sending him flying across the room. The others spun toward me in shock, their weapons swinging to target the threat they hadn't expected. "What the hell?" the leader began. I hit her with another blast of energy, and this time I felt Kieran's power flowing through me, amplified by the partial bond between us. It wasn't supposed to work this way. I shouldn't have been able to channel his abilities. But apparently, near-death experiences made their own rules. The remaining mercenaries opened fire. Kieran, despite the silver poisoning his system, threw himself between me and the incoming barrage. Bolts and bullets meant for me struck his body instead, and he collapsed with a groan that tore at my heart. The bond between us screamed in agony, his pain becoming mine, his weakness flooding through our connection. But it also gave me access to something else, his memories of every battle he'd ever fought, every technique he'd learned in 3 centuries of warfare. I moved like he would have moved, flowing around the next volley of shots with supernatural grace. My hands found the throat of the nearest attacker, and I felt his windpipe collapse under strength I definitely hadn't possessed an hour ago. The partial transformation was accelerating, triggered by the threat to my mate. 2 more mercenaries fell to power I barely understood, golden energy that poured through me like molten sunlight. By the time the leader realized her team was being systematically destroyed by someone who should have been helpless, it was too late. "Impossible," she breathed, backing toward the ruined door. "You're human. Untrained. You can't." "I'm a lunar anchor bonded to a king," I said, advancing on her with predatory purpose that felt natural as breathing. "And you hurt what's mine." She raised her crossbow, but I was already moving, Kieran's combat knowledge flowing through our connection like muscle memory. I caught her wrist, twisted, and listened to the satisfying snap of breaking bone. The weapon clattered to the floor. "Tell Lydia," I said, my voice carrying harmonics that definitely weren't human anymore, "that if she wants me, she can come and get me herself. But she'd better bring an army." The mercenary leader fled. I let her go, more concerned with the man bleeding on the monastery floor than with pursuit. Kieran was unconscious, 3 silver bolts protruding from his chest and shoulder. His breathing was shallow, labored, and I could feel his life force ebbing through our bond. He was dying, and I had no idea how to save him. Chapter 7. Blood and Destiny. Silver was killing him. I knelt beside Kieran's unconscious form, my hands shaking as I assessed the damage the mercenaries had inflicted. 3 crossbow bolts protruded from his chest and shoulder, their silver points spreading poison through his bloodstream like liquid fire. His breathing was shallow, labored, and through our incomplete bond I could feel his life force ebbing away drop by precious drop. He was dying, and I had no fucking idea how to save him. "Think," I whispered to myself, pressing my hands against the wounds that weren't already occupied by silver shafts. Blood seeped between my fingers, warm and sticky and terrifyingly real. "Think, Elena. You're supposed to be smart. Use your brain." But my brain was screaming in panic, overwhelmed by the sight of this magnificent man bleeding out on ancient monastery stones. The partial bond between us amplified everything. His pain became mine, his weakness flooded through me like a drowning tide. I could feel him slipping away, and the knowledge that I might lose him before we ever had a real chance together was driving me toward madness. Every breath he took sounded like it might be his last. Every heartbeat that fluttered through our connection felt weaker than the one before. The silver was spreading through his system like cancer, corrupting everything it touched, turning his supernatural healing abilities against him. This couldn't be how it ended. Not when I'd finally found him. Not when I was just beginning to understand what we could be together. His golden eyes fluttered open, unfocused with pain but still devastating in their beauty. Even dying, even broken, he was the most magnificent thing I'd ever seen. "Elena." "Don't talk," I said, trying to keep my voice steady while my world crumbled around me. "Save your strength." "The bolts." His voice was barely a whisper, strained with agony that made my chest clench in sympathy. "Have to remove them. Silver won't let healing begin." "Remove them?" "Right. Of course. Except that pulling out the bolts would cause massive trauma, probably killing him faster than the silver poisoning. It was a lose-lose situation, and I was the one who had to make the choice that would either save him or destroy us both. My hands were steady now, purpose overriding panic. If he was going to die, it wouldn't be because I was too afraid to try everything possible to save him. "How?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. "Quickly." His hand found mine, cold and trembling but still strong enough to anchor me. "Before the poison reaches my heart." His heart. I could feel it through the bond, beating irregularly, working too hard to pump blood that was thick with silver contamination. If the poison reached that vital organ, he would die within minutes. The countdown had already begun. No pressure at all. "There has to be another way," I said, desperation bleeding through my voice like an open wound. "Some kind of antidote or healing magic or—" No antidote. Each word cost him tremendous effort, his breathing growing more labored with every syllable. "Only speed." And his eyes met mine, golden depths burning with something that made my breath catch and my pulse stutter. "Blood bond. Share life force. If you're willing." Blood bond. The words hit me like lightning, awakening something deep in my genetic memory that I didn't fully understand. Not the full mating ceremony we'd been denied, but something older, more primal. A temporary sharing of essence that could keep him alive long enough for his supernatural healing to overcome the silver. The catch? I had no idea what it would do to me. "What are the risks?" I asked, though I was already reaching for the first bolt. My hands steadied with purpose, the panic receding as my mind focused on the task ahead. Whatever the cost, I would pay it. "Don't know." His honesty was brutal, cutting through me like a blade. "Never bonded with anchor before. Could kill us both." "Could." He gasped as I gripped the silver shaft, the metal burning my skin even through the wooden portion. "Could change you permanently." Change me permanently. Like the partial transformation wasn't doing that already. Like I wasn't already becoming something other than human through our interrupted connection. Like I had anything left to lose that mattered more than his life. Could work though. Could work. Hope flickered in his voice, quickly suppressed by the pragmatism that had kept him alive for 3 centuries. "Elena, don't feel obligated. Your choice. Always your choice." My choice. Even dying, even desperate, even with silver poison racing toward his heart, he was still offering me a way out. Still respecting my agency when every instinct he possessed had to be screaming at him to demand my help, to use whatever power he had left to compel my compliance. God, I loved him. The realization hit me like lightning, sudden and blazing and absolutely undeniable. Not just attraction, not just supernatural connection, but real, honest-to-God love for the man bleeding in my arms. Love for his honor, his strength, his desperate tenderness even in the face of death. Love for the way he'd given me choices when he could have simply taken what he wanted. Love for a king who would rather die than force my hand. "I choose you," I said, the words carrying absolute conviction. "Now tell me what to do." Relief flooded his features, followed immediately by fear, not for himself, but for me. For what this might cost the woman he'd pulled into his world of ancient grudges and supernatural warfare. "Pull the bolts. Quickly. Then, blood-to-blood contact. Let the bond guide you." His voice was fading, growing weaker with each word. "Elena, if this kills you, I'll never forgive myself. And if you die because I was too afraid to try, I'll never forgive myself either," I shot back, gripping the first bolt with both hands. The silver burned my skin even through the shaft, but I ignored the pain. Kieran's life was worth any amount of agony I might endure. I took a deep breath and pulled. The bolt came free with a wet sound that made my stomach turn. Blood gushed from the wound, and Kieran's scream of agony echoed through the monastery ruins like a prayer to forgotten gods. But I couldn't stop, couldn't hesitate, couldn't let his pain override the necessity of what had to be done. The second bolt came out even harder, his body fighting against the trauma even as his healing tried to compensate. His back arched off the stone floor, every muscle going rigid with pain that flooded through our bond and left me gasping. The third bolt was the worst. It had lodged near his heart, and removing it sent a cascade of blood across the ancient stones. For a terrifying moment, his breathing stopped entirely. His eyes rolled back. The bond between us went silent as death. "No," I whispered, pressing my hands against the gushing wound. "No, don't you dare leave me. Not now. Not after everything." Blood-to-blood contact. Right. I used one of the silver bolts to slice across my palm, wincing at the sharp pain. My own blood welled up, bright red and very human. For now. I pressed my bleeding hand to the worst of his wounds, the one nearest his heart, and waited for something to happen. At first, nothing. Just the warmth of blood mixing with blood, the intimacy of sharing life force in its most literal sense. The monastery around us was silent, except for the wind through broken stones and my own ragged breathing. Then the bond between us caught fire. Power erupted through our connection like a dam bursting, flooding me with sensations that went beyond physical perception. I could feel everything he felt, not just pain but memories, emotions, centuries of experiences that threatened to drown my consciousness in their intensity. His first transformation, bones breaking and reforming under a full moon while his father watched with pride and terror. The weight of a crown placed on his head at 25, too young and too broken by loss to understand what it meant. The loneliness of ruling for decades without a true partner, making decisions that affected thousands while having no one to share the burden. The bitter rage when Lydia had cursed him, her magic wrapping around his soul like chains forged from his own rejection. The desperate hope when he'd felt me awaken in that Romanian ritual chamber, calling to him across impossible distances. The agony of watching me struggle with a destiny I'd never asked for. And underneath it all, love. Powerful, overwhelming, unconditional love for the woman kneeling beside him, bleeding her humanity into his wounds. Love that had been building since the moment our eyes met, growing stronger with every choice I made, every sign of courage I showed, every moment I chose to stay instead of run. Me. He loved me with a ferocity that took my breath away, with a depth that put my own feelings to shame. But the sharing went both ways. I felt him experiencing my memories too, my childhood fears of abandonment, my academic ambitions and dreams of discovery. My terror when my father left without explanation, taking my sense of security with him. My growing attraction to Kieran, despite every rational reason to resist. My wonder at the supernatural world he'd shown me. My fierce protectiveness when those mercenaries had hurt him. We were becoming each other, consciousness blending, until I couldn't tell where Elena ended and Kieran began. His strength became mine. My stubbornness became his. His centuries of experience flowed through my mind, while my modern perspective filtered through his awareness. Too much, some part of me whispered, the voice growing fainter with each passing second. This is too much. You'll lose yourself completely. But another part, the part that recognized him as my perfect match, embraced the merger with desperate hunger. This is what bonding really means. Not possession, but completion. Not losing yourself, but finding the missing pieces you never knew were gone. The blood bond stabilized, finding its rhythm, and suddenly I could sense his body's healing processes kickstarting with supernatural efficiency. The silver was being purged from his system, neutralized by the power flowing between us. His damaged tissues began knitting back together, enhanced by the life force I was pouring into him through our joined blood. He was going to live. The relief hit me like a physical blow, so intense it brought tears to my eyes and made my hands shake against his skin. But something else was happening too, something that made my skin tingle with awareness and my vision sharpen to impossible clarity. I was changing. Really changing, not just the slow transformation of partial bonding, but something more immediate and profound. The blood bond had accelerated the process, pushing me closer to whatever I was becoming, at a rate that left me dizzy with the speed of transformation. Enhanced senses flooded my consciousness like a dam breaking. I could hear heartbeats in the walls, small creatures hiding in crevices I'd never noticed. Could smell the lingering traces of everyone who'd passed through this monastery over the centuries, their emotions and intentions painted in scent patterns my human nose never would have detected. Could see patterns of energy flowing through the ancient stones like luminous rivers, power that had been built up over decades of prayer and devotion. The very air shimmered with magic I'd been blind to moments before. And through it all, Kieran's presence burned in my awareness like a second sun, warm and vital and absolutely essential to my continued existence. Our bond had deepened beyond anything I'd imagined possible, creating a connection that went beyond supernatural into something that felt sacred. His eyes opened, clear and focused for the first time since the attack. When they met mine, the connection between us blazed so bright I gasped, overwhelmed by the intensity of what we'd become together. Elena. My name was a prayer on his lips, wonder and relief and something deeper threading through his voice. You did it. You saved me. We saved each other, I corrected, helping him sit up on arms that were gaining strength with each passing moment. The blood bond had stabilized him, but he was still weak from blood loss and trauma. It would take time for him to fully recover. How do you feel? Like I've been run over by a truck, driven by a very angry supernatural being. He managed a weak smile that still made my heart flutter like a teenage girl's. But alive. Definitely alive. His expression grew serious as he studied my face, taking in changes I could feel but not see. What about you? The blood bond, the changes, how are you handling it? How was I handling it? The honest answer was that I felt like I'd been turned inside out and reassembled as something fundamentally different. Every sensation was amplified, every emotion intensified. The world looked different, smelled different, felt different against my enhanced senses. But underneath the disorientation was a sense of rightness, so profound it made me want to weep. Like I'd been living my entire life with only half my capabilities, and now I was finally whole. Different, I said honestly, flexing fingers that sparked with energy I didn't understand. Everything's different. But not wrong. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. His hand found my face, fingers tracing my cheekbone with reverent care. You're magnificent, Elena. Even more beautiful than before. Beautiful. I caught my reflection in a piece of broken glass nearby and understood what he meant. My eyes were brighter, more luminous, shot through with flecks of gold that definitely hadn't been there before. My skin had a subtle glow that spoke of inner fire, and my hair seemed to move with its own energy, catching light that wasn't quite natural. I looked like someone touched by magic. Because I was. The blood bond, I said, settling beside him on the cold stone floor. The temperature didn't bother me anymore. Another change to add to the growing list. Is it permanent? No. It will fade over the next few days as my natural healing takes over. He paused, studying my face with intensity that made me shiver for reasons that had nothing to do with cold. But the changes it's triggered in you, those are permanent. Elena, you're not human anymore. Not entirely. Not human anymore. The words should have terrified me, should have sent me running back to my ordinary life and rational explanations. Instead, they felt like coming home. Like finally becoming what I'd always been meant to be. What am I then? Something new. His voice carried wonder and a hint of fear that I didn't like. Something that's never existed before. A lunar anchor who's been awakened not through full bonding, but through emergency blood sharing. You're carrying supernatural power that should require the complete mating ceremony. Is that dangerous? I don't know. His honesty was refreshing after a lifetime of people who tried to shield me from difficult truths. But Elena, I can feel your power through the bond. It's incredible. Raw and untrained, but stronger than anything I've ever encountered. You could probably level this monastery if you lost control. As if to prove his point, energy sparked between my fingers, golden light that danced across my skin like tame lightning. I stared at it in fascination and terror, watching power I didn't understand respond to emotions I couldn't fully control. The light was beautiful. It was also clearly lethal. We need to get you trained, Kieran said, struggling to his feet with movements that were steadier than they'd been moments before. His supernatural healing was remarkable to watch, strength returning in real time. Before you accidentally level a mountain or something. Can I do that? The possibility was both thrilling and horrifying. Honestly, I'm not sure what you can't do at this point. He helped me up, his touch sending little shocks of awareness through our enhanced connection. But we'll figure it out together. I promise. Together. The words settled into my bones like warmth, easing fears I hadn't realized I was carrying. Whatever I was becoming, whatever challenges lay ahead, I wouldn't face them alone. A new sound reached my enhanced hearing. Engines in the distance, multiple vehicles moving fast up the mountain road toward our temporary sanctuary. Even from miles away, I could distinguish the mechanical rumble from natural forest sounds. "Lydia?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from the grim expression spreading across Kieran's face. "Has to be." The mercenary I let escape must have reported back. He moved toward the window, his movements gaining strength and coordination with each step as his supernatural healing kicked into high gear. "She's coming in force this time." I joined him at the window, peering out at the convoy of black SUVs winding their way up the narrow mountain road like a line of mechanical ants. Even from this distance, I could feel the wrongness radiating from the vehicles, dark magic that made my new senses recoil in disgust. The power was familiar, oily, corrupted. The same energy signature I'd felt during our escape from the castle, but magnified tenfold. "How many?" I asked, my enhanced vision picking out details that human eyes never could have resolved. "Too many." Kieran's voice was grim as he counted vehicles with predatory focus. 8 cars, probably 6 people per car. Plus whatever supernatural backup she's brought this time. 48 enemies, minimum. Against 2 people, one of whom was still recovering from near-fatal wounds, and the other of whom had no idea how to control her newly awakened powers. Great odds. The kind of odds that got people killed in very unpleasant ways. "There's a back way out," Kieran said, already moving toward the rear of the monastery with purpose that spoke of contingency planning. "Cave system that leads down the far side of the mountain. If we move now." "No." The word came out with more authority than I'd intended, backed by power that made the air itself shimmer like heat waves. The broken glass in the window cracked further, responding to energy I hadn't meant to release. Kieran turned to stare at me, surprise and concern warring in his golden eyes. "Elena, you're not ready for this kind of fight. The blood bond gave you power, but you don't know how to use it. Lydia has centuries of experience. And I have something she doesn't." I stepped closer to him, feeling the connection between us flare with renewed strength. Power flowed between our joined life forces, his experience mixing with my raw potential in ways that felt dangerous and exhilarating. "I have you. We have each other. And she's hurt us for the last time." The conviction in my voice surprised even me, but it felt right. True. Like something that had been building inside me since the moment I'd first laid eyes on him, finally finding its voice. I was done being afraid. Done running from a destiny I'd never asked for, but was beginning to embrace with whole heart. Done letting other people determine the course of my life through threats and manipulation. Done being prey. "I spent 3 years building a safe, rational life," I continued, power building around me like a visible aura. I became independent, self-sufficient, careful. And you know what? I was miserable, empty, going through the motions of existence without ever really living. Kieran's eyes blazed with understanding and fierce pride. "Elena. She wants to use my power for her own purposes. Wants to corrupt what we have, twist it into something ugly and wrong." Energy crackled between my fingers, responding to the fury building in my chest. "She's taken enough from both of us. I'm not giving her anything else." Outside, the engines grew louder, death approaching on wheels and wings and dark magic that tasted like poison on the wind. But for the first time since this all began, I wasn't afraid. I was ready. Ready to fight for the man I loved. Ready to defend the connection we'd forged in blood and desperate need. Ready to show a centuries-old sorceress exactly what happened when she threatened a newly awakened lunar anchor who'd finally found something worth protecting. Lydia wanted a war. She was about to get one. From a woman who was no longer entirely human, bonded to a king who would burn the world down before letting anyone hurt her. "You're sure?" Kieran asked, though I could see the fierce pride blazing in his eyes, the way his own power was responding to mine. I'm sure. I took his hand, feeling our combined strength flow between us like recognition. Like coming home. Like the first breath after drowning. It's time to end this. Chapter 8. The Beast Unleashed. They came like death itself. Black SUVs poured up the mountain road like mechanical vultures, their engines growling promises of violence and pain. I watched from the monastery's ancient window as Lydia's forces spread across the mountainside, their movements too coordinated, too fluid to be entirely human. But I wasn't entirely human anymore either. Power coursed through my veins like liquid fire, the blood bond having awakened abilities I was only beginning to understand. Every breath brought new sensations, the whisper of wind through stone, the heartbeats of dozens of enemies positioning themselves around our sanctuary, the oily stench of dark magic that made my enhanced senses recoil in disgust. How many? Kieran asked, moving to stand behind me. His presence was warmth and strength and deadly purpose, the predator finally freed from his cage. The man who'd been dying from silver poisoning an hour ago, now radiated power that made the air itself shimmer with heat. His body pressed against my back, solid muscle and supernatural strength that should have intimidated me. Instead, it awakened something primal in my newly enhanced nature, something that recognized him as mate, protector, partner in whatever violence was about to unfold. 43, I said without thinking, then blinked in surprise. I could actually count them through the monastery's walls, their life signatures blazing like candles in my enhanced perception. Plus something else. Something that doesn't feel human at all. Demons? Kieran said grimly, his hands settling on my shoulders. Electricity arced between us at the contact, the bond we'd forged singing with shared strength that neither of us fully comprehended. Creatures Lydia's bound to her will through centuries of corruption. Of course. Demons. Because apparently, my life wasn't complicated enough already. Can we fight them? I asked, watching as dark shapes began scaling the monastery's outer walls with spider-like agility that made my stomach clench. We can try. His voice carried grim determination, edged with something darker. Something that spoke of violence barely leashed, of a beast king who'd been pushed beyond all limits of patience. But Elena, if this goes badly, if they overwhelm us, I need you to promise me something. I turned in his arms, meeting golden eyes that burned with desperate intensity. The scars across his chest caught the dim light, reminders of battles fought and won, of a man who'd survived 3 centuries of conflict through sheer force of will. What? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Promise me you won't let them take you alive. His hands framed my face with infinite gentleness that contrasted sharply with the brutality of his words. Whatever they have planned for a corrupted lunar anchor, death would be a mercy compared to what Lydia would do to your power. The request hit me like a physical blow, stealing breath from my lungs and making my heart stutter. He was asking me to choose death over capture, to end my own life rather than risk being turned into a weapon against everything we'd both come to care about. Kieran. Promise me, he said again, and this time I heard the alpha command beneath the plea. Not the supernatural compulsion that could override my will, but the desperate request of a man who'd rather see me dead than corrupted beyond recognition. Before I could respond, the world exploded. The first blast shattered the monastery's main entrance in a cascade of stone and mortar that rained down like hail. The ancient doors, thick oak reinforced with iron bands, simply ceased to exist under the assault of whatever weapon they'd brought. Through the smoke and debris came figures that moved with inhuman grace. At first glance they looked like military contractors. Tactical gear, advanced weapons, coordinated movements that spoke of professional training. But their eyes reflected light like mirrors. Their skin had a waxy pallor that spoke of surgical modification, and their weapons crackled with energy that had nothing to do with modern technology. Enhanced humans. Supernatural soldiers, created through dark magic and scientific experimentation. Down, Kieran roared, shoving me behind an overturned altar as gunfire erupted through the ancient chamber. But these weren't normal bullets. They sizzled through the air like miniature comets, leaving trails of acidic smoke that spoke of magical enhancement designed to eat through supernatural defenses. One struck the wall beside my head, and the stone began to dissolve with a hissing sound that made my skin crawl. Silver core rounds with acid coating. Kieran snarled, his body beginning the fluid transformation from man to beast. Bones cracked and reformed with wet sounds that should have been horrifying, but somehow weren't. Designed to eat through supernatural defenses. To cause maximum agony. Designed to kill him. To kill us. To make our deaths as painful as possible. Rage exploded through me like a supernova, burning away fear and leaving only fury in its wake. These bastards had invaded our sanctuary, threatened the man I loved, come here with weapons specifically designed to cause him maximum agony. They wanted to hurt him, to make him suffer, to take away the one good thing that had happened to either of us in years. Like hell. Power erupted from my hands without conscious thought, golden energy that struck the nearest enhanced soldier and sent him flying backward through the stone wall. The impact left a crater 3 feet wide, cracks spreading outward like a spider web of destruction. Holy shit. I'd done that. Me. The graduate student who'd struggled to open pickle jars a week ago. Elena. Kieran's voice carried warning and pride in equal measure, his massive wolf form already moving toward the breach in deadly silence. Control it. Don't let the power control you. Control. Right. Easier said than done when rage was singing in my blood, and every instinct I possessed was screaming for violence. The partial transformation had awakened something primal in my nature, something that recognized these invaders as threats to be eliminated with extreme prejudice. More soldiers poured through the breach, firing those horrific weapons with mechanical precision. But they'd made one crucial error. They'd underestimated what they were facing. Kieran shifted fully, his massive wolf form exploding into motion with deadly grace that took my breath away. He moved like liquid death, flowing around bullets and energy blasts to tear through enemies with claws that could rend steel. Beautiful. Terrifying. Absolutely magnificent in his fury. Blood sprayed across ancient stones as he carved through their ranks like they were made of paper. These enhanced soldiers might be faster and stronger than normal humans, but they were facing something that had been hunting and killing for 3 centuries. They didn't stand a chance. But there were too many of them. For every soldier he dropped, 2 more took their place, pouring through the breach with relentless determination. And through the chaos I could hear something else approaching, footsteps that rang with authority, power that made the very air taste of corruption and old magic. Lydia. She entered the ruined monastery like a queen claiming her throne, auburn hair flowing around a face that belonged in Renaissance paintings. Beautiful and terrible, and radiating power that made my new senses scream warnings that went beyond rational fear into pure instinctive terror. This was apex predator. This was death in designer heels. When she smiled, I felt ice form in my veins. Enough, she said, and her voice carried compulsion that froze the enhanced soldiers in their tracks. Magic rolled off her in waves, ancient and corrupt and impossibly strong. I didn't come here to watch you play with my toys, darling. Kieran shifted back to human form, naked and bloody but still radiating enough menace to make smart people step back. His golden eyes blazed with fury that promised violence, and every line of his body spoke of barely contained aggression. Lydia. Hello, love. You look well for someone who should have died centuries ago. Her gaze moved to me, cataloging my disheveled appearance with predatory interest that made my skin crawl. And you must be the little anchor who's caused so much trouble. How unexpected. Little anchor. The casual dismissal in her tone made power spark between my fingers, responding to anger I was trying to keep under control. Let her go, Kieran said, energy gathering around him like a visible storm. Golden light began to emanate from his skin, power that had been building for centuries finally allowed to manifest without restraint. Your quarrel is with me. Oh, but that's where you're wrong. Lydia stepped deeper into the chamber, her heels clicking against stone with the precision of a countdown timer. Each step echoed through the ruined space like a drumbeat, building towards something I didn't want to contemplate. My quarrel, stopped being with you the moment she activated the bloodline. Now it's about so much more." She raised her hand, and dark magic coiled around her fingers like living shadow. But instead of attacking immediately, she gestured to her soldiers. They began forming a circle around us, weapons trained, but not firing. Yet, they were hurting us, positioning us exactly where she wanted us, for whatever she had planned. "You see," Lydia continued conversationally, as if discussing the weather rather than our imminent deaths, "I've spent 3 centuries perfecting my understanding of power. Studying the old texts, experimenting with forbidden magics, learning secrets that would make lesser minds shatter under the weight of knowledge. I didn't like where this was going." The satisfaction in her voice, the way she was drawing out this confrontation instead of simply attacking, she had a plan. Something worse than simple murder. "And what I've discovered," she said, her smile widening to show teeth that were too sharp, too predatory for any human mouth, "is absolutely fascinating. A corrupted lunar anchor could give me dominion over every supernatural being in existence. The power to command, to control, to reshape the very foundations of our world." The implications hit me like a sledgehammer to the chest, driving the air from my lungs in a rush. She didn't just want to stop the bonding ceremony. She wanted to turn me into a weapon, to corrupt my abilities and use them to enslave entire species. Every werewolf, every vampire, every supernatural creature that walked the earth, all of them bent to her will through power stolen from my corrupted bloodline. "Over my dead body," Kieran snarled, power erupting around him like a golden inferno. "If necessary," Lydia agreed with cheerful malice that chilled my blood. "Though I do prefer my anchors alive. They're so much more useful that way. Dead power is limited. Living power can be shaped, molded, enhanced through centuries of careful corruption." She began to chant in a language that predated human civilization, words that made my bones ache and my vision blur at the edges. The sound was wrong on every level. Syllables that human throats weren't meant to produce, concepts that mortal minds weren't meant to comprehend. Dark magic erupted from her hands like black lightning, racing toward us with killing intent that made the air itself recoil. The power was massive, overwhelming, backed by 3 centuries of study and experimentation and absolute hatred. Kieran threw up his own defenses, golden light meeting darkness in a clash that shook the monastery's foundations and sent cracks racing up the ancient walls. But I could feel him weakening already, the blood bond giving me direct access to his condition. He was still recovering from the silver poisoning, still operating at less than full strength despite the supernatural healing. This was a battle he couldn't win alone. Which meant it was time to stop being afraid of what I was becoming. I stepped out from behind the altar, power building around me like a second skin. Energy crackled between my fingers, responding to will and emotion in ways I was only beginning to understand. "You want to see what a lunar anchor can do? Let me show you." The blast that erupted from my hands was pure concentrated fury, not the unfocused explosion I'd used against the soldiers, but something controlled, directed, absolutely lethal. It struck Lydia's magic and shattered it like glass meeting hammer, sending feedback through her spell that left her staggering. "Impossible," she breathed, shock replacing confidence for the first time since she'd entered the chamber. "You're untrained. Unprepared. A novice playing with forces beyond your comprehension. You can't." "I'm bonded to a king," I said, advancing on her with predatory grace that felt natural as breathing. Power flowed through me like molten gold, responding to emotions I'd kept locked away for years. "And you just made the mistake of threatening what's mine." What followed wasn't really a fight. It was a demonstration of what happened when you cornered a newly awakened, supernatural being who'd finally found something worth protecting. 3 centuries of magical knowledge and experience should have made Lydia unbeatable. Her power was vast, refined, honed through decades of practice and study and ruthless experimentation. She commanded forces that could level mountains, corrupt souls, bend reality itself to her will. But she'd made one crucial error in her calculations. She'd underestimated what love could accomplish. The bond between Kieran and me wasn't just romantic connection or supernatural compulsion. It was a conduit for shared strength, a melding of abilities that created something greater than the sum of its parts. His centuries of combat experience flowed through me, while my raw, unfocused power amplified his abilities beyond anything he'd achieved alone. We fought as one being with two bodies, anticipating each other's movements, covering weaknesses, combining strengths in ways that defied everything I'd thought I knew about partnership. When Lydia struck at me with shadows that could tear flesh from bone, Kieran was there with shields of golden light. When her enhanced soldiers tried to flank him, I was ready with energy blasts that sent them flying through walls. But it was when she tried to corrupt our bond that she truly sealed her own fate. Dark magic wrapped around the connection between us like acid, trying to twist it into something ugly and wrong. For a moment, I felt the bond wavering, our love being poisoned into possessiveness, trust rotting into obsession. I could see what she was trying to create, the kind of twisted relationship where power mattered more than partnership, where dominance replaced devotion. The vision was horrifying, and it made me absolutely furious. Then Kieran's hand found mine, and everything snapped into focus with crystal clarity. Love. Pure, uncomplicated, freely given love that had nothing to do with supernatural compulsion, and everything to do with choice. With trust. With the decision to stand together against everything that would tear us apart, to choose each other over and over again regardless of consequences. Lydia's corruption shattered against our connection like darkness against dawn, the feedback from her failed spell sending her flying across the chamber to hit the stone wall, hard enough to leave human-shaped cracks in the ancient masonry. When she struggled to her feet, her perfect composure was finally cracking, beautiful face twisted with rage and something that looked almost like fear. Blood trickled from her lips, and her auburn hair was disheveled for the first time since I'd seen her. "This isn't over," she snarled, power gathering around her one final time. Dark energy crackled between her fingers, more concentrated than anything she'd thrown at us before. "You may have won this battle, but the war is over," I said quietly, power gathering around me one final time. Golden light erupted from my skin, responding to absolute certainty about what needed to happen. "You're done threatening people I care about." The energy blast that erupted from my hands was pure concentrated will, backed by every emotion I'd suppressed for years, every fear I'd overcome, every choice I'd made to stand and fight instead of run and hide. It struck Lydia's center mass and simply unmade her. Not death, not destruction, but the complete unraveling of the dark magic that had sustained her for centuries. The corruption that had twisted her soul, the power that had made her think she could own and control others, the hatred that had driven her to hurt everyone around her, all of it simply ceased to exist. When the light faded, there was nothing left but empty air and the lingering scent of ozone. The enhanced soldiers collapsed as her control over them snapped, their artificial enhancements failing without her magic to sustain them. Around us, the monastery settled into sudden, profound silence broken only by our own breathing and the distant sound of wind through broken stone. It was over. Really, truly over. I looked at Kieran, who was staring at me with an expression that was part awe, part pride, part terror at what I'd just accomplished. His golden eyes held depths I was only beginning to explore, emotions I was only starting to understand. "Elena," he said softly, his voice rough with exhaustion and wonder. "Do you understand what you just did?" "I protected what's mine," I said simply, the words carrying absolute truth. "I chose love over fear. I chose us over everything else." His smile was pure sunshine, bright enough to banish any lingering shadows from corners of my heart I hadn't known were dark. "My magnificent queen," he murmured, pulling me into his arms with reverent care. "My perfect, terrifying, absolutely unstoppable mate." The bond between us settled into something warm and permanent, no longer the desperate hunger of incomplete connection, but the satisfied contentment of souls that had finally found their home. Power flowed between us like recognition, like coming home, like the first breath after drowning. We had each other. We had defeated our enemies. We had all the time in the world to figure out what came next. And for the first time since walking into that ritual chamber in Romania, that felt like enough. More than enough. It felt like everything. Chapter 9. Under Siege. The silence after Lydia's destruction was deafening. I stood in the ruins of the monastery, golden power still crackling around my fingers like tame lightning, staring at the empty space where the sorceress had been moments before. The absence felt wrong somehow. Too easy. Too clean. 3 centuries of hatred and corruption shouldn't just vanish without consequence. My skin still hummed with the energy I'd released, power that had flowed through me like molten starlight. But underneath the exhilaration was something darker. Fear. Not of what I'd done, but of how good it had felt. How right. How perfectly natural it had seemed to reach into the fabric of reality and edit someone out of existence entirely. What was I becoming? "It's really over?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely in the sudden quiet. The words felt hollow, inadequate for the magnitude of what had just happened. Kieran moved through the scattered bodies of enhanced soldiers, checking each one with predatory precision. His naked form was magnificent in the filtered light, all golden skin and rippling muscle, scars that told stories of battles won and losses survived. Power radiated from every line of his body, the beast barely contained beneath civilized skin. Mine. The possessive thought blazed through me with shocking intensity, primal and undeniable. This magnificent, dangerous, impossible man was mine. And I was his. The bond between us sang with recognition, deeper now than it had been before the blood-sharing, more complete despite the interrupted ceremony. "For now," he said, straightening from his examination of the final corpse. Blood streaked his hands and forearms, painting him in crimson that should have been horrifying but somehow wasn't. Instead, it marked him as protector, as warrior, as the king who would kill anything that threatened what belonged to him. His golden eyes met mine across the ruined chamber, burning with satisfaction and something darker. Something that made my pulse quicken, and heat pool low in my belly despite the destruction surrounding us. "But Elena, what you just did." He shook his head, wonder threading through his voice like silk. "I've never seen anything like it. The way you simply unmade her." Unmade. That was exactly what it had felt like. Not killing or destroying, but reaching into the fundamental structure of existence and deciding that Lydia Nightshade had no right to continue existing. The power had flowed through me like molten gold, responding to will and fury in ways that still made my hands shake. I was no longer human. The knowledge settled into my bones like truth, terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Every breath brought new awareness, the whisper of wind through broken stones, the scent of Kieran's arousal mixing with violence and danger, the way power still crackled through the air like the aftermath of lightning. "I can feel them," I said suddenly, my enhanced senses picking up movement beyond the monastery walls. Multiple signatures, closing in on our location with purpose that spoke of coordination and hostile intent. More coming. Different signatures, but wrong. Twisted. Kieran's head snapped up, nostrils flaring as he scented the wind. The predator in him recognized threats before his human mind could catalog them, instincts honed by 3 centuries of survival taking precedence over rational thought. Fuck. Lydia's death must have triggered something. A failsafe. What kind of failsafe? The kind that brings every supernatural bounty hunter, rogue pack, and power-hungry bastard within 500 miles straight to our location. His expression was grim as he moved to retrieve his scattered clothes, muscles flexing with each movement in ways that made my mouth go dry. News of a newly awakened lunar anchor will spread through the supernatural community like wildfire. Everyone will want a piece of you. Everyone. The word hit me like ice water, dousing the satisfaction of our victory in cold reality. Lydia had been just the beginning. The first wave in what could become an endless assault of creatures wanting to claim, corrupt, or kill me. The thought should have terrified me. Should have sent me running for whatever safety I could find. Instead, it awakened something fierce and protective in my chest. Let them come. Let them all come. They'd learn what happened when they threatened what was mine. How long do we have? I asked, moving to help him dress. My hands shook as I handed him his shirt, not from fear but from the simple intimacy of the gesture. Even surrounded by death and destruction, even facing impossible odds, I wanted him with an intensity that stole my breath. The mate bond. Still incomplete. Still driving us both slowly and sane with need that went deeper than desire, beyond want, into the realm of biological imperative. Hours. Maybe less. His fingers brushed mine as he took the fabric, sending sparks of awareness through our connection that made my skin burn. The touch was electric, charged with power that had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with the way he looked at me. Like I was everything he'd ever wanted. Like I was worth dying for. Like I was his. We need to get to the secondary safe house, Kieran continued, pulling on clothes with efficient movements that shouldn't have been erotic but somehow were. Every gesture was fluid grace, predatory elegance barely contained by human form. There are protections there. Boards that will hold against most supernatural threats. Most. The qualification sent unease skittering down my spine like spider legs. Everything has limits, sweetheart. Even ancient magic. The endearment rolled off his tongue like honey, sweet and dark and completely natural. When he said it, it didn't feel diminishing. It felt like claiming. Like recognition. Like home. But it will buy us time to plan our next move. Our next move. Like we were partners now. Equals. The thought warmed something deep in my chest, easing fears I'd carried since childhood about being abandoned, about not being worth staying for. About being too much trouble, too complicated, too demanding. He wasn't leaving. Wasn't planning to dump me somewhere safe, while he handled the dangerous parts alone. We were in this together, for better or worse, against all odds. Where is this safe house? I asked, gathering the few possessions we'd managed to bring with us. Amazing how little mattered when your life was measured in hours rather than years, when survival trumped sentiment every time. Scotland. Isle of Skye. My family has maintained a stronghold there for over 1,000 years. Kieran's smile held dark promise, the expression of a predator contemplating violence. Let them try to break through those defenses. Scotland. The word conjured images of windswept highlands and ancient castles, of magic older than civilization, and powers that had nothing to do with modern understanding. It sounded like exactly the kind of place where a newly awakened, supernatural being might learn to control abilities that could level mountains. It sounded like sanctuary. How do we get there without being tracked? I asked, practical concerns overriding romantic fantasies. If every bounty hunter and rogue pack is hunting us, won't they be watching transportation hubs? We're not taking commercial transport. Kieran's grin was pure predator, all teeth and dangerous satisfaction. The expression made heat pool between my thighs, and my pulse stutter with want that had nothing to do with fear, and everything to do with the way power looked on him. We're flying. Flying. Right. Because of course, the man I'd fallen for could probably transform into something with wings. Why should anything about this situation be simple or rational, or remotely within the realm of normal human experience? What do you turn into besides a wolf? I asked, following him toward what remained of the monastery's rear exit. My enhanced senses cataloged everything, the way his muscles moved beneath his shirt, the scent of danger and arousal that clung to his skin, the sound of approaching threats still miles away but closing fast. You'll see. The tone of his voice, amused, secretive, touched with masculine pride, made my pulse quicken for reasons that had nothing to do with fear. Whatever he was about to show me, he was confident I'd be impressed. Confident in his ability to protect me, to sweep me away from danger, to be everything I needed him to be. The certainty in his voice awakened something primal in my nature, something that recognized him as worthy. As strong enough to stand beside me when the world tried to tear us apart. We emerged from the ruined monastery into cool mountain air that tasted of pine and approaching storm. Clouds were gathering on the horizon, dark and heavy with the promise of violence. The weather seemed to reflect the supernatural tension building around us, as if nature itself was responding to the power we'd unleashed. Lightning flickered in the distance, and I could smell rain on the wind. Could feel the electrical charge building in the atmosphere, responding to emotions and magic in ways that should have been impossible. But impossible had stopped meaning anything the moment I'd walked into that ritual chamber in Romania. Kieran stopped in a clearing behind the ancient building, his head tilted as if listening to sounds I couldn't hear. His enhanced senses were picking up threats, cataloging dangers, calculating odds with the precision of a predator who'd survived for centuries by being smarter and faster and more ruthless than everything hunting him. Then he began to strip again, movements economical but somehow erotic. Every revealed inch of golden skin made my mouth go dry, and my hands itch with the need to touch, to explore, to claim him as thoroughly as he'd claimed me. "You might want to step back," he said, his voice already deepening with the approach of transformation. Power gathered around him like a visible storm, making the air itself thicken with energy that responded to his will. I moved to what felt like a safe distance, then doubled it when the atmosphere began to crackle with electricity. Whatever he was about to become, it was bigger than the wolf. More powerful. More dangerous. More magnificent. The change was different this time. More dramatic. More primal. His form began to expand, bones cracking and reforming with wet sounds that should have been horrifying but somehow weren't. Golden skin darkened to deep bronze, then to something that wasn't quite skin at all. Scales. He was growing scales that caught the dying light like captured flame. Wings erupted from his shoulders in explosions of membrane and bone that stretched toward the darkening sky. His face elongated, became something regal and terrible and utterly magnificent. Ancient power flowed through the transformation, magic that predated human civilization, strength that had ruled skies when the world was young. By the time the change was complete, I was staring at a dragon. A fucking dragon. Golden scales covered his massive form, each one perfect as jewelry, harder than steel but somehow fluid as water. His wings spanned at least 50 feet, more than enough to carry us both across oceans if necessary. But it was his eyes that held me frozen, still golden, still unmistakably Kieran, but now set in a face that belonged in legends. Power radiated from every line of his transformed body. This wasn't just supernatural ability. This was divinity. This was the kind of creature that humans built temples to worship, that inspired myths and legends and religions. And he was mine. Holy shit, I breathed, the words completely inadequate for what I was witnessing. My enhanced senses were overwhelmed by the sheer presence of him, by power that made the air itself sing with recognition. "Your reaction is gratifying," his voice said directly into my mind, rich with amusement and masculine satisfaction that made heat bloom in places that had no business responding to mental communication. "Though we should save the detailed appreciation for later. We have company." Company. Right. Reality crashed back like cold water, reminding me that supernatural politics didn't pause for awe and wonder. I could feel them now, multiple signatures approaching from different directions, moving with purpose that spoke of coordination and hostile intent. Dozens of them. Maybe more. All focused on us with single-minded determination that spoke of significant financial incentive or personal grudges that ran blood-deep. How many? I asked aloud, power beginning to build around my hands in response to the approaching threat. Too many to fight here. We need altitude. Kieran lowered himself to the ground, extending one massive wing like a golden ramp. Climb on. And, Elena, hold tight. I approached the wing with careful reverence, running my hands over scales that were warm to the touch and harder than steel. The texture was incredible, simultaneously reptilian, and something altogether more elegant. Power thrummed beneath the surface, ancient magic given form, strength that could reshape continents if properly directed. Climbing onto a dragon's back was nothing like the movies suggested. There was no convenient saddle, no obvious handholds. Just smooth scales, and the terrifying knowledge that falling meant death. But when I settled between his shoulder blades, something clicked into place. The bond between us extended here too, giving me an instinctive understanding of how to move with him rather than against him. This was partnership at its most literal level. Trust made physical. Faith given wings. "Ready?" he asked, and I could feel his concern through our connection, his desperate need to keep me safe warring with the necessity of flight. "Ready," I lied, wrapping my arms around the massive column of his neck and trying not to think about how far the ground was below us. We launched into the air with power that pressed me deep into his scales and stole my breath with its intensity. The ground fell away beneath us with stomach-lurching speed, the monastery becoming a distant scar on the mountainside within seconds. Wind whipped through my hair and stole my breath, but the sensation was pure exhilaration rather than fear. Flying. I was actually flying. On the back of a dragon. A dragon who happened to be my mate, my partner, my other half in every way that mattered. My life had officially entered the realm of impossible, and I never wanted to come back to mundane reality. Below us, the approaching threats became visible as dark shapes moving through the forest with inhuman speed. Wolves, but larger than any natural pack. Their movements were too coordinated, too purposeful to be random predators. These were hunters, and we were their prey. There, Kieran's mental voice was grim as he banked toward what looked like empty sky, his enhanced vision picking out details I couldn't hope to see. And there. And fuck. Elena, they're not just rogues. What do you mean? Organized. Military formation. Someone's coordinating them. His massive head swiveled to survey threats I couldn't see with human vision, tactical assessments flowing through our bond with the efficiency of centuries of experience. This isn't random opportunism. This is planned. Planned. Which meant someone else had been waiting for Lydia to make her move, had been prepared to capitalize on whatever chaos resulted. The idea that we'd been anticipated, that our victory had been factored into someone else's strategy, made my blood run cold. We weren't just being hunted. We were being herded. Who? I asked, though I dreaded the answer. I don't know. But whoever they are, they've brought serious firepower. As if summoned by his words, something streaked past us through the evening sky. Close enough that I felt the heat of its passage, smelled sulfur and ozone and burning metal that spoke of weapons designed specifically for creatures like Kieran. A missile. Someone was shooting fucking missiles at us. Hold on, Kieran commanded, and suddenly we were diving. The world became a blur of wind and motion, as he spiraled toward the earth in a controlled fall that felt anything but controlled from my perspective. My stomach tried to exit through my throat, and I fought not to lose my grip on his neck, as G-forces I wasn't designed to handle battered my human body. Another missile streaked past, close enough that I could see the arcane symbols carved into its casing. Not military ordnance then. Supernatural weapons designed specifically to bring down creatures like Kieran, crafted by hands that understood exactly what they were hunting. We leveled out barely 50 feet above the treetops, flying through valleys and canyons with precision that spoke of intimate knowledge of the terrain. But I could feel Kieran's strain through our bond, could sense the effort required to maintain this pace while carrying a passenger and dodging weapons designed to kill him. Dragon or not, he had limits. And whoever was hunting us seemed to understand them perfectly. The safe house, I said through our mental connection, raising my voice to be heard over the rush of wind and the distant sounds of pursuit. How much farther? Too far. His mental voice carried frustration and growing concern that made my chest tight with sympathy. At this rate, they'll bring us down before we reach the wards. Before we reach safety. Before we could complete the mating ceremony that would make our bond permanent and unbreakable. Before we could have the life together that we'd fought so hard to claim. Like hell. Put me down, I said, the words coming out with more authority than I'd intended. Power crackled around me, despite the impossible circumstances, responding to determination that went deeper than fear. Elena. Put me down, I repeated, energy building around my hands until even Kieran could feel it through his scales. I'm not running anymore. You can't fight an entire army on your own. I'm not on my own. The certainty in my voice surprised even me, but it felt right. True. Like something that had been building inside me since the moment I'd first laid eyes on him, finally finding its voice. I have you. I have power. I'm only beginning to understand. And I have something they don't. What's that? Nothing left to lose. The truth of it settled into my bones like bedrock, solid and unshakable. My old life was gone. My human identity was gone. Everything I'd thought I wanted, everything I'd planned for, had been swept away by supernatural forces beyond my control. But in place of loss, I'd found something infinitely more valuable. Purpose. Partnership. A love worth fighting for, and a strength I'd never known I possessed. And I'd be damned if I let anyone take it away. Kieran must have felt my resolve through the bond, because he began angling toward a clearing ahead. Together, then. Together, I agreed, watching the ground rush up to meet us and feeling something fierce and protective awaken in my chest. We landed in a field of wildflowers that would have been peaceful under other circumstances. Beautiful, even. The kind of place where lovers might have picnics and plan their futures, and talk about children who would inherit both human determination and supernatural power. Instead, we prepared for war. Kieran shifted back to human form as our enemies poured from the forest like a dark tide. Dozens of them. Rogues, bounty hunters, creatures I couldn't identify but that made my enhanced senses scream warnings. All of them focused on us with single-minded intensity that spoke of significant financial incentive and the kind of hatred that ran generations deep. Any brilliant strategies? I asked, power crackling around my hands as I took in the overwhelming odds we faced. Don't die, Kieran replied, his own energy building to incandescent levels that made the air itself shimmer with heat. Everything else is negotiable. The first wave hit us like a tsunami of claws and fangs and supernatural fury. And for the first time since this all began, I smiled. Let them come. Let them all come. I was Elena Vasquez. I was a lunar anchor. I was bonded to a dragon king. And I was just getting started. Chapter 10. Healing Touch. They never had a chance. The battle was over before it truly began, our combined power turning what should have been a massacre into something approaching art. Kieran fought like liquid death given form, every movement precise and deadly, while I channeled energy that responded to emotion rather than training. Golden light erupted from my hands with each surge of protective fury, carving through enemies who'd thought they were hunting helpless prey. But it was when we fought together, really together, our abilities flowing between us like shared breath, that we became something unstoppable. When his strength fed my power and my energy amplified his abilities, until we moved as one being with two bodies, devastating everything that dared threaten what was ours. Now, in the aftermath of violence that had painted wildflowers crimson, I knelt beside him in grass that would never forget the taste of supernatural blood. He was conscious but wounded, 3 deep gashes across his ribs where claws had found their mark between scales during his transformation back to human form. Blood. So much blood. Too much. The sight should have horrified me. Should have sent me running back to my safe, rational world where men didn't turn into dragons and battles weren't fought with power that could reshape reality. Instead, it awakened something primal in my newly enhanced nature. Something that snarled with protective fury at the evidence that something had dared harm my mate. Mine. The possessive thought blazed through me with shocking intensity, primal and undeniable. This magnificent, dangerous, impossible man was mine. And I was his. The bond between us sang with recognition, deeper now than it had been before the blood-sharing, more complete despite the interrupted ceremony. It's nothing, he said, trying to sit up despite the way his face went white with the effort. Stubborn alpha male. Even bleeding and exhausted, he was trying to protect me from seeing him vulnerable. Trying to maintain the facade of invincibility when his golden skin was painted with crimson evidence of mortality. Like hell, it's nothing. I pressed my hands against the wounds, feeling warm wetness seep between my fingers. His blood was darker than it should have been, tinged with silver from weapons designed specifically to cause supernatural beings maximum agony. The sight of it, of his pain, his suffering, made fury rise in my throat like bile. Something had hurt him, had marked his perfect skin, had dared to harm what was mine. Elena. My name came out rough, strained. His golden eyes were hazed with pain he was trying to hide, but I could feel everything through our connection. Every spike of agony, every moment of weakness he was fighting to conceal. I'll heal. Supernatural constitution. Just need. You need me to stop the bleeding before you pass out from blood loss, I interrupted, power beginning to build in my hands. The energy felt different from what I'd used in battle. Gentler. Warmer. Instead of the golden lightning that could unmake sorceresses and level buildings, this felt like captured sunlight. Like healing made manifest. What are you doing? His voice carried wonder, and something that sounded almost like reverence, as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. Fixing you, I said simply, though the truth was I had no idea what I was doing. No training, no understanding of how supernatural healing worked. But the blood bond we'd shared had awakened something instinctive, some genetic memory from the lunar anchor bloodline that knew how to channel power for mending rather than destroying. The energy that flowed from my palms into his torn flesh was warm as summer sunlight, gentle as a lover's touch, but purposeful as a surgeon's blade. I could feel his body responding, accepting the power I offered, using it to accelerate healing processes that should have taken days. Elena, what you're doing, it's impossible, he breathed, but his protests grew weaker as relief flooded his system. As pain receded and strength began to return. Nothing's impossible anymore, I said, watching in fascination as the wounds began to close. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed as I found the rhythm of what I was doing. Skin knitted back together, muscle reformed. Even the blood that had stained the wildflowers seemed to flow backward into his body. Not since I found you. The healing was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Not just the physical act of mending his body, but the emotional satisfaction of it. The rightness. Like this was what I'd been born to do, not just love him but care for him. Tend him. Make him whole when the world tried to break him. When the last of the wounds sealed itself, leaving only faint silver lines that would fade within hours, we stared at each other in shocked silence. His chest rose and fell rapidly, breathing that had nothing to do with exertion, and everything to do with the way I was looking at him. Like he was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Like I wanted to kiss every inch of the skin I'd just healed. Like I wanted to devour him whole. How did you do that? He asked, his voice rough with wonder and something that made heat pool low in my belly. Elena, healing of that magnitude, it should have drained you completely. Left you unconscious for hours. I don't know. The honest answer slipped out before I could think of something more reassuring. I just knew what to do. Like muscle memory from lives I've never lived. The bloodline. Understanding dawned in his golden eyes, bright as the sun through amber. You're accessing inherited abilities. Centuries of lunar anchor knowledge flowing through your DNA. Inherited abilities. Genetic memory. The scientific part of my mind cataloged the impossibilities, while the newly awakened supernatural part simply accepted them as truth. I was becoming something that had never existed before, a bridge between worlds, between species, between what was and what could be. But more than that, I was becoming his mate, his equal, his perfect complement in every way that mattered. Are you in pain? I asked, needing to touch him again, to reassure myself that he was whole, that I hadn't lost him to violence and my own inexperience. My hands found his chest, fingers tracing the places where wounds had been, marveling at skin that was now perfect as sculpted marble. No pain. His hand found my face, fingers tracing my cheekbone with infinite tenderness. The touch sent electricity racing through our bond, making my skin burn with awareness and need. But Elena, what you just did, it changed something between us. I can feel it. Changed something. Yes. The bond that had been growing stronger with each shared experience, each moment of trust, each choice to stand together instead of apart, had shifted into something deeper. More permanent. More right. I feel it too, I whispered, leaning into his touch like a flower turning toward the sun. Like puzzle pieces, finally clicking into place. The connection is deepening, he said, his thumb tracing across my lower lip with reverent care. Every time you use your abilities to help me, every time you choose us over safety, it strengthens what's between us. Is that dangerous? Not dangerous. His eyes darkened with something that made my pulse stutter and heat bloom in places that had no business responding to a simple look. But permanent. Elena, what's happening between us? There won't be any going back. Going back? To what? To my safe, rational life in Seattle? To the loneliness I'd convinced myself was independence? To the emptiness I'd dressed up as self-sufficiency? To days spent cataloging ancient civilizations while my own life remained unlived? I don't want to go back, I said, the words carrying absolute conviction. Whatever I was before, whatever I thought I wanted, none of it matters now. You're sure? The question was soft, careful, giving me one last chance to choose the safety of my old life over the danger of staying with him. One final opportunity to walk away before the bond between us became unbreakable. Instead of answering with words, I leaned down and kissed him. The moment our lips touched, the bond between us exploded with sensation that went beyond physical pleasure into something approaching divine revelation. I could feel everything he felt, relief at being healed, wonder at my abilities, desperate need that matched my own, love so profound it made my chest ache with the beauty of it. But underneath it all was something else. Something that made my blood sing and my wolf purr with satisfaction. Recognition. Not just of him as my mate, but of myself as his equal. His partner. His match in every way that mattered. This was what the bond was supposed to feel like. Not supernatural compulsion or biological imperative, but choice. Free will exercised in favor of connection. Love given freely and received with gratitude. When we finally broke apart, both of us were breathing hard. Both of us were staring at each other like we'd just discovered the secret to eternal happiness. We should get moving, Kieran said, though he made no effort to release me from his arms. His hand stayed on my waist, holding me close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his skin. More will come. They always do. Let them come. The words surprised me with their vehemence, with the absolute certainty behind them. Power crackled around my hands, responding to determination that went soul deep. I'm tired of running. Tired of being afraid. Tired of letting other people dictate my life through threats and violence. Kieran's smile was pure masculine satisfaction, the expression of a predator who'd finally found his perfect hunting partner. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we stop being prey. Energy sparked between my fingers, golden light that danced across my skin like tame lightning. I'm suggesting we take control of our own story. And how exactly do we do that? Good question. How did two people, one a cursed supernatural king, the other a newly awakened being with untested abilities, take control when half the supernatural world wanted to capture, corrupt, or kill them? The answer came to me with crystalline clarity, so obvious I couldn't believe I hadn't thought of it before. We complete the mating ceremony, I said, watching understanding dawn in his golden eyes like sunrise over mountains. We finish what Lydia interrupted. We become what we're meant to be. Elena. My name came out like a prayer, like a plea, like something too precious to speak aloud. Are you absolutely certain? Once we complete the bond, there's no separation. No independence. We'll be tied together for as long as either of us lives. That's what I want. The honesty in my own voice surprised me, but it was truth. Pure, undiluted truth that came from the deepest part of my soul. I want to be tied to you. I want to share power and purpose and everything else that matters. I want to be your mate in every sense of the word. Even knowing what I am. What I've done? The darkness I carry. His voice was raw with vulnerability, with fears he'd never spoken aloud. The king who commanded respect through power was showing me the man beneath, scarred, lonely, desperate for acceptance. Especially knowing those things. I framed his face with my hands, holding his gaze with mine. I've seen you at your most dangerous, Kieran. I've watched you kill to protect me. I've felt the beast that lives beneath your skin. And I want all of it. All of you. The violence doesn't frighten you? The violence protects me. Protects us. Protects everything we're building together. My thumbs traced across his cheekbones, memorizing the strong lines of his face. You think I want some tame, civilized man who'll hide behind lawyers when danger comes? I want the dragon. I want the king. I want the beast who'll burn down the world before letting anyone hurt what's his. For a moment, we just stared at each other in the blood-soaked meadow, the weight of decision hanging between us like destiny given form. Then Kieran's mouth curved in a smile that was pure sin and perfect joy combined. As my lady commands, he said, rising to his feet with fluid grace that shouldn't have been possible after the battle we just fought. Power flowed through him like golden wine, healing and strength and supernatural vitality that made the air itself shimmer with heat. But not here. Not surrounded by death and violence. You deserve better for your claiming. My claiming. The words sent heat racing through my veins, awakening needs I'd kept locked away for years. Images flashed through my mind. Kieran's hands on my skin, his mouth claiming mine, the moment when we finally became one in every way that mattered. Where? I asked, my voice coming out breathier than I'd intended. Somewhere worthy of you. He helped me to my feet, his touch sending electricity through our connection. Somewhere magical. The way he said it made me think he had somewhere specific in mind. Somewhere that meant something to him, that had significance beyond mere safety or convenience. The safe house in Scotland? Better. His smile was mysterious, touched with anticipation that made my pulse quicken and my skin burn with awareness. Much better. But first, we need to get there without being tracked by every supernatural bounty hunter between here and the North Sea. Right. Reality. Still a concern, even when you just decided to bind your soul to someone for eternity. More flying? I asked, eyeing the destruction surrounding us. Bodies lay scattered among wildflowers like grotesque art, evidence of what happened when predators chose the wrong prey. One more flight, Kieran confirmed, power beginning to gather around him as he prepared for another transformation. The air crackled with energy, charged with magic that made my enhanced senses sing with recognition. But this time, we're not running. We're going home. Home. The words settled into my chest like warmth, like recognition, like coming in from a storm I'd been weathering my entire life without realizing it. I watched him shift back into dragon form, the transformation no less breathtaking for being the second time I'd witnessed it. Golden scales caught the dying light, each one perfect as captured flame. Wings stretched toward a sky painted crimson with sunset, powerful and graceful and capable of carrying us anywhere we needed to go. But it was his eyes that held me frozen, still golden, still unmistakably Kieran, but now set in a face that belonged in legends. Ready, my mate? His mental voice asked, as I climbed onto his back, settling between his shoulder blades with growing confidence. The bond between us hummed with satisfaction, with rightness, with the promise of completion finally within reach. Ready, I said aloud, meaning it in ways that went far beyond simple travel. Ready to complete our bond. Ready to become what we were meant to be. Ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead as true partners. Ready to finally, truly come home. We launched into the sky as darkness fell, leaving behind a battlefield that would spawn legends and carrying with us a love that would reshape the supernatural world. The wind whipped through my hair and stole my breath, but I'd never felt more alive. More certain. More ready for whatever came next. Behind us, our enemies regrouped and planned new attacks. Ahead of us lay destiny, waiting to be claimed. And for the first time since walking into that ritual chamber in Romania, I knew exactly where I belonged. Chapter 11. Royal Expectations. The ancient ceremonial robes felt like chains. I stared at my reflection in the full-length mirror of Kieran's private chambers, barely recognizing the woman looking back at me. Deep crimson silk flowed from my shoulders to the floor, embroidered with golden wolves that seemed to move in the flickering candlelight. A heavy collar of Celtic gold rested against my throat, marking me as something I'd never asked to become. Queen. The word tasted foreign on my tongue, like speaking a language I'd never learned. 3 days ago, I'd been a graduate student worried about thesis deadlines and student loans. Now I stood draped in centuries-old royal regalia, preparing for a claiming ceremony that would bind me to a man I barely knew, but couldn't stop wanting. The seamstresses outdid themselves, Kieran said from behind me, his voice carrying that rough velvet quality that made my skin pedal with awareness. You look trapped, I finished, meeting his golden eyes in the mirror. He moved closer, stopping just behind me so I could feel the heat radiating from his body. Still not touching. Always careful not to push the physical connection that crackled between us like live electricity. But God, the way he looked at me. Like I was everything he'd ever prayed for, and the one thing he could never truly have. Is that how you see this? He asked quietly. As a trap. I turned to face him, the heavy silk rustling around my ankles. He dressed for the occasion too, black leather pants that molded to his powerful thighs, a white shirt open at the throat, and a midnight blue cloak that made his golden eyes burn like flames. The crown of his ancestors rested on his dark hair, marking him as what he'd always been. A king. Isn't it? I challenged, lifting my chin. Your advisors have made it very clear that accepting the claiming ceremony is my duty. The only way to properly complete our bond and save your life. I gestured at the elaborate gown. This isn't a choice, Kieran. It's an expectation wrapped in pretty silk. Something flickered in his expression. Pain, maybe. Or the kind of bone-deep weariness that came from carrying responsibility for centuries. And if I told you the ceremony could wait, that we could find another way. Can we? Hope flared in my chest like a struck match. Can you break the curse without the claiming ritual? He was quiet for a long moment, his gaze sliding away from mine. That silence told me everything I needed to know. The bond is already there, Elena, he said finally. Has been since the moment you touched that stone. The ceremony doesn't create it, it simply makes it official. Official. Like a business contract. Like signing papers at the DMV. You're dying, I said, the words coming out sharper than I intended. Marcus told me. The incomplete bond is slowly killing you. Every day we delay the ceremony is another day closer to losing you entirely. Marcus talks too much, Kieran muttered, but there was fondness in his voice. Centuries of friendship that had survived wars and curses, and the kind of loyalty that couldn't be bought or commanded. Is he wrong? Kieran's jaw tightened. No. He's not wrong. The admission hit me like a physical blow. I'd suspected, of course. Had seen the way exhaustion lined his face some mornings, the way he sometimes moved like every muscle ached. But hearing him confirm it, seeing the resignation in those golden eyes. How long? I whispered. Weeks. Maybe a month, if I'm lucky. He stepped closer, his hand rising as if to touch my face before dropping back to his side. But Elena, I won't force this on you. If you can't accept the bond willingly, then you die. The words tasted like ash. And I live with the knowledge that I could have saved you, but chose my independence instead. Your freedom isn't something to be bargained away, he said fiercely. Not even for my life. God, he was magnificent. Even facing his own death, he was trying to protect my right to choose. How was I supposed to resist a man who would literally die before forcing my hand? A sharp knock interrupted the tension crackling between us. Enter, Kieran called, his voice shifting into the tone of command that made lesser wolves instinctively submit. Marcus stepped through the door, resplendent in ceremonial armor that made him look like something out of Arthurian legend. But his expression was grim as death. We have a problem. What kind of problem? I asked, though from the set of Marcus's shoulders, I already suspected it was the kind that involved violence and people trying to kill us. The kind that's standing in our great hall demanding an audience, Marcus replied. Lady Cordelia Nightingale and her entourage. She's invoking the right of challenge. The color drained from Kieran's face. Cordelia is here? Now. Who's Cordelia? I asked, though something cold was already settling in my stomach. The way both men had gone tense suggested she wasn't just another noble come to pay her respects. My former betrothed, Kieran said quietly. The woman who cursed me 3 centuries ago. Former betrothed. The words hit me like a slap, stirring up jealousy I had no right to feel. This was the woman who'd had Kieran first, who'd loved him enough to curse him when he chose another path. The woman who'd shaped his destiny for 300 years. What's the right of challenge? I managed to ask, proud that my voice came out steady. Marcus and Kieran exchanged a look that spoke of old pain and older traditions. An ancient law that allows any unmated supernatural female to challenge for the right to become a king's queen, Marcus explained. Trial by combat. Winner takes all. Combat. The word came out flat. You mean she wants to fight me? To the death, Kieran said, his voice carrying a growl that spoke of barely leashed violence. Which is exactly why we're not acknowledging her challenge. Can you do that? Just ignore it. Not without consequences, Marcus admitted. If we refuse to acknowledge a legitimate challenge, it undermines Kieran's authority. Makes him appear weak before his own court. And if we accept it? The silence that followed was answer enough. I can't fight a supernatural creature who's had 3 centuries to perfect her combat skills, I said, stating the obvious. She'll kill me in the first 5 minutes. Which is why the challenge will be refused, Kieran said with finality. I'll deal with the political fallout. No. The word came out stronger than I felt. You can't afford to look weak right now, not with Lydia's faction still hunting us and your own court questioning your decisions. How many of your nobles would see refusing the challenge as proof that your human mate isn't worthy of being queen? I don't give a damn what they think, Kieran snarled, his control slipping enough that golden fire flickered in his eyes. I won't watch you die for the sake of political appearances. And I won't watch your authority crumble because you're trying to protect me, I shot back. We're supposed to be partners, remember? That means we face threats together. Partners don't send each other into death matches against supernatural predators. No, but queens do what's necessary to protect their kingdoms. The words hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. By calling myself queen, I was accepting the role I'd been fighting since arriving at the stronghold. Accepting the responsibility that came with standing beside a king. Elena, Kieran said quietly, you don't understand what you're saying. Cordelia isn't just any supernatural female. She's a sorceress with centuries of combat experience and a personal vendetta against anyone who stands between her and what she considers hers. What she considers hers? Jealousy flared hot and sharp in my chest. Meaning you. Meaning the crown, Marcus clarified. Cordelia has always been more interested in power than love. She cursed Kieran when he refused their arranged marriage because it meant losing her chance to rule the northern territories. And now I'm standing in her way again, I said, understanding flooding through me. By accepting the claiming ceremony, I'm taking the position she's wanted for 3 centuries. Which is exactly why the challenge must be refused, Kieran insisted. I won't risk your life to satisfy some ancient grudge. And I won't let your kingdom fall apart because you're too stubborn to let me fight my own battles, I replied. We stared at each other across the space between us, both of us breathing hard, both of us fighting the same war between love and duty that had torn apart kingdoms since the beginning of time. There might be another way, Marcus said carefully, breaking the tense silence. The right of challenge can be modified under certain circumstances. What circumstances? Kieran and I asked simultaneously. If the challenged party is already claimed through the royal bonding ceremony, the challenge becomes void. A mated queen cannot be challenged by unmated females. Marcus paused, looking between us. But it would require completing the claiming ritual immediately, before Cordelia's formal challenge is issued. How immediately? I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. Now, Marcus said simply. Tonight. Before the next sunrise, or Cordelia's challenge becomes legally binding. I felt the walls closing in around me, choices being stripped away one by one, until only a single path remained. Accept the claiming ceremony tonight, or face a sorceress in combat tomorrow. Bind myself to Kieran permanently, or watch his kingdom tear itself apart over my corpse. Some choice. It's political manipulation, I said, though the words tasted bitter. She's forcing my hand. Yes, Kieran agreed quietly. She is. And if I refuse? If I insist on facing her challenge, instead of accepting the ceremony? Then I'll kill her myself before I let her touch you, Kieran said with such flat certainty that ice ran down my spine. King or no king, curse or no curse, I'll tear her apart with my bare hands before I watch her hurt you. The possessive fury in his voice should have frightened me. Instead, it sent heat curling through my body, awakening something primal that recognized and responded to his protective instincts. That would start a war, Marcus pointed out diplomatically. Then we'll fight a war, Kieran replied without hesitation. God, he meant it. He would literally go to war, rather than see me hurt. Would tear his kingdom apart to keep me safe. The knowledge was terrifying, and thrilling and completely overwhelming. There has to be another option, I said desperately. Some way to handle this that doesn't involve me being claimed or killed. There is, said a new voice from the doorway, smooth and cultured, and carrying the kind of power that made the air itself seem heavier. We all turned toward the sound, and my breath caught in my throat. The woman standing in the doorway was stunning in the way that supernatural creatures often were, too perfect to be entirely human. Tall and willowy, with silver blonde hair that fell to her waist, and violet eyes that seemed to see straight through to your soul. She wore robes of midnight blue that seemed to swallow light, and power radiated from her like heat from a forge. Cordelia, Kieran said, his voice carrying centuries of history and pain. Hello, darling, she replied, stepping into the room with predatory grace. You look tired. The curse has not been kind to you. What do you want? I asked, stepping closer to Kieran without conscious thought. The bond between us flared with protective instincts, making my skin tingle with awareness. Cordelia's violet gaze settled on me, with interest that felt like being dissected by a particularly elegant scalpel. Ah, the little human who thinks she can play queen. How quaint. Elena is my mate, Kieran said firmly, moving slightly in front of me. Whatever game you're playing, Cordelia, leave her out of it. Game? Cordelia laughed, the sound like silver bells hiding razor blades. Oh, darling, this isn't a game. This is justice. 300 years ago, you rejected our bond to chase fantasies of true love. Now, I'm here to collect what was promised to me. You were never promised anything, Kieran replied coldly. Our families arranged a political alliance. Nothing more. An alliance that would have made me queen, Cordelia said, her perfect composure showing the first crack of genuine emotion. An alliance that would have united our territories and created an empire to rival the old kingdoms. An alliance built on greed and ambition, not love. Love, Cordelia spat. Look where your precious love has gotten you. Cursed. Dying. Reduced to hiding in mountain strongholds while your territory crumbles. My territory is fine, Kieran said dangerously. Is it? How many of your nobles question your decision to bind yourself to a human? How many wonder if their king has grown weak, choosing sentiment over strength? Cordelia's smile was razor sharp. I've spoken to quite a few on my way here. They're concerned. My heart sank. She was right, and we all knew it. I'd seen the looks from some of Kieran's court, the barely concealed disdain for the human woman who'd somehow captured their king's attention. The whispered conversations that stopped when I entered a room. What do you want? I asked again, tired of the verbal sparring. "What I've always wanted," Cordelia replied simply. "To be queen of the Northern Territories. To rule beside a worthy king and build something eternal. And if Kieran refuses, then I invoke the right of challenge and take what should have been mine by force." Her violet eyes glittered with anticipation. "Unless, of course, you're willing to negotiate." "What kind of negotiation?" Marcus asked warily. "Simple. The little human steps aside gracefully, and I'll even break dear Kieran's curse as a wedding gift. Everyone wins. He lives, I get the crown I deserve, and she gets to go back to her books and dissertations instead of dying horribly in ritual combat." The offer hung in the air like a poisonous flower, tempting in its simplicity. All I had to do was walk away, and Kieran would live. The curse would be broken. His kingdom would be stable. All I had to do was give up the man I was falling in love with to the woman who'd cursed him in the first place. "And if I refuse?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Then tomorrow at sunset we settle this the old way. Trial by combat, fought in beast form. Winner takes the king, loser feeds the ravens." Cordelia's smile was all teeth. "Though I should warn you, darling, I've had 3 centuries to perfect my skills. You won't last long enough to regret your choice." "Elena," Kieran said quietly, his hand finding mine and squeezing gently. "You don't have to." "Yes," I interrupted, looking directly into Cordelia's violet eyes. "I do. Because standing there, surrounded by centuries of supernatural politics and ancient grudges, I finally understood something that had been eluding me since the moment I'd touched that stone in the ritual chamber. This wasn't about choice anymore. It wasn't about my independence or my fears or my carefully planned life. This was about love. And love, real love, was worth fighting for. Even if it killed me. "I accept your challenge," I said clearly, my voice carrying to every corner of the room. "Tomorrow at sunset. Trial by combat for the right to stand as Kieran's queen." Cordelia's smile widened, showing teeth that were just a little too sharp. "Excellent. I do so love a woman with spirit. It makes breaking them so much more satisfying." She swept from the room in a rustle of midnight silk, leaving behind the scent of ozone and old magic. In the silence that followed, I could hear my heart beating too fast, could feel Kieran's shock and fury through the bond that connected us. "You magnificent, impossible woman," he said finally, pulling me against his chest and burying his face in my hair. "What have you done?" "What I had to do," I replied, wrapping my arms around him and holding tight. "What a queen would do." And for the first time since arriving at the stronghold, the heavy ceremonial robes didn't feel like chains. They felt like armor. Chapter 12. Hunt or be hunted. Death had a scent. I learned that standing in the courtyard at dawn, watching Cordelia's people set up the combat circle that would either crown me queen or serve as my grave. Ozone and copper. Lightning and blood. The smell of magic, preparing to feast on violence. My hands shook as I laced up the leather boots Marcus had provided, specially crafted for shifting, with reinforced soles and flexible joints that wouldn't tear when bones lengthened and claws extended. If I survived long enough to transform. "You don't have to do this." Kieran's voice came from behind me, rough with the kind of pain that had nothing to do with his curse, and everything to do with watching his mate prepare for battle. "Yes, I do." I turned to face him, drinking in every detail like it might be the last time. The strong line of his jaw. The way morning light caught the gold in his eyes. The scars across his chest that spoke of battles fought and won. We both know there's no other way. He moved closer, close enough that his scent wrapped around me like armor. Winter forests and lightning storms. Safety and danger in equal measure. I could still challenge her directly. Ancient law allows a king to fight in his mate's place. And give her exactly what she wants. The chance to face you in combat while you're still weakened by the curse. I shook my head. "This is my fight, Kieran. She challenged me, not you. You've been human your entire life. She's had 3 centuries to perfect her combat skills. Then I guess I'll have to be better than 3 centuries of experience. The words came out steadier than I felt. Inside, terror clawed at my throat like a living thing. But terror could be useful. Terror kept you alert. Kept you alive. Sometimes. Marcus approached from across the courtyard, his expression grim as death. The circle is ready. Cordelia's people have finished their preparations. He paused, his weathered face showing every one of his years. Elena, I want you to know, whatever happens in there, you've already proven yourself worthy to stand beside our king. Pretty words won't keep me alive, I replied, but there was warmth in my voice. Marcus had become more than Kieran's beta over the past few days. He'd become family. No, Marcus agreed. But this might. He held out a leather cord strung with what looked like ordinary river stones. But when my fingers touched the necklace, power hummed against my skin. Ancient magic that felt familiar in ways I couldn't explain. What is it? I asked, fastening it around my neck. The stones settled against my collarbone, warm as living flesh. A focusing talisman, Marcus explained. It won't give you strength you don't possess, but it will help you access what's already there. Your heritage isn't just human, Elena. The bloodline that produced queen-makers carries its own gifts. Gifts. Right. Because what I really needed right now was to discover more supernatural complications in my already impossible life. What kind of gifts? Kieran asked, moving to stand beside me. Not touching, but close enough that I could feel his protective instincts bleeding through our bond. The kind that might keep her alive, Marcus said simply. But she'll have to discover them herself. Power like that can't be taught, only awakened. Awakened. Like everything else in my life since touching that damn stone. 1 minute, I'd been a normal graduate student. Now, I was preparing to fight a 300-year-old sorceress for the right to be queen of the supernatural territories. How had this become my life? It's time, Kieran said quietly, his golden gaze fixed on something over my shoulder. I turned to see Cordelia approaching across the courtyard, moving with the predatory grace of something that had never known fear. She wore fighting leathers that looked like they'd been tailored specifically for her perfect form, and her silver blonde hair was braided back in intricate patterns that probably had some kind of magical significance. She looked like a warrior goddess preparing for battle. I looked like a terrified graduate student playing dress-up. Elena, darling, Cordelia called out, her voice carrying the musical quality that made even insults sound like compliments. I do hope you slept well. It would be such a shame if exhaustion affected your performance. I slept fine, I lied, not mentioning the nightmares that had plagued every moment of rest. Dreams of golden eyes closing forever. Of claws tearing through flesh. Of Kieran watching helplessly as Cordelia tore out my throat. Wonderful. Though I should mention, I took the liberty of inviting a few witnesses to our little contest. Cordelia gestured toward the castle walls, where figures had begun gathering to watch the spectacle. My blood turned cold as I recognized faces from Kieran's court. Nobles who'd made their disdain for the human interloper clear from the moment I'd arrived. Lords and ladies who'd been questioning their king's judgment, whispering about his choice to bind himself to someone so clearly beneath his station. They'd come to watch me die. Afraid of fighting without an audience? I asked, proud that my voice came out steady despite the fear clawing at my insides. Oh, darling, I'm not afraid of anything, Cordelia replied with a smile that was all teeth. But when I take my rightful place as queen, I want there to be no question about the legitimacy of my claim. She moved closer, close enough that I could see the violet flames dancing in her eyes. Magic. Raw, ancient power that made the air itself seem heavier. Last chance to walk away gracefully, she continued, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried to every corner of the courtyard. I promise I'll make Kieran's death quick once you're gone. Rage flared hot and sharp in my chest. You'll have to kill me first. Oh, darling, Cordelia laughed, the sound like silver bells hiding razor blades. That's exactly what I plan to do. The formal challenge began with words older than written history, spoken in a language that predated human civilization. Marcus served as the official witness, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd as he recited the ancient laws governing trial by combat. Let it be known that Lady Cordelia Nightingale has issued formal challenge to Elena Vasquez for the right to stand as queen beside Kieran Blackthorne, King of the Northern Territories, Marcus announced. The challenge will be fought in beast form, to submission or death, with no quarter asked or given. Beast form. My stomach clenched with fresh terror. I'd managed exactly one full transformation since discovering my supernatural heritage, and that had been under controlled circumstances with Kieran guiding me through every step. Now I had to shift while terrified, angry, and facing an enemy who wanted to tear my throat out. This was going to go so well. Combatants, take your positions, Marcus commanded. The circle was marked with stones that hummed with power, creating a barrier that would contain our battle and prevent outside interference. 20 feet of sand and blood-stained earth that would determine my fate. I stepped across the threshold, and immediately felt the weight of ancient magic settling around me like chains. The combat circle didn't just mark boundaries. It amplified supernatural abilities while stripping away any advantage that didn't come from personal power. No weapons. No allies. No mercy. Just two females fighting for the right to claim a king. Cordelia moved to the opposite side of the circle, her perfect features serene as death. Any last words, darling? I looked up at the castle walls, finding Kieran's golden gaze among the sea of watching faces. Even from this distance, I could feel his love and terror bleeding through our bond. His desperate need to protect me, warring with his respect for my choice to fight. I love you, I told him through the connection that linked our souls. Whatever happens, remember that. His response came back immediately, raw with emotion that made tears burn behind my eyelids. Come back to me, Elena. I don't care about kingdoms or crowns. Just come back to me. Begin. Marcus's voice cracked like a whip across the courtyard. Cordelia's transformation was a thing of terrible beauty. Her human form dissolved like mist, replaced by something that belonged in nightmares rather than nature. Not quite wolf, not quite something else. A hybrid creature that stood nearly 7 feet tall, with silver fur that seemed to absorb light, and claws that gleamed like polished steel. Her violet eyes burned with intelligence and malice as she circled me with patient predator grace. I tried to shift, reaching for the wolf that had awakened within me over the past few days. But terror made my attempts clumsy, desperate. I managed partial transformation, claws extending, senses sharpening, strength increasing, but the full change eluded me. Cordelia's laughter echoed across the circle, a sound like breaking glass. Poor little human. Did you really think willpower would be enough? Her voice spoke directly into my mind, another gift of her supernatural nature. Another advantage I didn't possess. She struck without warning, moving faster than my enhanced reflexes could track. Claws raked across my ribs, tearing through leather and flesh like it was paper. Pain exploded through my system, bright and sharp and terrifying. I rolled away from her follow-up attack, coming up in a crouch with blood already soaking through my torn shirt. The scent of it filled the air, copper and salt and the promise of more to come. First blood to me, Cordelia purred, licking my essence from her claws with obvious relish. How many more wounds before you beg for mercy? I don't beg, I snarled, ignoring the fire racing across my ribs. No. How refreshing. Most of Kieran's little human pets start pleading for their lives by now. Pets. The word hit like a slap, bringing with it a fury that burned away the fear threatening to paralyze me. She thought I was just another human woman who'd caught Kieran's temporary interest. Another disposable plaything who would break under pressure. She had no idea what she was dealing with. The rage that flooded my system was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Pure primal fury that reached past my conscious mind and grabbed the wolf sleeping in my bones. Power erupted through my body like lightning, forcing the transformation I'd been struggling to achieve. My bones lengthened and reformed. Muscles expanded with supernatural strength. Claws extended from fingers that were no longer entirely human. But it was my wolf's eyes that made Cordelia's confident expression falter for the first time. Golden. just like Kieran's, just like the mark of royal bloodline that I was only beginning to understand. Impossible, Cordelia breathed, taking an involuntary step back. You're human. Your bloodline is mortal. My bloodline, I said, my voice carrying the rough harmony of human and wolf speaking as one, is whatever it needs to be. The necklace Marcus had given me flared with heat against my skin, and suddenly I understood. The Queenmaker heritage wasn't just about bonding with supernatural royalty. It was about becoming whatever your mate needed you to be. Kieran needed a queen who could stand beside him as an equal, who could protect their kingdom when he couldn't, who could fight the battles that honor wouldn't let him wage. So that's what I became. My second transformation was complete in ways the first had never been. Not just human becoming wolf, but mortal ascending to something more. Something that belonged beside a king. Cordelia recovered from her shock quickly, launching herself at me with renewed fury. But now the fight was different. Now I could match her speed, her strength, her supernatural grace. We crashed together in the center of the circle, claws and fangs seeking vulnerable flesh. She was still more experienced, still more skilled in the art of combat. But I was fighting for love while she was fighting for power. And love, I discovered, made you dangerous in ways that power never could. The battle raged across the circle, leaving gouges in the sand and blood on the stones. Cordelia's claws found my shoulder, my thigh, my face. But my own attacks were landing too, marking her perfect skin with proof that I wouldn't go down easily. You're better than I expected, she admitted, as we circled each other, both breathing hard, both bleeding. But not good enough. She feinted left, then struck right, her claws aimed at my throat in a killing blow. I barely managed to twist away, her attack opening a line of fire across my neck instead of severing my jugular. Too close. Much too close. Time to end this charade, Cordelia snarled, and suddenly the air around her began to shimmer with violet energy. Magic. She was using magic in a combat trial that was supposed to be about physical prowess alone. That's cheating, I gasped, stumbling back as arcane power crackled around her claws. Only if someone's alive to report it, she replied with vicious satisfaction. And you, darling, won't be. She raised her hands, violet fire dancing between her fingers like caged lightning. The magical energy built to a crescendo that made my teeth ache and my bones vibrate with sympathetic resonance. This was it. This was how I died, not from claws or fangs, but from supernatural power I had no defense against. Except. The stones around my neck flared with sudden heat, and knowledge flooded my mind like water breaking through a dam. Not my knowledge. Not my experience. But the accumulated wisdom of every queenmaker who'd come before me, passed down through bloodline and bone, and the magic that connected us across generations. I knew what I was. Knew what I could do. Knew exactly how to turn Cordelia's own power against her. I reached out with senses I'd never known I possessed, wrapping my will around the violet energy she'd gathered. Queenmakers weren't just meant to bond with supernatural royalty. They were meant to channel and control supernatural power. All supernatural power. What? Cordelia's mental voice cut off in shock as I yanked her magical attack away from her, turning the violet fire into golden flame that danced around my own claws. My turn, I said, and struck. The power that erupted from my hands wasn't violet or gold, or any color that belonged in the natural world. It was pure force, pure will, the combined strength of every woman who'd ever stood beside a supernatural king and refused to break. Cordelia's scream echoed across the courtyard as the energy slammed into her, sending her flying across the circle to crash against the barrier stones. She tried to rise, tried to continue the fight, but her legs wouldn't support her weight. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at me with something that might have been respect. Impossible, she whispered, her voice barely audible. You're just human. No, I said, standing over her fallen form with golden power still crackling around my hands. I'm a queen. I could have killed her then. Should have, probably. Ancient law gave me that right, trial by combat to submission or death. She'd certainly intended to kill me. But I wasn't her. Wasn't the kind of person who took life unnecessarily, even from someone who tried to take mine. "I claim victory," I announced to the watching crowd, my voice carrying clearly across the sudden silence. "Cordelia Nightingale is defeated. I am the rightful queen of the Northern Territories." The courtyard erupted in cheers from some quarters, stunned silence from others. But I only had eyes for one person. Kieran stood at the edge of the circle, his face a mask of pride and relief and love so profound it stole my breath. When our eyes met, everything else faded away, the crowd, the pain, the exhaustion that was already making my knees shake. There was only him. Only us. Only the bond that had brought us together, and the love that would keep us that way. "My queen," he said simply, stepping across the barrier to gather me into his arms. And for the first time since this whole impossible journey began, that title didn't feel like a chain. It felt like coming home. Chapter 13. Passion and Promises. The hot water of Kieran's private bath felt like salvation against my battered skin. I sank deeper into the marble tub, letting the heated water infused with healing herbs work its magic on the cuts and bruises Cordelia had left me with. Steam rose around me like incense, carrying the scent of lavender and something else, something wild and clean that spoke of mountain forests and lightning storms. Kieran's scent. He sat on the edge of the tub, carefully cleaning the wounds on my back with a gentleness that contrasted sharply with the raw hunger burning in his golden eyes. Every touch of his hands against my skin sent sparks of awareness through my system, making it impossible to forget that I was naked, and he was close enough to touch, and we were finally alone. "This one's deep," he murmured, his fingers tracing the line where Cordelia's claws had raked across my shoulder blade. "It should be stitched." "It'll heal," I said, though I had to bite back a gasp as he pressed a damp cloth against the wound. "Supernatural recovery, remember? One of the perks of discovering I'm not entirely human." "You're still mostly human," Kieran pointed out, his voice carrying a roughness that had nothing to do with concern for my injuries. "Which means you still feel pain. Still bleed. Still could have died in that circle." The last words came out strangled, and I turned to face him properly. The mask of careful control he'd worn throughout the challenge had finally cracked, revealing the terror underneath. The bone-deep fear of someone who'd been forced to watch his mate fight for her life while being powerless to intervene. "But I didn't die," I said softly, reaching up to cup his face in my wet hands. "I'm here. I'm alive. I'm yours." Something flared in his golden eyes at that last word. Heat and possession, and a hunger that made my breath catch in my throat. "Mine," he repeated, as if testing the word on his tongue. "Are you, Elena? Because you fought like a queen today, but you still haven't accepted the claiming ceremony. You still haven't." I silenced him with a kiss. It was meant to be gentle, reassuring, a simple press of lips to show him that I was here, that we were both alive, that whatever came next we would face together. But the moment our mouths touched, gentleness became impossible. 3 days of fighting our attraction. 3 days of careful distance and respectful boundaries, and pretending that the bond between us wasn't driving us both slowly insane with need. All of it shattered the instant my lips met his. He kissed me like a man starving, like someone who'd been holding back for so long that control was no longer an option. His hands fisted in my wet hair, angling my head so he could deepen the kiss, and I opened for him willingly. Desperately. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, the water around me had grown cool, and his shirt was soaked from where I'd pulled him closer. "Elena," he said, my name coming out like a prayer. "If we do this, if we take this step, there's no going back." "Do you want to go back?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from the way his hands were shaking against my skin. "Never," he said fiercely. "God, Elena, I've wanted you since the moment you touched that stone. Since the moment the bond formed between us, and I felt your soul calling to mine. But I won't pressure you. Won't use the mating pull to influence your choice." "What if I want to be influenced?" I asked, rising from the water in one fluid motion that left me standing before him, naked and dripping, and completely unashamed. What if I want you to show me exactly what it means to be claimed by a king? His control snapped like an overstretched wire. One moment I was standing in the cooling bathwater. The next I was in his arms, being carried toward the massive bed that dominated his private chambers. He moved with supernatural speed and grace, but his hands were gentle as he laid me down on silk sheets that felt like cool water against my heated skin. "Are you certain?" he asked, hovering over me with muscles tense and eyes blazing. "Because once I claim you properly, once we complete the bond, I'll be yours forever," I finished. "I know. The question is, will you be mine?" Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, maybe. As if no one had ever asked him that question before. As if in 3 centuries of existence, he'd never considered that being claimed might work both ways. "Forever," he promised, and then his mouth was on mine again. This kiss was different from the desperate hunger we'd shared in the bathroom. This was worship. Reverence. The slow, thorough exploration of a man who had all the time in the world and intended to use every second of it to drive me out of my mind with pleasure. His lips traced the line of my jaw, found the sensitive spot behind my ear that made me gasp and arch beneath him. "I've dreamed of this," he murmured against my throat. "Every night since you awakened me. The taste of you. The sound you make when I touch you here." His mouth found my collarbone, and I cried out softly. "The way you respond to me, like you were made for this. Made for me." "Maybe I was," I managed to say, though coherent thought was becoming increasingly difficult as his hands began their own exploration. "Maybe that's what queenmakers really are. Women made to match supernatural kings." "No," he said, lifting his head to look at me with such intensity that my breath caught. "You weren't made for me, Elena. We were made for each other. Partners. Equals. 2 halves of something that only works when we're together." The words hit me harder than any declaration of love could have. He wasn't claiming ownership of me. He was claiming partnership with me. And that distinction made all the difference in the world. "Then claim me," I whispered. "All of me. Forever." He groaned like a man in pain, his forehead dropping to rest against mine. "You have no idea what you do to me. How badly I've wanted this. Wanted you." "Show me," I challenged, running my hands over the hard planes of his chest. "Show me what 300 years of wanting feels like." What followed was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Kieran worshipped my body with a patience and thoroughness that spoke of centuries of experience, but also with a reverence that told me this was different for him too. Special in ways that had nothing to do with technique, and everything to do with the soul-deep connection that bound us together. He mapped every inch of my skin with his mouth and hands, finding places that made me gasp and arch and beg for more. The hollow of my throat. The curve of my hip. The sensitive skin of my inner wrist where my pulse hammered against his lips. "Beautiful," he murmured against my heated flesh. "So beautiful. Mine." "Yours," I agreed breathlessly, then caught his face between my hands. "But you're mine too. Don't forget that." "Never," he promised, and I could feel the truth of it through our bond. The way he needed me as much as I needed him. The way this claiming worked both ways, binding him to me just as surely as it bound me to him. When he finally joined with me, when our bodies came together in the most ancient and intimate of dances, it was with a slow precision that stole my breath. He filled me completely, perfectly, like he'd been designed specifically for this moment. "Elena," he breathed, and my name on his lips sounded like a prayer and a promise and a claim all wrapped into one. We moved together like we'd been practicing this dance for lifetimes, instead of discovering it for the first time. Every touch, every kiss, every whispered endearment only strengthened the bond between us, until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. The pleasure built slowly, like gathering storm clouds, until it finally broke over us both in waves that left me gasping and shaking in his arms. But it was more than just physical release, it was spiritual completion. The final piece of a puzzle, clicking into place. Afterward, we lay tangled together in silk sheets, my head on his chest, and his arms wrapped around me like he never intended to let me go. The bond between us hummed with satisfaction, and love, and the kind of bone-deep contentment that came from finally finding your place in the world. Well, I said finally, tracing idle patterns on his chest. That was educational. His laugh rumbled beneath my ear. Educational? I learned that supernatural stamina isn't just a myth, I replied, unable to keep the satisfaction out of my voice. Among other things. Among other things, he agreed, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. Though I should mention, we still haven't completed the claiming ceremony. I lifted my head to look at him. What we just did wasn't the ceremony? That was us choosing each other, he said, his golden eyes soft with love and lingering desire. The ceremony is more formal, public. It's what makes the bond legally binding in supernatural law. I settled back against his chest, considering. And if we don't complete the formal ceremony? Then what we have remains personal rather than political. We're mated in truth, but you're not officially recognized as my queen. Would that bother you? I asked, though I already suspected I knew the answer. It would mean you could leave, he said quietly. The personal bond is strong, but it can be broken if you truly wanted to walk away. The ceremonial bond, that's permanent. Unbreakable. Death is the only thing that severs it. I thought about that for a moment, turning the implications over in my mind. He was giving me a choice. Even now, even after we'd made love and I'd fought for the right to stand beside him, he was still giving me the option to keep some independence. Some escape route, if this life proved too much for me to handle. And the ceremony involves, I prompted. Ancient words. Blood magic. A formal declaration witnessed by the pack. He paused. And you accepting the crown of the Northern Territories as my equal partner in ruling. Equal partner. Not consort. Not subordinate. Partner. When? I asked. Whenever you're ready. Tomorrow. Next month. Next year. His arms tightened around me. I'll wait as long as you need, Elena. The choice is yours. I thought about everything that had brought us to this moment. The archaeological discovery that had changed my life. The terror and wonder of discovering the supernatural world. The battles we'd fought and the enemies we'd faced. The way he'd supported my choices, even when they terrified him. The way he loved me exactly as I was while helping me become everything I was meant to be. I have one condition, I said finally. His body went tense beneath mine. What condition? The ceremony happens here in your stronghold, but I want Dr. Chen there. And my mother. Their family, and I won't become queen without them witnessing it. Elena, he started, and I could hear the concern in his voice. Bringing humans into supernatural territory, exposing them to our world, is something queens do when their family is important to them, I finished firmly. If I'm going to rule beside you, then the people I love need to be part of that life. All of it. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could practically hear him thinking through the implications. The security risks. The political complications. The sheer difficulty of explaining werewolves and magic to humans who'd never dreamed such things existed. It can be done, he said finally. Carefully. With proper protections and explanations. If that's what you want. It's what I want, I said firmly. And Kieran? I want the ceremony to happen soon. This week. This week. He sounded genuinely surprised. Are you certain? There's no rush. Isn't there? I interrupted, lifting my head to meet his gaze. You're still dying from the incomplete bond. Every day we delay is another day of watching the curse eat away at you. I won't wait when I don't have to. Something flared in his golden eyes. And you're certain? Absolutely certain this is what you want. I thought about my old life. My dissertation research. My carefully planned academic career. The independence I'd fought so hard to maintain. Then I thought about the way Kieran looked at me, like I was everything he'd ever dreamed of. The way he'd supported my choices, even when they put me in danger. The way he'd shown me strength I never knew I possessed. The way he made me feel like I was exactly where I belonged. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life," I said. "I want to be your queen, Kieran. Your partner. Your equal. Forever." He kissed me then, slow and deep and full of promises for the future we were going to build together. When we finally broke apart, his smile was bright enough to power the entire castle. "Forever it is, my queen," he said. "Forever it is." And for the first time since this whole impossible journey began, forever didn't sound like a chain. It sounded like the best adventure of my life. Chapter 14. Time running out. I woke to the sound of Kieran screaming. Not the roar of his wolf or the controlled growl of an angry king. A raw, human sound of agony that tore through the pre-dawn darkness and had me bolting upright in bed, heart hammering against my ribs. He thrashed beside me, caught in the grip of something that looked like a seizure but felt like something far worse through our bond. Pain radiated from him in waves, sharp and burning and wrong in ways that made my teeth ache. His skin was fever-hot to the touch, and when I tried to shake him awake, his golden eyes snapped open to reveal pupils blown wide with suffering. "Kieran." I gripped his shoulders, trying to anchor him to consciousness. "What's happening? What's wrong?" For a moment, he didn't seem to recognize me. His gaze was wild, unfocused, and when he bared his teeth in a snarl, I saw that his canines had elongated into fangs. The partial shift was involuntary, his body caught between forms and unable to settle into either. Then awareness crashed back into his features, and he sucked in a shuddering breath that sounded like a sob. "Elena," he gasped, his hands finding mine and gripping tight enough to bruise. "God, Elena, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Shush," I soothed, pulling him against my chest and running my fingers through his sweat-dampened hair. "It's okay. You're okay. I'm here." But even as I spoke the words, I could feel through our bond that nothing about this was okay. The curse that had been slowly eating away at him for 3 centuries was accelerating, feeding on the incomplete nature of our mating bond. Every day we delayed the formal claiming ceremony was another day closer to losing him entirely. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice rough as gravel. "I don't know." The screaming woke me. I pulled back to study his face, cataloging the new lines of exhaustion around his eyes, the pallor that made his golden gaze seem to burn in his too pale face. "How long has this been happening?" He looked away, which was answer enough. "Kieran." I caught his chin, forcing him to meet my gaze. "How long?" 2 weeks, he admitted reluctantly. "Maybe longer. It's getting worse." 2 weeks. We'd been so focused on external threats, Cordelia's challenge, pack politics, the logistics of arranging a supernatural wedding, that I'd missed the signs of his deteriorating condition. Or maybe he'd been hiding it from me, trying to protect me from one more thing to worry about. "The seizures?" I pressed. "Started a few days ago. Usually happen when I'm sleeping, when my control is weakest." He sat up slowly, wincing as movement sent fresh waves of pain through our connection. "The curse is trying to separate my human and wolf natures permanently. If it succeeds, you'll lose your humanity," I finished, my blood turning to ice water. "Become permanently trapped in beast form. Or worse." His golden eyes held depths of fear that made my heart clench. "The curse was designed to drive me mad, Elena. 3 centuries of fighting it has taken its toll. Without the stabilizing influence of a complete mate bond." He didn't need to finish. I could see the truth in his face, feel it through the connection that linked our souls. The nightmares that had been plaguing him weren't just dreams, they were fragments of the madness that waited if the curse claimed final victory. "Then we do the ceremony today," I said firmly, already starting to rise from the bed. "Right now. I'll call Marcus, get the preparations started." "Elena, wait." His hand caught my wrist, gentle but insistent. "Your family. Dr. Chen. You wanted them here for the ceremony." I wanted a lot of things, I replied, though the words tasted bitter. But I want you alive, more than I want a perfect wedding. Something shifted in his expression. Love and gratitude, and a pain so deep it made my chest ache. You would give up having your family witness the most important moment of your life. I would give up anything to keep you, I said simply. Everything, if I had to. He stared at me for a long moment, as if seeing something in my face that surprised him. Then he smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen from him in days. No, he said softly. You won't have to. Kieran. Dr. Chen is already on her way, he interrupted, and now there was something almost like mischief in his golden eyes. Marcus sent a private jet yesterday. She should arrive this afternoon. I stared at him. You called my mentor? Without telling me. I called your family, he corrected. Because I knew you'd try to sacrifice what you wanted for what you thought I needed. Because you're generous and selfless and completely maddening when you try to carry every burden alone. But the security risks are manageable. Marcus's voice came from the doorway, and I turned to see him entering with a breakfast tray and an expression of barely controlled worry. Though I'll admit, explaining werewolves to humans over the phone was interesting. You told her? I asked, not sure whether to be horrified or relieved. We told her enough, Marcus replied diplomatically. That you'd found love in an unexpected place, that the man you're marrying comes from an old family with unusual traditions, and that some of those traditions might seem strange to outsiders. And she accepted that. She said, and I quote, Elena has always been drawn to mysteries and impossible things. If she's found someone who makes her happy, I'll support her choice no matter how unusual it might be. Marcus set the tray on the bedside table, his weathered face softening with something that might have been approval. Your mentor sounds like a remarkable woman. She is, I said, warmth flooding my chest at the thought of seeing Dr. Chen again. Of having someone from my old life witness the beginning of my new one. What about my mother? The look that passed between Marcus and Kieran told me everything I needed to know. She's not coming, I said, though the words still hit like a physical blow. She wants to, Kieran said quickly, moving to sit beside me on the bed. God, Elena, she wants to be here more than anything. But the flight from California, the time away from work, she can't afford to lose. We sent money, Marcus added. Enough to cover lost wages and travel expenses. But she's scared, Elena. Scared of a world she doesn't understand. Scared of losing you to something she can't compete with. I closed my eyes, fighting back tears that threatened to spill over. My mother had always been proud of my independence, my academic achievements, my ability to build a life for myself. But she'd also always been afraid that one day, I'd move so far beyond our ordinary world that there would be no way for her to follow. Turns out she'd been right. She loves you, Kieran said softly, his hand finding mine and squeezing gently. She told Marcus that all she's ever wanted is for you to be happy and safe. Even if that means letting you go. I could call her, I suggested weakly. Video chat during the ceremony. Let her witness it remotely. You could, Marcus agreed. But Elena, there are things about supernatural bonding ceremonies that don't translate well to human technology. The magic involved tends to interfere with electronic devices. Right. Because of course it did. Nothing about this situation could be simple. I'm sorry, Kieran said, and the genuine regret in his voice made my heart clench. I know how much having her here would have meant to you. It's okay, I said, though we both knew it wasn't. Dr. Chen will be here. That's enough. Is it? He asked, studying my face with the intensity that meant he was reading every micro-expression, cataloging every sign of distress. It has to be, I replied firmly. Because the alternative is watching you die, and that's not an option. Another seizure chose that moment to hit him, milder than the first but still strong enough to leave him gasping and shaking in my arms. When it passed, there were new lines around his eyes and a tremor in his hands that spoke of control stretched to its breaking point. We need to move up the timeline, Marcus said grimly, clearly reading the same signs I was. Today, if possible. Can the preparations be ready that quickly? I asked. They've been ready for days, Marcus admitted. I've had teams working around the clock to prepare the ceremonial chamber, coordinate with the pack elders, arrange for witnesses. The only thing we were waiting for was Dr. Chen's arrival. Of course he had. Because Marcus wasn't just Kieran's beta, he was the man who'd been watching his friend and king slowly die for 3 centuries. He'd probably started planning the moment he realized Kieran had found his mate. And the other packs? Kieran asked, clearly struggling to focus through another wave of pain. The witnesses required by supernatural law. Already here, Marcus replied. Representatives from the Eastern coalitions arrived yesterday. The Northern Alliance sent their ambassador this morning. Everyone who needs to witness your official claiming of Elena as queen is in attendance. Claiming, I repeated, the word sitting strangely on my tongue. That makes it sound like I'm property being transferred. You're not, Kieran said firmly, his golden eyes burning with intensity despite his obvious exhaustion. The claiming ceremony isn't about ownership, Elena. It's about choice. Public declaration that 2 people have chosen to bind their lives together permanently. That they've found their other half and refuse to let anything separate them. Like marriage, I said, understanding flooding through me. It's like marriage, but with magic. Marriage with consequences that extend beyond the mortal realm, Marcus corrected. When you accept the crown of the Northern Territories, you're not just becoming Kieran's wife. You're becoming co-ruler of a supernatural kingdom. Every decision you make will affect thousands of lives. The weight of that responsibility settled on my shoulders like a lead blanket. I'd been so focused on saving Kieran, on fighting external threats and navigating supernatural politics, that I hadn't fully processed what accepting the crown would mean in practical terms. I would be responsible for lives, for territories, for maintaining the balance between the supernatural and human worlds that kept both sides safe. Scared? Kieran asked softly, clearly reading the uncertainty in my expression. Terrified, I admitted. What if I make the wrong choices? What if I'm not strong enough for this? Then you'll learn, he said simply. The same way I learned. The same way every ruler learns, by making mistakes, facing consequences, and doing better next time. You'll have advisors, Marcus added. The Pack Council, supernatural legal experts, allies who've been navigating these waters for centuries. You won't be making decisions alone. And you'll have me, Kieran said, his hand tightening around mine. For better or worse, until death parts us, you'll have me. We'll face everything together. Together. The word settled something restless in my chest, reminding me why I was doing this in the first place. Not for the crown or the power or the political advantages, but for the man who'd shown me strength I never knew I possessed. For the partnership we'd built in the midst of impossible circumstances. For love. When? I asked, decision crystallizing in my mind like ice forming on still water. Sunset, Marcus replied immediately. Dr. Chen's plane lands at 3. That gives us time for final preparations, a quick explanation of what she's about to witness, and the ceremony itself. Sunset. In less than 12 hours, I would either be queen of the supernatural territories, or Kieran would be one step closer to the madness that had been hunting him for 3 centuries. No pressure at all. There's something else, Marcus said carefully, and the tone of his voice made my stomach clench with fresh dread. Something you both need to know before the ceremony begins. What now? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. Cordelia, Marcus said simply. She's requested permission to attend the ceremony. The name hit me like a slap. The woman who tried to kill me 3 days ago wants to attend my wedding. She claims right of witness as Kieran's former betrothed, Marcus explained. It's an ancient tradition. All parties who've held claims to a ruler's affections are allowed to witness the final bonding, to formally release those claims. And if we refuse? Kieran asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer wouldn't be good. It gives her grounds to challenge the legitimacy of the ceremony, Marcus replied grimly. To claim that proper protocols weren't followed, that Elena's right to the crown is questionable. So we're damned if we do, and damned if we don't, I said. Unless, Marcus continued, you're confident enough in your bond to let her witness it. To show her and everyone else present that what you have is real, permanent, and unshakable. I thought about the way Kieran had looked at me during our fight with Cordelia. The way he'd supported my choices, even when they terrified him. The way he'd made love to me like I was everything he'd ever dreamed of, and the one thing he couldn't live without. Let her come, I said firmly. Let her watch me claim my king and accept my crown. Let her see exactly what she lost when she chose power over love. Kieran's smile was bright enough to light up the entire castle. My magnificent, impossible queen, he said, pulling me closer for a kiss that tasted like promises and forever. I can't wait to make you officially mine. Yours, I agreed against his lips. Forever and always. And for the first time since this whole journey began, forever didn't sound like a burden. It sounded like the greatest adventure of my life. Chapter 15. The Ultimate Gambit. Dr. Sarah Chen took the revelation that werewolves existed with the same calm rationality she brought to everything else in her life. Well, she said, sitting in Kieran's study with a cup of tea balanced perfectly on her knee, that certainly explains some of the gaps in the historical record. I stared at my mentor and dissertation advisor, the woman who'd guided my academic career for the past 3 years, waiting for signs of the breakdown I was sure would come. Instead, she looked like someone who'd just had a particularly interesting theory confirmed. That's it? I asked. That's your reaction to finding out that supernatural creatures are real, and your student is about to marry a 300-year-old werewolf king. Elena, dear, Dr. Chen said with the patient tone she reserved for particularly dense graduate students, I've been studying ancient civilizations for 40 years. Do you really think I've never come across evidence of things that don't fit into modern scientific paradigms? She had a point. Dr. Chen had built her career on finding patterns others missed, on asking questions that made her colleagues uncomfortable. If anyone was going to accept the supernatural world with scholarly equanimity, it would be her. Besides, she continued, setting down her teacup and fixing me with the sharp gaze that had terrified first-year students for decades, I can see how happy you are. How settled. You've found your place in the world, Elena. That's worth celebrating, regardless of how unusual the circumstances might be. Kieran, who'd been standing tensely by the window, as if expecting her to run screaming from the castle, finally relaxed. Thank you, he said simply. For accepting this. For accepting her choice. Oh, I'm not accepting anything yet, Dr. Chen replied, with the hint of steel that reminded me why she was one of the most respected archaeologists in her field. I want to know your intentions regarding Elena's career. Her doctoral program. The research that's been her passion for years. Sarah, I started, but she held up a hand to silence me. This is important, Elena. You're about to make a commitment that will change your life in fundamental ways. I need to know that you've thought through all the implications. I have, I said, though truthfully, I'd been so focused on external threats and curse-breaking that I hadn't given much thought to practicalities like finishing my dissertation. My research is important to me, but nothing, Dr. Chen interrupted firmly. Passion doesn't just disappear because circumstances change. The question is whether there's room in your new life or the old one. Kieran moved away from the window, settling into the chair across from my mentor with the careful grace that marked all his movements. What would you need, he asked, to ensure Elena could continue her research? Access, Dr. Chen replied immediately. The supernatural world you're part of contains historical secrets that could revolutionize our understanding of human development. If Elena is going to be uniquely positioned to study that intersection, she needs proper academic support. You're talking about creating an entirely new field of study, I said, excitement building despite everything else on my mind. Supernatural archaeology. Documenting the hidden history of human-supernatural interaction. I'm talking about the opportunity of several lifetimes, Dr. Chen corrected. The chance to rewrite textbooks, to fill in gaps that have puzzled scholars for centuries, to finally understand why certain civilizations rose and fell seemingly overnight. Kieran leaned forward, interest flickering in his golden eyes. You're saying Elena could serve as a bridge between worlds? Help humans understand our history while helping us preserve it properly. I'm saying she could change everything, Dr. Chen said simply. If she wants to. Before I could respond, a commotion in the hallway outside made all three of us go tense. Raised voices, running footsteps, and underneath it all, Marcus's voice barking orders with military precision. The study door burst open without ceremony, and Marcus himself appeared, his usually controlled expression showing cracks of genuine alarm. We have a problem, he announced without preamble. Multiple problems, actually. What now? Kieran asked, rising to his feet with the fluid grace that meant his predatory instincts were coming online. Lydia Nightshade and her faction, Marcus replied grimly. They've mobilized. Our scouts report at least 50 supernatural mercenaries moving through the mountain passes, all heading straight for us. My blood turned to ice. Lydia Nightshade, the power behind Cordelia's curse, the sorceress who'd been orchestrating attacks against us for weeks. If she was moving openly with that kind of force. They're planning to attack during the ceremony, I said, understanding flooding through me like cold water. When all the witnesses are gathered, when our defenses are focused on protecting the ritual rather than repelling invaders. That's our assessment, Marcus confirmed. A strike designed to eliminate Kieran, claim you as a hostage, and destabilize the entire northern territories in one coordinated assault. How long do we have? Kieran asked, already moving toward the weapons cabinet that dominated one wall of his study. 2 hours, maybe 3, Marcus replied. They're moving fast, but the mountain terrain is slowing them down. Then we evacuate the witnesses, I said immediately. Cancel the ceremony. Get everyone to safety. No. Kieran's voice carried absolute authority, the kind of command that could bring entire armies to heel. We don't run. We don't hide. And we certainly don't let them dictate the terms of our lives. Kieran, be reasonable, I started, but he cut me off with a look that reminded me he'd been a king for 3 centuries. The ceremony happens as scheduled, he said firmly. Tonight. At sunset. Exactly as planned. Are you insane? I demanded. They're coming here with an army. This isn't the time for symbolic gestures. This is exactly the time, he replied, moving to stand before me with such intensity that I could feel power radiating from his skin. Elena, don't you see? This is their last desperate gambit. If we complete the bonding ceremony, if you officially become my queen, then Lydia loses any legal grounds for her attacks. She becomes nothing more than a terrorist, threatening a legitimate royal couple. And if we don't complete it, then she can claim she's acting to protect supernatural interests from an unstable king and his unsuitable human consort, Marcus finished. The political cover she needs to justify her actions to other packs. I stared between them, understanding dawning like a particularly unpleasant sunrise. So we're damned if we do, and damned if we don't. No, Kieran said, his hands settling on my shoulders with gentle firmness. We're powerful if we do, and vulnerable if we don't. There's a difference. A difference that might get us killed. A difference that might save thousands of lives, he corrected. Elena, if Lydia succeeds tonight, if she destabilizes the northern territories, it won't stop with us. Every supernatural kingdom in North America will become a target. Every alliance, every treaty, every protection that keeps our 2 worlds in balance, all of it crumbles. The weight of that responsibility settled on my shoulders like a lead blanket. This wasn't just about our personal happiness anymore. It was about preventing a supernatural war that could expose both species to destruction. What are you proposing? Dr. Chen asked quietly from her chair, and I realized she'd been listening to this entire exchange with the focused attention of someone taking mental notes. We proceed with the ceremony as planned, Kieran replied. But we turn it into a trap. Explain, I said, though I was beginning to suspect I wouldn't like the answer. Lydia expects us to panic, to either flee or hunker down defensively. She's counting on disrupting the ceremony, on preventing the bond from being completed. Kieran moved to the window, studying the mountain slopes where enemies were even now approaching. Instead, we give her exactly what she thinks she wants. Which is a target-rich environment, Marcus said, understanding dawning in his expression. She's bringing 50 mercenaries to attack a stronghold filled with supernatural royalty and their guards. That's not a rescue mission, that's an assassination attempt. And if we're expecting it, Kieran continued, if we're prepared for it, if we use the ceremony itself as cover for a counterattack. You turn their ambush into yours, I finished, pieces clicking together in my mind. Use the gathering of supernatural nobility as bait to draw all of Lydia's forces into one location where you can eliminate them permanently. Exactly. It's completely insane, I said flatly. It's tactically sound, Marcus disagreed. Assuming we can coordinate the defense properly. And assuming I can complete a supernatural bonding ritual while people are trying to kill us, I pointed out. You've done harder things, Kieran said with complete confidence. You've faced down a 300-year-old sorceress in single combat. You've awakened powers that haven't been seen in generations. You've proven yourself worthy to stand beside a king. This is different, I protested. This is what queens do, he interrupted gently. They make impossible choices for the good of their people. They stand strong when everything falls apart. They prove that love is stronger than fear. Dr. Chen cleared her throat delicately, reminding us of her presence. If I may, she said with academic precision, you're describing a scenario where Elena performs a complex magical ritual while under active fire from hostile forces. That's about the size of it, Marcus confirmed. Then perhaps, Dr. Chen continued, we should discuss what support she'll need to succeed. I stared at my mentor, this woman who'd spent her career studying the past, calmly discussing strategies for supernatural warfare as if it were just another research project. Sarah, you don't have to. Oh, my dear, she said with a smile that reminded me why her students both feared and adored her. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Do you have any idea how rare it is to witness history being made in real time? You could be killed, I pointed out. I could be killed crossing the street in Berkeley, she replied pragmatically. At least this way, I'll die doing something significant. No one's dying tonight, Kieran said with flat certainty. Except possibly Lydia, and anyone foolish enough to follow her. Speaking of which, Marcus interjected, we need to coordinate with the other supernatural representatives. If they're going to be caught in the middle of this, they need to know what they're facing. Already handled, Kieran replied. I sent word an hour ago. Every pack representative, every supernatural ambassador, every witness who's here for the ceremony, they all know we're expecting trouble. And their response? I asked. Unanimous agreement to proceed as planned, Marcus said with grim satisfaction. Lydia's actions have been destabilizing the entire region for months. Every supernatural leader here tonight has a vested interest in seeing her threat eliminated permanently. So instead of 50 mercenaries attacking a wedding, I said slowly, it's 50 mercenaries attacking a gathering of the most powerful supernatural beings in North America, who will all be highly motivated to protect their own interests, Kieran confirmed. It's still insane, I maintained. It's the only option that doesn't involve running away or letting Lydia dictate terms, he replied. Elena, I won't spend our wedding night hiding in a bunker while our enemies plan their next attack. I won't start our marriage by showing weakness to every potential challenger in the supernatural community. And I won't start our marriage by getting you killed because of misplaced pride, I shot back. We stared at each other across the study, both breathing hard, both fighting the same war between love and duty that had been tearing at us since this whole journey began. "If I may," Dr. Chen said mildly, "perhaps you're both approaching this from the wrong angle." "What do you mean?" I asked. "You're thinking of this as either a wedding or a battle," she explained with professorial patience. "But historically, royal ceremonies have often served multiple purposes simultaneously. Political theater, religious observance, military demonstration, all wrapped up in a single event designed to send messages to multiple audiences." "You're saying we make it both," Kieran said, understanding lighting his golden eyes. "A wedding that doubles as a declaration of war against anyone who threatens our kingdom." "I'm saying you make it a coronation," Dr. Chen corrected. "The formal investiture of a new queen, witnessed by allies and enemies alike, demonstrating exactly what happens to those who threaten the stability of the supernatural world. The idea hung in the air between us, dangerous and brilliant and completely terrifying. Not just a private ceremony between two people in love, but a public declaration that the balance of power had shifted permanently." "You're talking about making tonight a statement," I said slowly. "I'm talking about making tonight a promise," Dr. Chen replied. "A promise to your allies that you'll stand strong together, and a promise to your enemies that attacking you comes with consequences they won't survive." "And if we fail?" I asked. "If something goes wrong, if Lydia's stronger than we expect, if the ceremony doesn't work?" "Then we fail together," Kieran said simply, his hand finding mine and squeezing tight. "As partners. As equals. As king and queen." "Forever," I whispered, the word carrying all the weight of the choice I was making. "Forever," he agreed. And for the first time since Marcus had burst through the door with news of approaching armies, I felt something other than fear. I felt ready. Ready to claim my crown, my king, and my destiny. Ready to show the world exactly what a queen could do when pushed too far. Ready to prove that love really was stronger than fear. Even when fear came armed with 50 supernatural mercenaries and centuries of accumulated hatred. Especially then. Chapter 16. The Trap. The ceremonial chamber had been transformed into something that belonged in a fairy tale. Ancient stone walls draped with midnight blue silk that seemed to absorb candlelight and throw it back in silver patterns. Hundreds of candles arranged in precise circles that corresponded to astronomical alignments older than written history. Representatives from a dozen supernatural kingdoms, seated in carefully positioned chairs that reflected centuries of political protocol. And at the center of it all, a raised dais where two thrones waited, one carved from obsidian that had been Kieran's family's symbol of power for generations, and one crafted from silver that had been created specifically for tonight. For me. My throne. My crown. My destiny. If we lived long enough to claim it. I stood in the preparation chamber adjacent to the main hall, wearing ceremonial robes that felt like liquid starlight against my skin. The gown was a masterpiece of supernatural craftsmanship, silver silk that seemed to move with its own inner light, embroidered with protective runes that would theoretically shield me from magical attacks. A collar of white gold rested against my throat, set with stones that hummed with power I was only beginning to understand. I looked like a queen. I felt like a woman about to walk into the fight of her life. "You're beautiful," Dr. Chen said softly from beside me, her own formal attire making her look like the distinguished academic she was. "And terrifying. I don't think I've ever seen anyone radiate power the way you do right now." "I don't feel powerful," I admitted, checking my reflection one final time in the ancient mirror that dominated the chamber. "I feel like I'm about to be sick." "Stage fright is normal before major life events," she replied with the practical tone that had gotten me through 3 years of graduate school. "Though I'll admit, most brides don't have to worry about supernatural armies attacking their wedding." "Most brides aren't marrying cursed beast kings either," I pointed out. A soft knock at the door interrupted whatever response Dr. Chen might have made. "Come in," I called, though my voice came out more breathless than I would have liked. Marcus entered, resplendent in ceremonial armor that made him look like something out of Arthurian legend. But his weathered face was grim as he approached us. "It's time," he announced. "The ceremony needs to begin now." Now. I glanced at the window, where sunset was still painting the mountains in shades of gold and crimson. "I thought we were waiting until full darkness." "Change of plans," Marcus replied grimly. "Our scouts report that Lydia's forces are moving faster than expected. They'll be in position to attack within the hour." My stomach clenched with fresh anxiety. An hour. 60 minutes to complete a supernatural bonding ritual that normally took twice that long, while knowing that enemies were approaching with orders to kill us all. "Is Kieran ready?" I asked. "He's been ready for 3 centuries, Marcus said with something that might have been humor under different circumstances. "The question is whether you are." I thought about that for a moment. Was I ready to become queen of a supernatural kingdom? Ready to bind my life permanently to a man I'd known for less than a month? Ready to fight a battle where the stakes were literally life and death? "No," I said honestly. "But I'm going to do it anyway." "Good answer," Marcus approved. "Shall we?" The walk from the preparation chamber to the ceremonial hall felt like a dream. Or maybe a nightmare. My feet moved without conscious direction, carrying me through corridors lined with supernatural nobility who bowed as I passed. Representatives from the Eastern coalitions. Ambassadors from the Northern Alliance. Leaders whose names I'd been frantically memorizing for the past week. All of them watching me with expressions that ranged from curiosity to skepticism to barely concealed hostility. They'd come to witness a coronation, but many of them clearly doubted whether the human woman walking past them was worthy of the crown she was about to claim. Time to prove them wrong. The great hall fell silent as I entered, hundreds of supernatural beings rising to their feet in acknowledgement of the moment. But my attention was captured entirely by the man waiting for me at the far end of the chamber. Kieran stood beside the twin thrones, wearing robes of midnight blue that made his golden eyes burn like flames. The crown of his ancestors rested on his dark hair, marking him unmistakably as what he'd always been, a king. But it was the expression on his face that made my breath catch. Love. Pride. And something that looked almost like awe, as if he couldn't quite believe I was real. I walked toward him down an aisle lined with supernatural nobility, each step taking me closer to a future I'd never imagined but somehow always been meant for. Dr. Chen walked beside me, serving as both witness and anchor to the human world I was leaving behind. "Dearly beloved," Elder Thornfield began, his ancient voice carrying clearly through the vast chamber, "we are gathered here tonight to witness the joining of 2 souls, the binding of 2 destinies, the coronation of a queen." The formal words washed over me like a ritual blessing, but my attention was focused entirely on Kieran. On the way he looked at me like I was everything he'd ever dreamed of. On the love that flowed between us, through the bond that had brought us together. "Kieran Blackthorne," Elder Thornfield continued, "King of the Northern Territories, do you take this woman to be your mate, your queen, your equal partner in all things?" "I do," Kieran said, and his voice carried such conviction that it seemed to resonate through the stones themselves. "Forever and always." "Elena Vasquez," the elder turned to me. "Child of 2 worlds, bearer of ancient bloodlines, do you accept the crown of the Northern Territories? Do you swear to rule with wisdom, protect with strength, and serve the good of all supernatural peoples?" This was it. The moment of no return. The choice that would define the rest of my life. I thought about my old dreams. Graduate school. Academic research. The quiet life of a university professor studying the mysteries of the past. Then I thought about Kieran's golden eyes. About the way he'd supported my choices, even when they terrified him. About the people depending on us to keep them safe from threats they couldn't face alone. "I do," I said clearly, my voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. "I accept the crown, the responsibility, and the privilege of standing as queen beside my king." Elder Thornfield smiled, raising his hands to begin the final phase of the ceremony, the magical binding that would make our union permanent and unbreakable. That's when the first explosion shook the castle. Dust rained from the ancient ceiling as the sound of supernatural warfare erupted from somewhere far too close. Shouts echoed through the corridors, followed by the distinctive roar of wolves in battle. "They're here," Marcus announced grimly, already moving toward the chamber's defensive positions. "Lydia's forces have breached the outer perimeter." "How?" Kieran demanded, his own battle instincts snapping to attention even as he remained protectively close to my side. "Unknown. But they're moving fast and hitting hard. Magical assault, coordinated strikes on multiple entry points. This isn't a probing attack, this is a full-scale assault." The supernatural representatives in the chamber began rising from their seats, some moving toward exits while others prepared for battle. But none of them fled entirely. These were leaders who'd faced supernatural conflicts before, and they understood that running would only make them easier targets. "Continue the ceremony," Kieran commanded, his voice carrying absolute authority. "We complete the bonding now, before." "Before what?" I asked, though I suspected I already knew the answer. "Before Lydia reaches this chamber," he replied grimly. "Because the moment she does, her first target will be you. If the bonding isn't complete, if you're not officially my queen, she can claim I'm an illegitimate usurper," I finished. "Give her political cover for regicide." "Exactly." Another explosion, closer this time. I could hear the sound of running footsteps in the corridors outside, the clash of weapons, the distinctive crackling of magical energy being weaponized. "Elder Thornfield," I called to the ancient supernatural who was supposed to be conducting our ceremony. "How long do we need?" "The full ritual requires." "How long for the essentials?" I interrupted. "The binding itself, without all the formal protocols." The elder's weathered face showed surprise, then understanding. 5 minutes. Perhaps less, if you're both fully committed to the bond. "Do it," Kieran and I said simultaneously. What followed was unlike any wedding ceremony in human history. Elder Thornfield began chanting in a language that predated civilization, his words weaving power through the air like visible threads. The ceremonial stones around the chamber began to glow with inner light, responding to magic that was older than recorded time. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle grew closer with each passing moment. Whatever defenses Marcus had prepared were holding, but barely. I could hear supernatural roars echoing through the castle, the crash of spells against ancient stone, the distinctive sound of claws on marble. "Place your hands on the binding stone," Elder Thornfield commanded, gesturing to a crystalline formation that had risen from the floor at the center of the dais. Kieran and I stepped forward together, our palms meeting on the surface of a stone that hummed with power. The moment our skin made contact with the crystal, energy erupted through both of us, not painful, but overwhelming in its intensity. The mate bond that had connected us since that first moment in the ritual chamber suddenly blazed to life with new strength. I could feel everything Kieran felt, his love, his determination, his absolute commitment to protecting me and our people. And I knew he could feel the same from me. "Speak the words," Elder Thornfield urged. "Quickly now, before." The chamber doors exploded inward, in a shower of splintered wood and magical fire. Lydia Nightshade strode through the breach like an avenging goddess, her midnight robes billowing around her, and violet flames dancing in her eyes. Behind her came at least a dozen supernatural mercenaries, all armed and clearly prepared for violence. "How touching," she said, her voice carrying easily over the shocked gasps of the assembled witnesses. "A wedding! How perfectly dramatic!" "Lydia," Kieran said, his voice deadly calm as he positioned himself between her and me. "You're interrupting." "Oh, I'm doing much more than that, darling," she replied with a smile that was all teeth. "I'm preventing a catastrophe. Do you really think the supernatural community will accept a human queen? A mortal woman, ruling over beings who've existed for millennia." "The supernatural community," said a new voice from among the assembled witnesses, "can speak for itself. Lord Aldrich of the Eastern Coalitions rose from his seat, his ancient power making the air itself seem heavier. Around the chamber, other supernatural leaders followed his example, presenting a united front that made Lydia's confident expression falter for the first time. "You're outnumbered," Marcus observed with grim satisfaction from his position near the defensive line. "Surrounded. Your forces are being systematically eliminated by the combined armies of 6 supernatural kingdoms. And you," Lord Aldrich continued, "are guilty of treason against the established order, the punishment for which is death." For just a moment, uncertainty flickered across Lydia's perfect features. She'd expected to find a panicked wedding party, easy targets cowering in ceremonial robes. Instead, she'd walked into a room full of supernatural royalty who were very much prepared for war. "Perhaps," she said, recovering her composure with visible effort, "but I still have this." She raised her hand, and violet energy began crackling around her fingers. Not the refined magic of ceremonial spells, but something raw and destructive that made the protective runes on my gown begin to glow in response. "Battle magic," Elder Thornfield breathed. "She means to tear the castle down around us. She means to kill everyone in this room and sort out the political consequences later," Kieran corrected grimly. That's when I made a decision that probably qualified as insane. Instead of backing away from the supernatural sorceress, gathering enough power to level a city block, I stepped forward. "Lydia," I called out, my voice carrying clearly through the tense chamber. "You want to challenge my right to be queen? Fine. Let's settle this properly." "Elena, no," Kieran started, but I cut him off with a look. "Trial by combat," I continued, moving to stand directly in front of Lydia with nothing but 20 feet of open space between us. "Single combat, witnessed by representatives of every major supernatural power in North America. Winner takes all." Lydia's eyes narrowed as she considered the challenge. Around the chamber, supernatural nobility leaned forward with interest. This was the kind of dramatic resolution they understood, the ancient way of settling disputes that had governed their societies for millennia. "And if I refuse?" Lydia asked carefully. "Then you prove you're exactly what Lord Aldrich said, a terrorist and a traitor worthy only of execution," I replied. "But if you accept, you get what you've always wanted. The chance to face me in fair combat for the right to stand beside Kieran." "Elena," Dr. Chen said quietly from beside me, "this is the woman who's been orchestrating attacks against you for weeks. She's not going to fight fair." "I'm counting on it," I said, never taking my eyes off Lydia. "What do you say? Are you brave enough to face me woman to woman, magic to magic? Or are you going to hide behind your mercenaries like the coward you are?" The insult hit its mark perfectly. Lydia's violet eyes blazed with fury, and the magical energy around her hands flared bright enough to leave afterimages. "Very well," she said with deadly softness. "Trial by combat it is. Though I should warn you, little queen, I've had centuries to perfect my skills." "And I've had a lifetime to perfect mine," I replied, calling on the power that had been awakening within me since the moment I'd touched that cursed stone. Golden light began to dance around my own hands, queenmaker magic that had been sleeping in my bloodline for generations, finally awakening to meet the threat before it. "Begin," Elder Thornfield commanded, his voice carrying the weight of ancient law. And the real battle for the crown of the Northern Territories finally began. Chapter 17. The Claiming. Power tasted like lightning and revenge. The first clash of our magic sent shockwaves through the ceremonial chamber that cracked ancient stone and shattered windows in crystalline explosions. Lydia's violet energy slammed into my golden shields like a battering ram forged in hell itself, the impact driving me to my knees on marble that had witnessed centuries of supernatural ceremonies. But I held. Barely. Pain lanced through every nerve ending as her magic tested my defenses, probing for weaknesses like acid eating through steel. Through our bond, I felt Kieran's desperate need to intervene, to throw himself between me and the sorceress who wanted us both dead. But he held himself back, trusting me to fight my own battle. That trust gave me strength I hadn't known I possessed. Around us, supernatural nobility scattered like leaves before a hurricane as raw magical force tore through the air. Crystal chandeliers exploded in showers of deadly fragments. Ancient tapestries burst into flames that burned in colors that had no names. This wasn't the controlled demonstration of power that formal duels usually entailed. This was two women trying to kill each other with everything they possessed. And I was losing. Is that all? Lydia taunted, advancing across the chamber with predatory grace that spoke of centuries perfecting the art of violence. Violet flames danced around her fingers like living things, beautiful and deadly as poisonous flowers. Each step she took left scorched footprints on marble that had survived wars and curses and the rise and fall of kingdoms. I expected more from the woman who claims to be worthy of a king's crown. Blood trickled from the corner of my mouth where her first assault had driven me into the stone floor. The taste was copper and failure, sharp on my tongue like a prophecy of defeat. But I pushed myself back to my feet, calling on reserves of strength I hadn't known I possessed. The ceremonial gown was already torn, silver silk shredded by the force of her attack like tissue paper in a tornado. But the protective runes woven into the fabric were still glowing, still holding back the worst of her magical assault. Each thread had been blessed by pack elders, each symbol carved by master craftsmen who understood that supernatural royalty needed supernatural protection. I haven't even started yet, I said and meant it. This time, when I reached for my power, I didn't hold back. Every lesson about control and restraint that Marcus had drilled into me over the past weeks went out the window like smoke in a hurricane. I reached deep, past the careful barriers I'd built, past the fear of what I might become, straight to the molten core of magic that had been sleeping in my bloodline for generations. Queen-maker power. Ancient. Primal. Designed not just to bond with supernatural royalty, but to enhance it, channel it, and when necessary, weaponize it in ways that could reshape the world. The golden light that erupted from my hands was no longer the gentle glow of healing magic. It was the blazing radiance of a star going nova, bright enough to blind and hot enough to melt steel. When it slammed into Lydia's violet shields, her confident expression finally cracked like ice under pressure. The chamber filled with light so intense that shadows burned away entirely, leaving only the raw truth of power meeting power in combat that would determine the fate of kingdoms. Impossible, she breathed, staggering back as my power tore through her defenses like they were made of spun glass. Sweat beaded on her perfect brow, the first sign of weakness she'd shown since stepping into my world. You're human. You can't channel that much energy without burning out. I'm not human, I said, advancing on her with the same predatory intent she'd shown moments before. Each step forward sent golden sparks crackling across the marble, leaving traces of my power in the stone itself. Not anymore. I'm a queen. The words rang through the chamber with the weight of absolute truth, witnessed by representatives of every major supernatural power in North America. This wasn't just personal combat anymore. This was a formal demonstration of my right to rule, my worthiness to stand beside a king. The second exchange was more evenly matched, both of us pouring everything we had into attacks that could have leveled city blocks. Violet fire met golden flame in the center of the chamber, creating a swirling vortex of competing energies that made the air itself scream with supernatural tension. The assembled witnesses pressed themselves against the walls, but none of them fled. They understood they were seeing something historic, the rise of a new power that would reshape the supernatural world, or its destruction at the hands of an ancient enemy. You think power makes you worthy? Lydia snarled, pouring more energy into her attack until the violet flames around her grew bright enough to burn retinas. Sweat ran down her face like tears, testament to the toll this battle was taking on both of us. You think discovering your heritage entitles you to a crown that should be mine? I think, I replied, matching her intensity and raising it like a poker player going all in, that you're about to find out exactly how worthy I am. The truth was, I was running on fumes. The Queenmaker magic that felt so limitless was actually drawing on my own life force, burning through reserves I couldn't afford to lose. But I couldn't let her see weakness. couldn't let doubt creep into my voice or hesitation slow my attacks. From the corner of my eye, I could see Kieran watching with an expression of fierce pride and barely controlled terror. Through our bond, I felt his desperate need to help, to intervene, to protect me from the forces I was unleashing against one of the most dangerous supernatural creatures alive. But he held himself back, trusting me to fight my own battle, believing in me when I was no longer sure I believed in myself. And that trust gave me strength I hadn't known I possessed. Love, I realized, was the most powerful magic of all. The third exchange was different. Instead of meeting Lydia's power head-on like a fool throwing herself against a mountain, I did something she wasn't expecting. Something that should have been impossible for anyone who wasn't born to this kind of magic. I absorbed it. Queenmaker magic wasn't just about creating energy. It was about channeling it, directing it, using it for purposes that served the greater good. When Lydia's violet fire slammed into my defenses, instead of blocking it like a shield, I pulled it into myself like a sponge soaking up water. Her magic burned as it flowed through me, alien and vicious and wrong in every way that mattered. It felt like swallowing molten glass, like mainlining pure hatred directly into my bloodstream. The pain was indescribable, an agony that went beyond physical into realms of suffering that had no names. But I endured it, shaped it, transformed it into something that served my purposes instead of hers. Then I sent it back with interest. The redirected energy hit Lydia like a physical blow from an ancient god, lifting her off her feet and sending her crashing into the stone wall behind her with enough force to crack marble that had stood for centuries. She struggled to rise, violet blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her perfect composure finally shattered completely. For the first time since she'd entered the chamber, uncertainty flickered across her features. Fear. Real, honest fear of someone she'd underestimated so completely that it might cost her everything. "How?" she gasped, staring at me with eyes that had seen centuries of magical combat, but nothing like what I'd just accomplished. "That's not possible. No one can redirect another's magic like that. The energy signatures are too different, the resonance frequencies incompatible." "Queens can," I said simply, advancing on her fallen form with steps that rang like hammer blows against the marble. Power still crackled around my hands, golden fire that responded to my will like an extension of my own body. When they're fighting to protect what they love. But Lydia wasn't finished. Even injured, even defeated, she had one final card to play. Her hand moved to something at her throat, an amulet I hadn't noticed before, dark stone that seemed to absorb light like a hungry void. The moment I saw it, my blood turned to ice water. I recognized the artifact from ancient texts, from warnings passed down through bloodlines that remembered the old days when such things were forged in desperation and madness. A soulstone. A repository for death magic of the blackest kind. "If I can't have him," she said with venomous satisfaction, her fingers closing around the cursed artifact, "then no one can." "Lydia, don't." I started forward, but it was already too late. The amulet shattered in her grip like a bomb made of crystallized hatred, releasing magic that was nothing like the refined energy we'd been wielding. This was something older, darker, tinged with the kind of malevolence that came from centuries of accumulated suffering and rage. Death magic. The kind that killed indiscriminately, that couldn't be blocked or redirected or reasoned with. The kind that had been banned by every supernatural authority for good reason. The black energy erupted from the broken stone like oil spreading across water, reaching for everything living in the chamber with tendrils that moved like serpents made of pure malice. Supernatural nobility cried out in alarm as the darkness touched them, their own magical defenses crumbling like sandcastles before the tide. And at the center of it all, the death curse found its primary target. Kieran. I watched in horror as tendrils of blackness wrapped around him like chains forged in hell, pulling him to his knees as the death curse began its terrible work. Through our bond, I felt his life force being drained away, century by century of accumulated strength flowing out of him like water through a broken dam. The curse was designed to kill slowly, to make him suffer, as it devoured everything that made him who he was. His immortality. His power. his very essence, consumed by magic that fed on life itself. "Stop!" I screamed, launching myself toward Lydia with claws extended and murder in my heart. But I was too far away, moving too slowly through air that had become thick as syrup. The curse was already taking hold, already killing the man I loved more than life itself. That's when I made a choice that probably qualified as insane. Instead of trying to attack Lydia, instead of attempting to break the curse through force, I did the one thing that terrified me more than dying. I opened myself completely to the mate bond between Kieran and me. The connection that had been growing stronger every day since I'd touched that cursed stone suddenly blazed to life with the intensity of a nuclear reactor achieving critical mass. Not just emotional awareness, but complete spiritual fusion. His pain became mine. His strength became mine. His life became mine to share. The death curse that had been draining him suddenly found a new target, something it hadn't been designed to handle. Instead of one supernatural king to devour, it encountered a bonded pair whose combined life force was exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. But more than that, I had something Lydia had never counted on, something she couldn't possibly have anticipated when she'd crafted her final desperate gambit. The accumulated power of every supernatural royal in the chamber. Because that's what Queenmaker magic really did. It didn't just bond me to Kieran, it connected me to every source of supernatural authority in my vicinity. Every pack leader, every ancient lord, every representative of supernatural royalty who had come to witness our ceremony and had sworn oaths to recognize my legitimacy as queen. Which meant their power was mine to command in times of crisis. All of it. Every last volt of accumulated magical energy in the chamber, gathered from bloodlines that stretched back to the dawn of supernatural civilization. "You want to play with death magic?" I asked Lydia, rising to my feet with power that came from a dozen different royal bloodlines flowing through my veins like molten gold. The golden light around me intensified until it was visible even through closed eyelids, until shadows became impossible, and darkness fled like a living thing. "Let me show you what a real queen can do with it." I reached out and grabbed the dark energy that was still pouring from the shattered amulet, wrapping my will around it like steel chains forged in the heart of a star. It fought me, writhing and burning as I forced it to serve my purposes instead of its original malevolent intent. The death magic was designed to consume, to destroy, to reduce everything it touched to ash and memory. But in the right hands, with the right intent, with enough raw power to reshape its fundamental nature, it could also transform. I poured everything I had into reshaping the curse, turning its destructive force into something that served life instead of ending it. The black tendrils that had been draining Kieran's strength suddenly reversed direction, flowing back toward their source with compound interest. But I didn't stop there. The power flowing through me was intoxicating, godlike in its scope and potential. I could feel every supernatural being in the chamber, could touch their magic, could command their allegiance with a thought. I was drunk on power that could reshape reality itself. Lydia's scream echoed through the chamber, as her own magic consumed her from within, but not in the way she'd intended. Not death. I wasn't that vindictive, wasn't the monster she was, but transformation. The accumulated hatred and malice that had driven her for centuries burned away like dross in a furnace, leaving behind something raw and new and powerless. Human. Completely, utterly human. When the magical firestorm finally died away, when the last echoes of supernatural energy faded into silence, Lydia lay unconscious on the marble floor. Her supernatural abilities had been stripped away by the very curse she'd tried to use against us. Her immortality burned out of her like a cancer excised by celestial fire. She would live, but as a mortal woman with no memory of the magical world she'd tried to conquer. It was mercy. And justice. And exactly what she deserved. The chamber fell silent, except for the sound of heavy breathing and the crackle of residual magic in the air. Supernatural nobility slowly emerged from behind their protective barriers, staring at me with expressions that ranged from awe to terror to something approaching worship. I had just channeled the combined power of every supernatural royal in North America, had turned death magic into a tool of transformation, had proven beyond any doubt that I was worthy to stand as queen beside their king. "Is it over?" Dr. Chen asked from somewhere behind me, her voice shaky but determined. Even in the face of magic that defied every law of physics she understood, my mentor was still thinking like a scholar, still trying to process and catalog what she'd witnessed. "It's over," I confirmed, helping Kieran to his feet. He was pale and exhausted, the death curse having taken its toll even though I'd managed to reverse its effects. But he was alive. Gloriously, wonderfully alive. "The curse is broken. The threat is ended. And you." Lord Aldrich stepped forward, his ancient eyes studying me with new respect that bordered on reverence. Power still crackled around me like visible electricity, marking me as something fundamentally changed from the woman who'd entered this chamber an hour ago. "How do you feel, Your Majesty?" Your Majesty. The title should have felt strange, foreign, like wearing clothes that didn't fit. Instead, it felt like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. Like finally understanding what I'd been meant to become. "I feel," I said, looking around the chamber at the supernatural nobility who were all watching me with expressions of awe and acceptance, like a queen. Elder Thornfield cleared his throat, drawing attention back to the interrupted ceremony with the composure of someone who'd officiated at supernatural weddings for centuries. "If I may," he said with remarkable calm for someone who just witnessed a magical battle that would be spoken of in legends, "we still have a coronation to complete." "Actually," Kieran said, his voice rough but strong, golden eyes burning with love and pride and something that looked like wonder, "I think we've moved past the formal ceremony." He gestured to the binding stone at the center of the chamber, which was now glowing with steady golden light that pulsed in rhythm with our heartbeats. The magical battle had completed what the ritual was supposed to accomplish, the permanent bonding of our souls in a way that could never be broken, never be severed, never be undone. We were mated. Truly, permanently, eternally mated. "The claiming is complete," Elder Thornfield confirmed with satisfaction that made his ancient face glow. "The bond is sealed. The queen is crowned." "Long live the queen," Lord Aldrich said formally, his voice carrying the weight of ancient tradition and newfound respect. One by one, every supernatural representative in the chamber repeated the ancient words, their voices joining in harmony that spoke of acceptance, allegiance, and the birth of a new era in supernatural politics. "Long live the queen." The sound washed over me like a benediction, the formal acceptance I'd been fighting for since the moment I'd arrived in Kieran's world. But it was Kieran's voice, speaking the words with love and pride and absolute conviction that made my heart sing with joy. "My queen," he said, pulling me into his arms for a kiss that tasted like forever and triumph and the promise of adventures yet to come. "My magnificent, impossible, perfect queen." "Your queen," I agreed against his lips, letting myself drown in the golden gaze that had haunted my dreams since that first moment in the hidden chamber. "Forever and always." And as the assembled supernatural nobility erupted in cheers of celebration, as Dr. Chen wiped tears from her eyes and Marcus smiled like a proud father, as the reality of what we'd accomplished finally sank in, I realized something important. I wasn't the same woman who'd stumbled into that hidden chamber 3 weeks ago. That Elena had been running from her destiny, afraid of what she might become, terrified of losing herself in something larger than her carefully controlled life. This Elena, Queen Elena, had found her destiny and claimed it with both hands. Had discovered powers she'd never dreamed of, and used them to protect the people she loved. Had proven that love really was stronger than fear, stronger than hatred, stronger than ancient curses and political machinations. I was exactly who I was meant to be. And I was just getting started. Chapter 18. Queen's Power. The crown was heavier than I'd expected. Ancient gold pressed against my temples, as Elder Thornfield placed it on my head with reverent precision, each carefully crafted wolf head seeming to watch the assembled supernatural nobility with eyes that held centuries of accumulated wisdom. The metal was warm from the ceremonial fire, but it was the weight of responsibility that made my knees threaten to buckle. I was a queen now. Really, truly, irrevocably a queen. The thought should have terrified me. 6 hours ago, I'd been a graduate student from San Diego. Now I stood on a dais before representatives from every major supernatural kingdom in North America, wearing a crown that had been passed down through Kieran's bloodline for 8 centuries. Instead of fear, I felt right. Complete. Like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. "Behold Elena Blackthorne," Elder Thornfield's voice rang through the great hall, carrying to every corner where supernatural beings stood in perfect formation. Queen of the Northern Territories, protector of the ancient ways, guardian of the balance between worlds. The titles rolled off his tongue like an incantation, each one settling around my shoulders like invisible armor. But it was the name that made my breath catch, Elena Blackthorne. No longer Vasquez, the abandoned daughter whose father had walked away when life got difficult. Now I bore the name of kings, of warriors, of a bloodline that stretched back to the founding of supernatural civilization. Long live the Queen! The response thundered from hundreds of throats, supernatural beings whose combined age measured in millennia, all acknowledging my right to rule. The sound reverberated through ancient stone that had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, making my bones vibrate with harmonics that spoke to something primal in my newly awakened supernatural nature. Kieran stood beside me, resplendent in his own crown and ceremonial robes, but it was the expression in his golden eyes that made my heart race. Pride, love, and something that looked almost like awe, as if he couldn't quite believe I was real. "Mine," I heard him whisper through our bond, the word carrying undertones of possession and protection and absolute devotion. "My queen. My mate. My everything." "Yours," I replied silently, letting the truth of it flow between us like molten gold. "Forever and always." The formal ceremony continued around us, but I was acutely aware of every supernatural being in the chamber studying me with varying degrees of curiosity, respect, and barely concealed skepticism. Lord Aldrich of the Eastern Coalitions watched me with ancient eyes that had seen the rise and fall of human empires. Lady Morgana of the Western clans examined me like a puzzle she was trying to solve. Even the younger representatives from the Northern Alliance seemed to be cataloging my every gesture, filing away details for reports they'd send back to their respective territories. They were measuring me, testing me, waiting to see if the human woman who'd somehow claimed their most powerful king would prove worthy of the crown she wore. Time to show them exactly what kind of queen I intended to be. "Lords and ladies of the supernatural realm," I said, my voice carrying clearly through the vast chamber without effort. The power flowing through me amplified even simple speech, making my words resonate with authority I was still learning to wield. "I stand before you not as a conqueror or an interloper, but as a bridge between worlds." A murmur ran through the assembled crowd. This wasn't the usual coronation speech, full of grand promises and veiled threats. This was something different. For too long, our peoples have existed in shadow, hiding our true nature from a human world that shares this planet. We've told ourselves it's for protection, for the preservation of the balance that keeps both species safe. I paused, letting my gaze sweep across faces that ranged from curious to hostile. But fear has a way of becoming a prison, and isolation breeds weakness. "What are you proposing, Your Majesty?" Lady Morgana asked, her voice carrying the kind of steel that had made her one of the most respected leaders in supernatural politics. She was testing me, seeing if I had substance behind the pretty words. "I'm proposing that we stop hiding," I said simply, and the chamber erupted in shocked whispers. Not reckless exposure, but careful integration. Scientific collaboration. Medical exchange. Cultural understanding between species that have more in common than our histories would suggest. "That's impossible," Lord Aldrich interjected, his ancient authority making the air itself seem heavier. "The humans aren't ready for our existence. The panic alone would." "Would what?" I interrupted, stepping forward with confidence that surprised even me. "Destroy both our peoples? Because that's exactly what's happening now." We're dying, by degrees, Lord Aldrich. Isolated in dwindling territories, while human expansion pushes us further into the margins. How many more generations before we're nothing but legends and old stories? The truth of it settled over the chamber like a shroud. Every supernatural leader present knew the statistics, had watched their own territories shrink as human populations exploded and technology made hiding increasingly difficult. You're talking about revealing ourselves, Dr. Chen said quietly from her position near the dais. As the only fully human witness to this gathering, her voice carried unique weight. Letting the human world know that supernatural beings exist. I'm talking about evolution, I corrected, my voice growing stronger with conviction. About adapting to survive, instead of clinging to outdated strategies that serve neither species well. And you believe the humans would accept us? Lady Morgana's skepticism was palpable. History suggests they fear what they don't understand, and fear breeds violence. Some would, Dr. Chen said before I could respond, her academic authority lending credibility to words that needed to be heard. The scientific community has always adapted to new discoveries. Medical professionals would see the potential for advancing treatment options. Educators would recognize the opportunity to expand human knowledge exponentially. And the others, Lord Aldrich pressed, the ones who would see our existence as a threat to everything they believe about the natural order, would be outnumbered by those who see opportunity instead of threat, I replied with confidence born from my years in academia, from watching human nature at its best and worst. Humans are remarkably adaptable when given proper information and time to adjust. The key is controlling the narrative, managing the revelation instead of letting it happen through accidents or hostile exposure. Kieran moved closer, his presence a steady anchor as I continued to reshape the supernatural world's understanding of itself. Through our bond, I felt his admiration for the vision I was presenting, his recognition that this was why our mating had been destined by forces beyond either of our understanding. You're proposing a complete restructuring of supernatural society, he said, not as a challenge but as clarification for the assembled witnesses. An end to centuries of tradition. I'm proposing survival, I said firmly. Evolution. Growth instead of decay. I turned to address the chamber directly, letting every supernatural leader see the conviction burning in my eyes. Our children deserve better than a world where they're forced to hide their true nature. Our peoples deserve the chance to contribute their gifts to the broader world, instead of hoarding them like treasures in a vault. And if the humans reject us? Lady Morgana asked. If your optimism proves naive, and we face persecution on a global scale, then we'll be no worse off than we are now, I pointed out. But at least we'll have tried something other than slow extinction. The debate that followed was unlike anything in supernatural political history. For the first time in centuries, representatives from different kingdoms found themselves discussing radical change instead of incremental adjustments to failing strategies. Voices rose in argument, in support, in passionate disagreement that spoke to how desperately change was needed. Through it all, I stood at the center of the storm, fielding questions and challenges with an authority I was still learning to trust. The crown on my head grew lighter with each exchange, the weight of responsibility transforming into the strength of purpose. Enough. Kieran's voice cut through the debate like a blade, his alpha authority commanding immediate silence. The Queen has presented her vision. Now we vote. Vote? Lord Aldrich's eyebrows rose nearly to his receding hairline. On a matter of this magnitude? Surely such decisions require extended deliberation. Surely, I interrupted with gentle steel, such decisions require leaders brave enough to act, instead of hiding behind endless committees and bureaucratic delays. The insult was politely delivered but unmistakable, and I saw several younger representatives suppress smiles at my boldness. Questioning an ancient lord's courage was either brilliant politics or spectacular suicide. Very well, Lord Aldrich said after a moment that stretched like eternity. All in favor of exploring Queen Elena's integration proposal? Hands rose throughout the chamber. Not all of them, maybe 60%, but enough to constitute a clear majority. Enough to move forward with plans that would reshape the relationship between supernatural and human worlds. Motion carries, Kieran announced with satisfaction that bled through our bond like warm honey. Queen Elena will lead a committee of volunteers to develop preliminary integration protocols. Those who wish to participate may approach the throne. What followed was a receiving line unlike any in supernatural history. Representatives from a dozen different kingdoms approached to offer their support, their expertise, their cautious optimism for a future that looked nothing like the past. But it was Dr. Chen who provided the moment that nearly broke my composure. "Your Majesty," she said formally, then dropped the protocol entirely. "Elena, sweetheart, I am so proud of you I could burst." The academic formality cracked, revealing the woman who'd guided my education, supported my dreams, and helped me become the person capable of standing where I was now. Before I could stop myself, I stepped down from the dais and wrapped her in a hug that probably violated about 17 different royal protocols. "Thank you," I whispered against her ear, "for believing in me, for being here, for helping me remember that change doesn't have to mean abandonment." "That's what family does," she replied simply, and the word hit me harder than any supernatural magic could have. Family. Not just the pack I'd married into, but the woman who'd chosen to be my mentor, my guide, my anchor to the human world I was working to bridge with my new supernatural one. "Your Majesty." Marcus appeared at my elbow, his weathered face showing the kind of protective concern that came from watching someone he cared about navigate political waters full of sharks. "The representatives from the Southern Territories have requested a private audience. They have concerns about your proposals." Of course they did. Change was always threatening to those who benefited from the status quo, and the Southern Territories had always been the most conservative faction in supernatural politics. "Schedule it for tomorrow afternoon," I decided, straightening my shoulders under the weight of crown and responsibility. "After I've had time to review their specific objections and prepare appropriate responses." "And tonight?" Kieran asked, his golden eyes holding promises that made my skin burn with awareness despite the formal setting. "Tonight," I said, letting my gaze meet his with heat that probably scandalized half the assembled nobility, "belongs to my king." The word king came out pitched just low enough to be intimate, just public enough to stake my claim in front of everyone watching. Kieran's pupils dilated, his nostrils flaring as he caught the scent of my arousal despite the formal setting. "Indeed it does, my queen," he replied, his voice carrying undertones that made several of the younger supernatural representatives shift uncomfortably. But it was Lord Aldrich who provided the perfect conclusion to an impossible day. "Your Majesties," he said with a bow that managed to be respectful without being subservient, "it has been educational to witness your coronation and hear your vision for our people's future. I look forward to seeing what innovations you bring to supernatural governance." Coming from someone whose idea of recent political development was anything that had happened in the last 3 centuries, it was practically a ringing endorsement. As the formal reception wound down, as representatives filtered out to report back to their respective territories, as the great hall slowly emptied of everyone except essential staff, I found myself alone with Kieran for the first time since being crowned. "So," he said, moving to stand behind me as I watched the last stragglers file out, "how does it feel to be queen?" His hands settled on my shoulders, warm and strong and infinitely reassuring. Through our bond, I felt his pride, his love, his awe at what I'd accomplished in a single day. Terrifying, I admitted honestly. Exhilarating. Overwhelming. Like I might be in completely over my head. "Perfect," he said, pressing a kiss to the sensitive spot where my neck met my shoulder. "That's exactly how a good queen should feel." "Is it?" I leaned back against his chest, letting his strength support me as the adrenaline of the day finally began to fade. "The worst rulers are the ones who think they have all the answers," he murmured against my skin. "The best ones are the ones who never stop questioning themselves, never stop trying to do better." "And what kind of ruler are you?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from watching him lead his people with wisdom and compassion. "The kind who's very lucky to have found a queen worthy of standing beside him," he replied, and the simple honesty of it made my throat tight with emotion. We stood like that for a long moment, king and queen processing the magnitude of what had changed between sunset and moonrise. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, political complications, the endless work of turning vision into reality. But tonight belonged to us. "Come," Kieran said finally, taking my hand and leading me toward the door that connected to our private quarters. "Let me show my queen exactly how much her king appreciates her." "Show me?" I asked, though the heat in his golden eyes made his intentions perfectly clear. "Worship you," he corrected, and the word sent liquid fire straight through my veins. "The way a queen deserves to be worshipped." As he led me from the great hall toward chambers that were now ours, toward a bed that would soon echo with sounds of celebration more intimate than any formal ceremony, I reflected on the journey that had brought me here. 3 weeks ago, I'd been Dr. Elena Vasquez, graduate student, afraid of commitment, and convinced that independence was the only safe way to live. Tonight I was Queen Elena Blackthorne, mated to a supernatural king and ready to change the world. And tomorrow? Tomorrow, I'd start building the future I'd promised both our peoples. But first, I had a king to properly thank for believing in me when I hadn't believed in myself. And judging by the heat in his golden eyes, it was going to be a very long, very thorough expression of gratitude. Chapter 19. New Beginnings. 3 months later, I stood in the conference room of the newly established Supernatural Integration Council headquarters in Geneva, watching humans and supernatural beings work side by side for the first time in recorded history, and trying not to throw up from morning sickness. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, facilitating the most significant diplomatic breakthrough between species in millennia, while secretly battling the ancient challenge of growing a supernatural hybrid baby whose enhanced metabolism was making my life hell. "Your Majesty." Dr. Amanda Foster, the human geneticist we'd recruited from Johns Hopkins, looked up from her tablet with barely concealed excitement. "The preliminary DNA compatibility studies are remarkable. The potential for medical advancement alone." She trailed off, her scientific enthusiasm warring with diplomatic protocol. 3 months of working together hadn't entirely erased the awkwardness humans felt when addressing supernatural royalty, especially when that royalty looked like a woman in her 20s rather than an ancient power. "Amanda," I said gently, settling into the chair at the head of the oval table that had become our war room, "you can speak freely here. That's the whole point of this project." Around the table, representatives from both species looked up from their various research projects. Dr. Sarah Chen had taken a sabbatical from Berkeley to serve as our historical consultant, her academic expertise helping bridge gaps between supernatural oral traditions and human archaeological evidence. Marcus sat beside her, his military background proving invaluable for security protocols. Even Lord Aldrich had surprised everyone by volunteering his centuries of political experience for our diplomatic initiatives. The sight of them working together still made my chest tight with pride and wonder. 6 months ago, most of these people had never known the other species existed. Now they were collaborating on projects that would reshape both their worlds. "The genetic markers we've isolated suggest that supernatural abilities aren't random mutations," Dr. Foster continued, her voice gaining strength as she warmed to her subject. "They follow predictable patterns that could potentially be activated in humans who carry dormant supernatural DNA." "Dormant supernatural DNA?" I asked, though the queasy feeling in my stomach was making it difficult to focus on anything that didn't involve saltines and ginger tea. "Approximately 15% of the human population carries genetic markers that suggest supernatural ancestry," Lord Aldrich said, his ancient eyes bright with interest that would have been unthinkable when I'd first met him. "Lost bloodlines from times when interbreeding was more common." which explains why integration is working better than our most optimistic projections predicted, Dr. Chen added, consulting her notes. Humans aren't rejecting the revelation of supernatural existence because some part of them recognizes it as truth rather than fantasy. Speaking of integration progress, Marcus interjected, the pilot program in Vancouver is exceeding all expectations. Crime rates down 30%, emergency response times improved by half, and not a single incident of supernatural human violence. The Vancouver project had been my idea, a carefully controlled test case where we'd revealed the existence of supernatural beings to a single city, working with local government and law enforcement to integrate supernatural abilities into public service. Werewolf search and rescue teams. Vampire paramedics whose speed and strength made them invaluable in trauma situations. Phi healers working alongside human doctors. Any negative feedback? I asked, though I already knew the answer from the reports I'd been reading obsessively. Some religious groups are struggling with the theological implications, Dr. Chen replied diplomatically. But even they're coming around when they see supernatural beings volunteering at homeless shelters and participating in community service projects. It turned out that the best way to overcome fear of the unknown was to make the unknown helpful, visible, and utterly normal. Hard to maintain prejudice against the werewolf who'd pulled your child from a burning building, or the vampire who donated blood to save your grandmother's life. The media response has been largely positive too, Dr. Foster added. The documentary series following our integration teams has broken viewership records, and social media sentiment analysis shows increasing acceptance rates across all demographic groups. I nodded, trying to project calm competence while fighting another wave of nausea that had nothing to do with politics and everything to do with the tiny supernatural being currently wreaking havoc on my digestive system. Being pregnant with a werewolf king's baby was apparently nothing like human pregnancy manuals described. Excellent work, everyone, I managed. Let's reconvene tomorrow to discuss the expansion timeline for. The conference room door burst open with enough force to rattle the reinforced glass walls, and Kieran strode in with the kind of focused intensity that meant either something had gone very wrong, or his supernatural senses had detected something that threatened his mate. Given the way his golden eyes immediately locked onto me with laser precision, I suspected it was the latter. Gentlemen. Ladies. His voice carried the polite authority of a king dismissing his court, but there was steel underneath the courtesy that made everyone immediately begin gathering their materials. Kieran, I started, but he was already moving around the table with predatory grace that reminded everyone present exactly what kind of supernatural being they were dealing with. My queen needs to rest, he announced, his protective instincts clearly overriding any concern for diplomatic subtlety. This meeting is concluded. I'm fine, I protested even as he reached my chair and I caught his scent, winter forests and lightning storms with an underlying note of barely controlled worry that made my newly sensitive supernatural senses go haywire. We were just finishing. You're pale, he interrupted, his hand settling on my forehead with the gentle precision of someone checking for fever. Your scent is off. And you haven't eaten anything substantial in 6 hours. The fact that he could tell all of this from across a building was both impressive and slightly terrifying. Enhanced supernatural senses were useful for a lot of things, but privacy wasn't one of them. Perhaps we should adjourn for the day, Dr. Chen said diplomatically, gathering her materials with the efficiency of someone who'd spent months learning to navigate supernatural relationship dynamics. We've covered most of the agenda items anyway. Thank you, Sarah, I said gratefully, accepting Kieran's offered hand as I rose from my chair. The world spun slightly, and I had to grip his arm for support. Same time tomorrow. The assembled team murmured agreement, and filed out with the kind of careful politeness that people used around couples who were obviously about to have a private conversation. Within moments, Kieran and I were alone in the conference room, surrounded by the detritus of world-changing political negotiations and the scent of his concern. How long have you been feeling sick? He asked without preamble, his hands settling on my shoulders with the gentle strength I'd come to associate with safety and home. "It's just stress," I lied, though we both knew he could smell deception as easily as he could scent fear or arousal. "The integration project is demanding, and—" "Elena." The way he said my name made it both a caress and a command. "How long?" I looked into his golden eyes, seeing love and worry and the kind of protective intensity that had once terrified me, and now felt like the most natural thing in the world. There was no point in hiding anything from a mate whose supernatural senses could detect my emotional state better than I could. 2 weeks, I admitted quietly. Maybe 3. I wasn't sure at first, and then I wanted to wait until I could get proper confirmation before. His mouth silenced my rambling explanation, the kiss soft and reverent and full of wonder that took my breath away. When he finally pulled back, his eyes were blazing with joy that made my heart skip beats. "A baby," he breathed, as if speaking the words aloud would make them more real. "You're carrying our baby." "We don't know for certain yet," I protested weakly, though the pregnancy test I'd taken that morning had been pretty definitive. Supernatural pregnancies might work differently, and— "I can hear the heartbeat," he interrupted, his hand moving to rest against my still flat stomach with reverent precision. "It's fast, strong, perfect. Our child. Our child." The words hit me with an emotional impact that had nothing to do with hormones and everything to do with the man looking at me like I'd just given him the universe wrapped in silver paper. "Are you happy?" I asked, though his expression made the question unnecessary. "Happy." He laughed, the sound rich with joy and wonder and something that sounded almost like tears. "Elena, you've given me everything I never dared hope for. A mate who's my equal in all things. A kingdom that thrives under our joint rule. A future that stretches beyond anything I'd imagined. And now a child who'll carry both our bloodlines into the next generation." He pulled me closer, his arms wrapping around me with the careful strength of someone holding something infinitely precious. Through our bond I felt his emotions, love and pride, and protective instincts so fierce they took my breath away. "I love you," he murmured against my hair. "Beyond reason, beyond time, beyond anything that exists in this world or any other." "I love you too," I replied, letting myself melt into his embrace. "Even when you're being an overprotective alpha male who dismisses important meetings because he's worried about my appetite." "Especially then," he corrected with the kind of arrogant confidence that should have annoyed me, but somehow just made me want to kiss him senseless. "So what happens now?" I asked, pulling back to study his face. "I assume supernatural pregnancy comes with complications that human medicine isn't equipped to handle." "Some," he admitted, his protective instincts visibly warring with his respect for my need to understand what I was facing. "Enhanced metabolism means you'll need specialized nutrition. Accelerated development means the pregnancy will be shorter than human standard, maybe 6 months instead of 9. And the labor." He trailed off, clearly not wanting to worry me with details that were still months away. "The labor will be intense because we're having a supernatural baby," I finished for him. "I figured as much." "What else?" "Heightened senses during pregnancy can be overwhelming," he said carefully. "Emotional volatility is common as the bond with the baby develops. And there's a small chance." "A small chance of what?" "That the baby could inherit abilities from both bloodlines," he said quietly. "Queenmaker magic, combined with royal werewolf genetics, could produce something unprecedented." The implications of that settled over me like a weight. Not just a baby, but potentially a child with powers that had never been seen before. A bridge between worlds in the most literal sense possible. "Scared?" Kieran asked, clearly reading the uncertainty in my expression. "Terrified," I admitted honestly. "But also excited. We're already changing the world, Kieran. Maybe our child will help us do it even better." "Our child will be perfect," he said with absolute conviction. "Strong like you, stubborn like me, and loved beyond measure by both their parents and every member of this pack." "The pack." Our extended family of supernatural beings who'd accepted me first as their queen, and now would welcome our child as heir to everything we'd built together. "Come," Kieran said, taking my hand and leading me toward the door. "You need proper food, rest, and time away from world-changing political negotiations." "But the project timelines will survive one afternoon without your attention," he interrupted firmly. "Our child's health takes precedence over everything else." I should have argued. Should have insisted that my pregnancy didn't make me incapable of handling my responsibilities. Should have pointed out that I was perfectly capable of managing my own health decisions. Instead, I let him lead me from the conference room toward our private quarters, enjoying the way his protective instincts made me feel cherished rather than constrained. 6 months of marriage had taught me that there was a difference between being controlled and being cared for, between losing independence and gaining partnership. "Kieran," I said as we walked through corridors that had become home, past offices where humans and supernatural beings worked together on projects that would have been impossible a year ago. "Yes. I'm glad it's you," I said simply. "I'm glad you're the one I'm building this future with. I'm glad you're going to be our baby's father." The smile that spread across his face was bright enough to power the entire building. "Forever and always, my queen. Forever and always, my king." And as he pulled me into another kiss in the middle of the hallway, as our bond sang with perfect harmony, as the future stretched out before us full of infinite possibility, I knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, we'd face them the same way we'd faced everything else. Together. As partners. As equals. As a family. Chapter 20. Ever After. 6 months later. The first cry of our daughter shattered the dawn like a primal song. I collapsed back against the pillows, exhausted and exhilarated, and completely overwhelmed by the tiny, perfect creature the midwife placed on my chest. She was beautiful, dark hair like her father's, but my stubborn chin, and eyes that blazed golden even in those first moments of life. "She's perfect," Kieran breathed, his voice rough with tears he wasn't bothering to hide. His finger traced her impossibly small hand with reverence that made my heart clench. "Absolutely perfect." "Liana," I whispered, the name we'd chosen feeling exactly right as I looked into those ancient golden eyes. "Liana Elena Blackthorne." Liana. After an ancestor whose queen-maker bloodline had been legendary. Elena, for the woman I'd been before becoming something more. Blackthorne for the dynasty she would one day inherit and reshape in ways we couldn't yet imagine. "Welcome to the world, little princess," Kieran murmured, his hand settling over mine as we both cradled our daughter. "Your kingdom has been waiting for you." Through the windows of our private chambers, I could hear the celebration beginning in the courtyard below. The pack had been holding vigil for the past 12 hours, supernatural hearing, allowing them to track every stage of labor with an intimacy that would have mortified me 6 months ago. Now their joy felt like a blessing, their voices raised in harmony that welcomed their future queen into the world. Our daughter's birth wasn't just personal, it was political. Historical. The first child born to a human supernatural royal union in recorded history. Living proof that the integration we'd been working toward wasn't just possible, but inevitable. "The council representatives are gathered in the Great Hall," Marcus said quietly from the doorway, his weathered face soft with wonder as he looked at the baby who would grow up calling him uncle. "When you're ready, they'd like to witness the formal presentation." "Give us an hour," Kieran said without taking his eyes off our daughter. "Let us have this moment before she belongs to the world." Marcus nodded and withdrew, understanding exactly what Kieran meant. In an hour, Liana would be presented to the Supernatural Council as heir to the Northern Territories. She'd be examined by ancient beings who would catalog every manifestation of her heritage, every sign of the powers she might inherit. She'd begin a life of scrutiny and expectation that came with royal birth. But for now, she was just our baby. Our miracle. Our daughter who'd already wrapped us both around her tiny finger with a grip that spoke of supernatural strength. "She's going to be trouble," I said, watching those golden eyes track movement with alertness that was definitely not normal for a newborn. I can already tell. The best kind of trouble, Kieran agreed, pressing a kiss to my temple that tasted like love and pride and promises for the future. Strong like her mother, stubborn like her father, and destined to change everything. A soft knock interrupted our private moment, and Dr. Chen peered around the doorframe with the expression she wore when she had news that couldn't wait. "I'm sorry to intrude," she said, stepping into the room with an armload of tablets and documents that suggested official business. "But there's been a development you need to know about." "What kind of development?" I asked, though nothing could dim the euphoria of holding my daughter for the first time. "The Vancouver Integration Program," Dr. Chen said, settling into the chair beside our bed with barely contained excitement. "The success rates have exceeded every projection. Crime down 40%, emergency response times improved by 60%, and economic indicators showing growth we haven't seen in decades." "That's wonderful news," Kieran said, though his attention remained focused on our daughter's face. "But it could have waited." "The Canadian government wants to expand the program nationwide," Dr. Chen interrupted. "Full integration. Open acknowledgement of supernatural citizens, legal protections, the works. They're calling it the Toronto Accords." The implications hit me like a lightning bolt. Nationwide integration meant revealing the supernatural world to 37 million humans simultaneously. It meant legitimizing our species on a governmental level that would force other nations to follow suit or risk being left behind economically and socially. "And the other governments?" I asked, my mind already racing through the political ramifications. "The European Union is watching closely. The Australian Parliament has reached out through back channels. Even the Americans are starting to ask questions they can't ignore." Dr. Chen's academic excitement was infectious. "Elena, what you started is becoming a global movement." I looked down at Liana, who was watching this conversation with those impossibly alert golden eyes, and felt the weight of destiny settling around her like a mantle. She wasn't just inheriting a kingdom, she was inheriting a world in transition, where supernatural and human children would grow up together as equals rather than in hiding. "There's more," Dr. Chen continued, consulting her notes. "The medical advances alone are revolutionary. Vampire blood research has led to breakthroughs in cancer treatment. Werewolf regeneration studies are revolutionizing trauma medicine. Phi healing techniques are being integrated into surgical protocols worldwide." "And the human response?" Kieran asked, his protective instincts clearly calculating threats to the world his daughter would inherit. "Better than our most optimistic projections," Dr. Chen replied. "Initial fear is giving way to fascination, then acceptance, then active collaboration. Turns out humans are remarkably adaptable when they see clear benefits and proper safeguards." "Safeguards?" I asked. "Legal frameworks protecting both species from exploitation. Ethics committees overseeing medical research. Cultural exchange programs ensuring mutual understanding rather than appropriation." Dr. Chen's smile was bright enough to power the castle. "We're not just coexisting, we're building something better than either species achieved alone." Liana chose that moment to make a soft sound that might have been agreement, her tiny fist closing around Kieran's finger with strength that would have surprised any human doctor. But we knew better. Our daughter was already demonstrating the enhanced abilities that came with her unique heritage. "She approves," Kieran said with wonder, his voice thick with emotion as our daughter held his gaze with supernatural focus. "Our little queen approves of the world we're building for her." "Speaking of which," Dr. Chen said carefully, "there's been interest from several universities about establishing formal supernatural studies programs. Berkeley is particularly eager to offer you a position heading their new Department of Integrated Species Research." The offer hung in the air like a gift wrapped in possibility. Return to academia, but on my own terms. Research that mattered. Teaching that could shape the next generation of leaders in a world where human and supernatural children learned together. You could have both, Kieran said quietly, reading my thoughts through the bond that connected us. Queen and professor. Mother and researcher. You don't have to choose between the woman you were and the woman you've become. I know, I said, looking at my daughter's perfect face and feeling the future spread out before us like golden light. That's the best part of this new world we're building. No one has to choose between who they are and who they're meant to be. A commotion in the courtyard below drew our attention to the windows, where pack members were gathering in celebration that had nothing to do with political integration and everything to do with joy. Children who would grow up in a world where Liana's heritage was a gift rather than a secret to be hidden. The presentation ceremony, Marcus called from the hallway, his voice carrying the gentle reminder that royal duties waited for no one, not even new mothers. Ready? Kieran asked, though his reluctance to share our daughter with the world was palpable through our bond. Ready? I said, though I wasn't sure anyone could be ready for what came next. The great hall had been transformed for the occasion, filled with representatives from supernatural kingdoms and human governments alike. Lord Aldrich stood beside Secretary of State Harrison. Lady Morgana conversed in rapid French with a delegation from the European Union. Dr. Foster compared notes with supernatural healers whose combined knowledge spanned millennia. When Kieran and I entered carrying our daughter, the entire assembly rose in recognition that transcended species barriers. This wasn't just the presentation of a royal heir, this was the introduction of a symbol, a living embodiment of everything we'd worked to achieve. Lords and ladies, distinguished delegates, honored guests, Elder Thornfield's ancient voice carried clearly through the vast space. I present to you Princess Liana Elena Blackthorne, heir to the Northern Territories and first child of the integrated age. The response was unlike anything in recorded supernatural history. Not just the traditional acknowledgement from pack members, but applause from humans who understood they were witnessing history being made. Recognition that crossed species lines and political boundaries. She's beautiful, Secretary Harrison said when she approached to offer formal congratulations. And from what our medical team observed during delivery, remarkably advanced for a newborn. Enhanced development is expected with supernatural heritage, I replied diplomatically, though Liana's alertness was extraordinary even by supernatural standards. She'll likely reach milestones earlier than human children. Which raises interesting questions about education and integration, Dr. Foster observed, her scientific mind already working through implications. Will she attend regular schools? Supernatural institutions? Something new. Something new, Kieran and I said simultaneously, then exchanged smiles that spoke of conversations we'd had during the long nights of pregnancy. Integrated education, I explained to the assembled group. Supernatural and human children learning together from the beginning. Language immersion programs where the second language is ancient supernatural dialects. Science classes that include magical theory alongside physics and chemistry. History lessons that tell the complete story, Kieran added, not the sanitized human version that pretends we never existed. Physical education that accommodates enhanced abilities, Lord Aldrich contributed, surprising everyone with his enthusiasm for educational reform. Arts programs that include both human creativity and supernatural crafts. A generation raised with complete knowledge of both worlds, Secretary Harrison said slowly, understanding dawning in her expression. Children who see integration as normal rather than revolutionary. Children like Liana, I said, looking down at our daughter who was absorbing this conversation with those impossibly alert golden eyes. Who'll never know a world where humans and supernatural beings lived in fear of each other. The first of many, I hope, Lady Morgana said with warmth that would have shocked me 6 months ago. Integration succeeds when children lead the way. As the formal presentation continued, as dignitaries offered gifts and blessings from around the world, as our daughter was welcomed into a global community that would shape her future, I felt the last pieces of my transformation clicking into place. I was no longer the graduate student who'd stumbled into a hidden chamber by accident. I wasn't even just the queen who'd fought for her crown against ancient enemies. I was Elena Blackthorne, mother of the future, architect of integration, bridge between worlds that had been separate too long. And I was exactly where I belonged. Later, after the ceremonies concluded and the dignitaries departed, after our pack celebrated with singing that carried across the mountains, Kieran and I sat in our private chambers watching our daughter sleep in her specially crafted cradle. "Any regrets?" he asked quietly, the question that had become our ritual during quiet moments. I thought about the path that had brought us here. The archaeological discovery that changed everything. The battles fought and enemies defeated. The love that had transformed us both into people worthy of what we'd built together. "Not one," I said firmly, the same answer I'd given him every time he asked. "This is exactly the life I was meant to live." "With me," he said, not quite making it a question after all this time. "With you," I confirmed, settling into his arms while our daughter slept between us. "With our family. With the future we're building for children like Liana." "Forever," he breathed against my hair. "Forever and always," I agreed. And as moonlight streamed through windows that looked out over a kingdom at peace, as our daughter dreamed whatever dreams princess babies had, as the future stretched before us full of infinite possibility, I knew that our story was just beginning. The best was yet to come. The end.